Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-53, Gathering Disciples. At the star boundary's high heaven palace. A ray of light swept in from a distance, stopping after reaching a grand hall, revealing a toned figure. When the figure's aura surged, it was obvious that the visitor was an 8th Order master with strong cultivation. Despite reaching the 8th Order, Zhao Luan still didn't dare to act arrogantly after arriving here because this was High Heaven Palace, the sect of the Tao Lord. He had previously visited High Heaven Palace a few times because the Tao Lord had left behind several sealed words here. All disciples from the Void Tao Temple had trained in those sealed worlds and received rewarding results. When Zhao Luan was still in the Emperor realm, he already believed that the Tao Lord was very powerful, and the more his cultivation increased, the more he realized how unfathomable the Tao Lord was. He came from the Void Tao Temple, had outstanding talent and aptitude, and was proficient in the Tao of space, so he had made quite a lot of contributions on the battlefield. Also, he had previously led fellow soldiers into battle and even beheaded an enemy commander while facing millions of enemies. He was also considered a well-known figure in the profound Nether Army because, as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was a powerhouse no matter which army he was in. More importantly, he had directly ascended to the 7th Order back then and was expected to become a 9th Order Master in the future. A month ago, he received a transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters, directing him to return to the Star Boundary's High Heaven Palace immediately. Despite not knowing what happened, since this was a direct order from the Supreme Headquarters, he wouldn't dare to disobey. So, he dropped everything he was doing and immediately flew back. Even so, he had a vague guess. Since this was an order from the Supreme Headquarters that involved High Heaven Palace, it must be related to the Tao Lord. Since the battles at all front lines were almost at their end and looking for the surviving Black Ink clansmen was a tedious but not dangerous job, he didn't mind being absent. I wonder why the Tao Lord summoned me. Maybe it's something important. Zhao Luan felt excited inside and fixed up his clothes before entering the Grand Hall. When he walked inside though, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes looking at him. He was surprised, but then burst out laughing as he realized that he wasn't the only one who had received orders from the Supreme Headquarters. It's Senior Brother Zhao Luan. Senior Brother Zhao, over here. Someone called him. Looking in that direction, Zhao Luan saw a few familiar faces. He smiled and nodded before approaching them. There were many people inside the Grand Hall. About 70 or 80 gathered into small groups while chatting with each other. Zhao Luan found some fellow brothers and sisters he was familiar with and then noticed that all the people called here were disciples from the Void Tao Temple. Also, all of them were proficient in the Tao of space. Not only them, but there were also some from the Phoenix clan. However, unlike the enthusiastic atmosphere among the fellow disciples from the Void Tao Temple, the Phoenix clansmen were quietly sitting upright to the side and seemed a little unapproachable. All high-level humans had more or less had some interaction with the Phoenix clan, and even if they didn't, they would have experience with other divine spirits. They knew divine spirits were mostly arrogant, especially ones like the Phoenix clan, so they weren't bothered by this. The Void Tao Temple disciples had large age gaps because the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was different from the outside world. With Yang Kai being a 9th Order Master and his attainments in the Tao of Time reaching new heights, the difference in flow rate was already 10:1. In other words, 10 years inside his small universe was equivalent to 1 year outside. As Yang Kai had brought them out from the Tao Temple in batches, the gap between some fellow disciples was measured in tens of thousands of years. If it were in an ordinary sect, such an age gap would only appear between members several dozen generations apart. However, the Void Tao Temple wasn't just any ordinary sect. Moreover, age didn't matter because being born from the same place gave them a natural bond with one another, so all the disciples from the Void Tao Temple would help each other regardless of whether they were familiar with each other. Frankly speaking, if the disciples that Yang Kai trained in the Void Tao Temple were all gathered together, their heritage wouldn't be much different from any cave heaven or paradise. Those disciples with the right to leave the Void Tao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven realm were all very talented. Even the weakest of them would directly break through to the 5th Order, and there were a fair number who directly broke through to the 7th Order. Many years had passed, and even the weakest among them would at least have reached the 6th order, while there were thousands of 7th order and 8th order masters scattered among all them. The group of cultivators proficient in the Tao of Space gathered together and exchanged pleasantries for a while before casually sitting down and beginning to discuss their opinions and ideas about the Tao of Space. There were some times when another person's words could help someone better understand something and gain more benefits. Also, different kinds of thinking combined together would definitely yield outstanding results. The Tao of Space was renowned for being difficult to cultivate. Before Yang Kai, there were only a few humans in the entire 3,000 worlds that could be considered proficient in it. Other than that, only the Phoenix clan were lucky enough to have the Tao of Space be their bloodline talent, so they naturally had a high mastery over it once they reached a certain level of strength. But after Yang Kai, many disciples from the Void Tao Temple made use of this grand Tao to its fullest potential. Naturally, it wasn't only the masters of the Tao of Space that the Void Tao Temple produced. There were also quite a lot of cultivators who were now proficient in the Tao of Time. No matter if it were the Tao of Space or the Tao of Time, the cultivators cultivating them were all rare geniuses. As time passed, disciples from the Tao Temple were constantly gathering, and it was not long before their numbers exceeded the 100 mark. Among them, the weaker ones were in the 6th order, while the rest were in the 7th order or 8th order, but they were all proficient in the Tao of Space. Even without counting a dozen or so Phoenix clan members, this was already a very shocking lineup. They waited a few more days, and when about 150 people had assembled in the Grand Hall, no more arrived. Although there were only 150 Void Tao Temple disciples gathered here, it didn't mean that all the disciples cultivating the Tao of Space were present. Only those with high attainments in the Tao of Space had been gathered. The other disciples that only knew the basics of the Tao of Space weren't summoned. Those who were gathered here had reached the 4th level of mastery in the Tao of Space, traversing a familiar path. They chatted with each other for several days before two figures arrived and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Both of them were in the 8th order and had solid auras. One of them was wearing full white and had a handsome face with a warm smile that even strangers would have a good impression of. The other was in black robes and had a steady, mature temperament. All the Tao Temple disciples became excited when they saw the man in black. Then, they began calling out eldest senior brother Miao and greeting him. The Void Tao Temple disciples also greeted the man in white clothing, calling him senior brotherly. The one being called eldest senior brother Miao was naturally Miao Fei Ping. Besides the Tao Lord's 3 legacy disciples, Miao Fei Ping was the first disciple Yang Kai brought out of the void world and the first disciple to break through to the open heaven realm. Also, he was the first temple master of the Void Tao Temple. Even now, his statue was placed right below Yang Kai's inside the Void Tao Temple, and his position as the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother was recognized by all. Therefore, all the Tao Temple disciples, whether they had seen Miao Fei Ping in person or not, immediately recognized him. As for the man in all white, he was a master under the Star Boundary's martial beast Great Emperor, Li Wu. Previously, there were only 2 people truly proficient in the Tao of Space in the Star Boundary, Li Wu Yi and Yang Kai. When they first met, Li Wu Yi's attainments in the Tao of Space far exceeded Yang Kai's, and he had previously mentored Yang Kai a lot in regards to the Grand Tao. Yang Kai benefited a lot from that advice. Their relationship could be said to be both mentors and friends. But with Yang Kai's constant growth, his attainments in the Tao of Space gradually surpassed his seniors. Now, no matter whether it was Yang Kai's cultivation or his attainments in the Tao of Space, both had surpassed Li Wu Yi by a wide margin. However, Li Wu Yi wasn't an ordinary man. Back then, he was titled the first master below the great emperors in the Star Boundary, which showed his talent and strength. If the Star Boundary's bottle hadn't been full, he would have long become a great emperor himself. Over the years, his cultivation had soared, and though his attainments in the Tao of Space weren't as high as Yang Kai's, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level and would soon break through to the 8th level. During the thousands of years of war against the Black Ink clan, numerous humans had made names for themselves, and Li Wu Yi was one of them. The reason such figures weren't more famous was simply because they were all outshined by Yang Kai. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Space, besides the members of the Phoenix clan, Li Wu-yi was now the first under Yang Kai. That was something even Yang Kai's eldest legacy disciple, Zhao Yibai, could not compare to. Of course, comparing their ages, Zhao Yibai was much younger than Li Wu-yi, and attainments in any Grand Dao usually required many years of accumulation, so this only made sense. Therefore, when Li Wu-yi entered, even the noble Phoenix clansmen nodded their heads in greeting. Li Wu-yi had previously visited the Phoenix Nest to discuss the Tao of Space with the Phoenix clan, and he had earned respect from several Phoenix clan masters with his strong attainments. Moreover, Li Wu-yi was quite handsome and had a noble bearing, and the Phoenix clan had an innate flaw. They judged people by their appearance. Those with good looks had a natural advantage when interacting with the Phoenix clan, which was something Yang Kai couldn't win against Li Wu-yi. If it had been Li Wu-yi who went to the no-return pass back then, the Phoenix clan might have seen him as a welcomed guest. Many disciples from the Void Dao Temple had previously gotten advice from Li Wu. After all, Yang Kai was like a hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face, so it was always difficult to find him. Li Wu-yi, on the other hand, would frequently return to the star boundary to rest and recover, and each time he did, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple enjoyed coming over to listen to his teachings and have discussions with him about the Tao of Space. In the eyes of the disciples of the Void Dao Temple, while the Tao Lord would always be supreme, senior brother Li was a much more reliable teacher. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wu-yi and Miao Fei Ping stood before everyone. Looking around, Li Wu-yi smiled. Everyone here is an elite from the various armies. Also, you're all from the Void Dao Temple and are proficient in the Tao of Space. We have gathered all of you and our friends from the Phoenix clan here because of the Tao Lord's orders. I am just serving as his messenger today. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping stood at the side with an expressionless face while secretly complaining. It's me who is the real messenger. You're all proficient in the Tao of Space, while I've never cultivated it in my life. I stick out like a chicken among cranes. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-54, Void Guard. The reason Miao Fei Ping stood there was that he was the so-called eldest senior brother of the Void Dao Temple. After all, not all of the Dao Temple disciples knew Li Wu-yi because those who became Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield hadn't interacted nearly as much with the latter. Moreover, the Dao Temple disciples here all had high cultivation and were very talented, so they might be arrogant and needed the eldest senior brother to keep them under control. With his help, Li Wu-yi could get these Dao Temple disciples to listen to them. Li Wu-yi continued, all of you here were called back from the various armies, so you might already have a slight understanding of the situation. To sum it up, the Black Ink clan was cowed by your Dao Lord's powerful deterrence in E5 territory. They have recalled all their pseudo-royal lords to the no-return pass, leaving the rest defenseless. Our armies have broken the enemy armies and slaughtered many of their soldiers, so it is only a matter of time before we reclaim the 3,000 worlds. The group of Dao Temple disciples below all had proud expressions. Since they were from the Void Dao Temple, they were destined to be bound to Yang Kai's success and failures. The more powerful Yang Kai was, the prouder they were as Dao Temple disciples. Although the Dao Lord was always like a hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face and always seemed unreachable, it didn't stop these disciples from respecting him. Li Wu-yi changed the topic, but don't celebrate just yet. The 3,000 worlds originally belonged to us humans, but when the Black Ink clan invaded our home thousands of years ago, they defeated us and forced us to flee. Numerous families were forced to abandon their ancestral legacy and inheritance, which they had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It naturally felt like they had let their ancestors down. At this moment, the humans have only reclaimed what they had once lost. Moreover, since all the pseudo-royal lords and many of the feudal lords and territory lords retreated, the Black Ink clan hasn't suffered any substantial damage despite losing so many soldiers. That was because those masters were the ones that were truly difficult to defeat. The rest were all cannon fodder. Additionally, according to what your Dao Lord has reported, it might not be long before the Black Ink clan has new royal lords, so the victory in the 3,000 worlds is not the end, but merely a new beginning. Li Wu-yi paused for a moment before continuing. Even though we have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, there are still harder challenges and more difficulties for us to face. the first of which will be the no-return pass. The human race used to guard that place as it was the only entrance to the 3,000 worlds, but now it has fallen into the Black Ink Clan's hands. If we don't take back the no-return pass, the Black Ink Clan will eventually return someday. Even if we manage to take back the no-return pass, the Black Ink Clan's reign of terror still will not end. The source, MO, is being suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That being is the origin of the Black Ink Clan's invasion. The blood feud between the human race and Black Ink Clan is absolutely irreconcilable. So, how could we let the enemy have it easy while we suffer? Only by killing MO can we finally rest at ease. Li Wuyi's words led the Tao Temple disciples to imagine all sorts of things. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, did the Tao Lord gather us here because he wants to accumulate more strength and ambush the Black Ink Clan's base?" It wasn't wrong for that person to think this way because everyone present, whether they were Tao Temple disciples or Phoenix Clan, were proficient in the Tao of space. Except for eldest senior brother Miao. With so many people proficient in the Tao of space gathered in one spot, they had a natural advantage when doing missions together, and the Black Ink Clan would definitely not see them coming. While looking at that person, Li Wuyi laughed and shook his head. No, he didn't. This guy sure is imaginative. If we attacked the no-return pass with only these many people, it would be suicide. Li Wuyi wore a serious expression while explaining, "Your Tao Lord said that after taking back the 3,000 worlds, the human race and Black Ink Clan would have a short period of peace. If we want to win the following battles though, we must act first and think of a way to take back the no-return pass before starting a crusade against the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Only then do we stand a chance to prevail." However, without mentioning the journey to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, even heading to the no-return pass is already a long journey. If we move together as one army, the journey to the no-return pass alone will take up a lot of time, and once the war begins, it will be impossible to end in a short period. Also, it will be a problem if we want to send reinforcements to the front lines. After hearing this, the crowd nodded. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, and the Black Ink battlefield was vast. Even with 7th or 8th order cultivation, the journey would still take a long while. Time was an essential factor during the war because the more time the army wasted in transit, the more time the enemy had to prepare. This was a problem that neither the Black Ink Clan nor human race could solve easily. That is why. Li Wuyi looked serious while speaking. "Your Tao Lord has suggested forming the Void Guard. First, we gather the elites proficient in the Tao of space, all of you, and then we will use massive space arrays to pave a path from our home base to the battlefield in advance. That way, the Grand Army can save a lot of time traveling to the battlefield, and logistics and reinforcements can be moved to the front lines at any time." When the crowd heard this, they finally understood why so many Tao Temple disciples and phoenixes proficient in the Tao of space were gathered here. Indeed, if they succeeded in forming such a path with space arrays, the communication between the front lines and the rear would become much more efficient. However, this was a mammoth task that would require a lot of resources. On the other hand, even if they didn't build such a pathway, they would still require a lot of resources every time they deployed their armies, which the humans couldn't afford with their current heritage. Since this idea came from the Tao Lord though, he must have a reason for forming the Void Guard. If they succeeded, the benefits must outweigh the losses. In the future, the humans could use this corridor and secure a large advantage, whether it was the battle at the no-return pass or the following crusade to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. None of the open heaven realm masters here were fools, so they understood that point and were secretly excited. Zhao Lun cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother, since we're going to be the Void Guard, please give us our instructions on what we should do." The crowd nodded in agreement. Li Wuyi smiled and nodded. "The formation of the Void Guard has been submitted to and approved by the Supreme Headquarters, and your names have been recorded while you were en route. So, all of you are considered members of the Void Guard already." Then, he turned to look at the Phoenixes. That includes our friends from the Phoenix Clan as well. The Phoenixes, led by Huang Xinyang, all nodded. Afterwards, Li Wuyi became serious again and quickly said, "The Void Guard's first mission is to look for structures to house the new space arrays. Fortunately, we already have such structures and won't need to build them from scratch. All you need to do is look for them. Senior brother, you mean? Zhao Lun had a vague guess, but he wasn't sure. Li Wu explained, the universe temples. Nearly every great territory has their own universe temple. When the Black Ink clan occupied the 3,000 worlds, a few of those universe temples were naturally destroyed, but most of them are still intact. So, your mission is to visit each great territory and move those scattered universe temples to the star boundary. We will repair those universal temples to use as the basis for the new space arrays. Once he finished, everyone understood. A universe temple was indeed a good choice as a base. It was initially something left over from the early ancient era and could allow one to cross a great territory rapidly. Cultivators had previously used the universe temples to move to the center of great territories from their outer edge, having travel time at least. But since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, some of the universe temples were destroyed, and those that weren't would have had their arrays destroyed, rendering them unusable. Letting the Void Guard search for those universe temples was the best choice because they were proficient in the Tao of space, so they could move more quickly and thus save a great amount of time. At that moment, Miao Fei Peng, who had been standing to the side without saying anything, came forward and took out a list of names before calling out the names. Hua Tong. An 8th Order Master seated below responded by coming forward and cupping his fists. Here. Miao Fei Ping took out a universe chart from his small universe and threw it at Hua Tong. Follow the trail marked on the universe chart to the Great Territory and search for the universe temple there. Be quick. After receiving the universe chart, Hua Tong briefly checked and said, yes. Then, he swept away and soon disappeared into the distance. Miao Fei Peng continued, Zhao Lun. Here. Zhao Lun responded and came forward. One after another, names were called out. The 7th Order and 8th Order Masters moved alone while the 6th Order Masters acted in groups. Following the distribution of the universe charts prepared in advance, the disciples in the Grand Hall gradually left. In the end, the dozens of phoenixes also received their tasks and departed. Soon, only Li Wuyi and Miao Fei Ping were left in the Grand Hall. Once the last phoenixes left, Li Wuyi said, Junior brother Miao, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm leaving as well. He needed to search the great territories, too, quite a few of them. Miao Fei Peng nodded, saying, Senior brother may rest assured. What followed was easy because he only needed to wait for his junior brothers and the Phoenix clansmen to retrieve the universe temples. As for being a Void Guard, he was only included because he was the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother. By the way, do you know where the Tao Lord is currently? Miao Fei Peng couldn't help but ask. He thought Yang Kai would be at High Heaven Palace, but after asking head manager Hua, he discovered that Yang Kai never returned. Li Wuyi frowned slightly before whispering, I heard he and the other 9th Order Masters have gone to the Barren Territory, but I don't know if that's true. The whereabouts of the 9th Order Masters were still confidential, and Li Wuyi only casually asked Mi Jingluan about it when he received orders from the Supreme Headquarters to form the Void Guard. After hearing that, Miao Fei Ping was shocked. The Barren Territory, but that's, since it was a group of 9th Order Masters going there, their intentions were easy to guess. At that moment, Miao Fei Peng couldn't help recalling many things and revealed a worried expression. Chuckling, Li Wuyi patted Miao Fei Ping's shoulders. You don't have to worry about what the 9th Order Masters are doing. We just have to accomplish our own tasks. I'll be off now. While saying so, he manipulated space principles and took one step forward. Then, his figure faded. On the other hand, Miso Fei Ping stood in place and thought about something for a while before sighing. As Li Wuyi said, taking back the 3,000 worlds didn't mean the war had ended. This was only a new start, with the humans having only taken back what they had lost to the Black Ink clan. They still had a long way to go regarding ending the Black Ink clan invasion. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-55, A Fierce Battle. At the Barren Territory, the battle was still ongoing. This used to be a battlefield where 4 giant spirit gods fought in pairs, and others found it hard to interfere with their violent battle. However, at this moment, several figures were working together with Ada to surround and attack a Black Ink giant spirit god. Those figures were the Ninth Order Masters led by Yang Kai. There was Xiang Shan, Yang Lai, Wei Junyang, Luo Tinghe, Xiao Xiao, and even Wu Qing, who had been guarding the Shattered Heaven Territory Gate. Since the war in the 3,000 worlds had basically ended, the human race armies were dispersed into divisions to hunt down and eliminate the remnants of the Black Ink clan. Therefore, it was just a matter of time before they could reclaim their lost land. Among the challenges the humans now had to face, the first would be how they would retake the no-return pass. If they wanted to recapture the no-return pass, the first issue they had to deal with was the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods in the barren territory. That was why Yang Kai immediately contacted the other Ninth Order Masters after handing over Pure Yang Pass and the resources he took from the Black Ink clan to Mi Jinglun and came straight over to the barren territory to join the battle. Every giant spirit god was exceedingly powerful. In terms of combat strength, each giant spirit god had power that exceeded Ninth Order Masters and Royal Lords by a wide margin. Up until now, the humans only had one successful attempt at killing a Black Ink giant spirit god, which was back when the Black Ink clan invaded the barren territory for the first time, and even that was only accomplished with assistance from Aer. What's more, back then, the humans had many more top masters. There were dozens of Ninth Order Masters and the leaders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as many other powerful divine spirits. Even with such a lineup, they had paid a huge price to kill that Black Ink giant spirit god, with several Ninth Order Masters dying in the battle. Although the human race had far more 8 Order Masters now, there weren't nearly as many Ninth Order Masters. Therefore, this battle wasn't to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai only wanted to gauge how powerful a Black Ink giant spirit god was. In the past, he wasn't qualified to fight with such existences. Now that he was a Ninth Order Master, he had the qualifications to do so. Being one of the current top combat forces, Yang Kai had to know the difference between his opponent's strength and his own to plan for the future. Dao's strength surged and the space-time river swirled as a figure flickered about. Even though they had Ada helping them distract the Black Ink giant spirit god, the several Ninth Order Masters still weren't at an advantage. Their opponents' attacks were extremely simple, but the raw strength behind them was more than enough to overcome any difference in skill or method. It could take on all the Ninth Order Masters' continuous attacks, but the Ninth Order Masters couldn't ignore a single one of its strikes. Fortunately, every one of the Ninth Order Masters present was a veteran of thousands of battles, which was why no one had been hurt yet. All the new Ninth Order Masters now experienced the pressure the old ancestors felt back then. Back then, Ada had not been around, so the old ancestors had to face such a being on their own. The old ancestors bravely fought that humongous thing, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. Black Ink's strength surged again and Yang Lai, who was closest to the front, was sent flying. His arms blocking the attack shook uncontrollably while a trace of fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. Even though he was sent flying, he managed to work with the other Ninth Order Masters to contain the enemy. Having noticed such a good opportunity, Yang Kai summoned the Great Sun and Moon marks. A bright light was released, transforming into a great sun that enveloped the Black Ink giant spirit god. The white light only appeared briefly before it was dispelled by dense Black Ink strength and vanishing without a trace. This move did manage to injure the Black Ink giant spirit god, but it didn't cause any substantial damage to it. Without giving the enemy a chance to recover, Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived on top of the Black Ink giant spirit god. The next moment he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. While the space-time river swirled around the spear, Yang Kai's figure also began spinning like a top. A loud dragon roar sounded as Yang Kai merged with his spear, transforming into a bright beam of light and shooting down at the Black Ink giant spirit god's forehead. Afterwards, black blood spurting out of the spot Yang Kai's spear landed. The Dao strengths accumulated inside the space-time river increased the force of the spear attack to the extreme, creating a terrifying attack that would pierce a hole in the Black Ink giant spirit god's head if it didn't react in time. Feeling the sharp pain, the Black Ink giant spirit god roared in anger before slapping its large palm on its head like it was swatting an annoying fly. How could the group of Ninth Order Masters let that happen though? While the Dao strengths gradually dispersed, several secret techniques were sent out, forming a kind of restraint that bound the black ink giant spirit god's raised arm. However, those restraints failed to work because its raised hand was still swinging at an unstoppable speed. At that crucial moment, Ada suddenly made a move and lunged at the black ink giant spirit god, grabbing its shoulder and locking it in place while letting the palm land on his own body like raindrops. The universe shook and the void split. Ada's body trembled from the beating, and he couldn't help but let go. Ho! The black ink giant spirit god roared madly. When the other black ink giant spirit god noticed the situation, it didn't bother with its own enemy and quickly abandoned Aer before charging towards its companion. Even though Aer wanted to stop it, he couldn't react in time. The next moment, the second black ink giant spirit gods arrived on this part of the battlefield. The enormous creature came crashing over without any extra actions and sent Ada and his companions flying. All the Ninth Order Masters were sent tumbling under the violent attack, and each flew out in different directions. All of them felt helpless as they had no way of dealing with such a savage rescue method. When they finally found their footing and looked over, they saw the two black ink spirit gods had taken the chance to escape towards the territory gate and even send Ada flying out on the way. Trying to escape? Xiang Shan coldly snorted before chasing after them, followed by the rest of the Ninth Order Masters. Again, Yang Kai took one step forward and arrived before the two black ink giant spirit gods. When the second black ink spirit god arrived earlier, he was sent flying out. Since his killing technique was interrupted halfway, his vitality was now messed up and his complexion seemed pale. When facing the two incoming humongous beings, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his dragon transform to assume his 100,000-meter dragon form. Even after transforming into his dragon form though, he was still incomparable in size to the two black ink giant spirit gods, which showed just how enormous these two were. The divine dragon swept his tail and used his body to block the way, but the two opponents instantly broke through his blockade, sending the huge dragon flying once more. Once Yang Kai steadied himself, he saw that the two black ink spirit gods had arrived before the territory gate. One of them placed its hand on the territory gate and madly released its black ink strength. Then, a slight crack appeared on the sealed territory gate. As for the other black ink giant spirit god, it stood before its companion and took on all the Ninth Order Masters' attacks. Meanwhile, Ada and Aer also attacked from both sides and began throwing punches and kicks at it, causing space to warp and tremble. If ordinary masters encountered such a violent storm of attacks, they would have been rendered a blood mist, but the black ink giant spirit gods weren't ordinary by any definition. Even though it was in a disadvantageous state, it wasn't life-threatening. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the sealed territory gate already had a hole in it, and through it was a vague image of the no-return pass on the other side. Right then, the two black ink giant spirit gods' bodies quickly shrank. They ignored the attacks from all directions and entered the territory gate one after another. On the other side, the no-return pass clearly felt the movement and Emo Na Yi and Muyu hurriedly led the many black ink clan masters over to help. Ada and Aer's bodies were also beginning to shrink as they clearly wanted to chase after the two black ink giant spirit gods. Though giant spirit gods were mighty, they didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't stand the idea of letting their enemies run away, especially Aer, who had been fighting his opponent for thousands of years. Flustered, Yang Kai dashed over and stopped them. After some time persuading them, he managed to calm Ada and Aer down. He then turned around and looked through the swirling territory gate to stare at the many black ink clansmen. Emo Na Yi opened his mouth and briefly said something, and though Yang Kai couldn't hear what he was saying, he knew without having to think about it that it was some sort of provocation. Ignoring him, Yang Kai glanced at them momentarily before using space principles to reseal the territory gate. Sealing the territory gate wasn't much use, but it was better than not sealing it. The battle ended just like that. The ones participating in this fight were the strongest masters from both sides, and the humans had even sent out all the Ninth Order Masters they could. Although they managed to force the two black ink giant spirit gods back to the no-return pass, they didn't achieve any substantial victory. However, this experience was enough because Yang Kai never intended to do anything to the two black ink giant spirit gods today. With the human race's current strength, They couldn't kill such a being, so forcing it to retreat was their only goal. Now that all of the Black Ink clan's forces had gathered inside the no-return pass, the humans would only have to deal with one target in the future, which made their goal even clearer. But Yang felt discouraged and spoke up after a while. How did the old ancestors manage to kill such a thing back then? Yang didn't participate in the battle at the no-return pass either because he was separated from the Great Evolution Army back then while retreating. Many of the soldiers retreated to the no-return pass while Xiao Xiao covered for them back then, but some, like Yang, became remnants of the army, forced to hide on the Black Ink battlefield. In the end, Yang Kai returned from deep within the Black Ink battlefield, gathered them to attack the no-return pass, and killed their way into the barren territory. It wasn't strange that Yang would feel discouraged because after becoming a Ninth Order Master, even if he wasn't invincible, he was at least one of the strongest humans alive. It wouldn't be a problem for him to beat up a few pseudo-royal lords, but after today's battle with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, he thought that being a Ninth Order Master seemed like nothing. Wu Qing said, they were quite lucky back then. The Black Ink clan had already decided to sacrifice that Black Ink Giant Spirit God, which is how they were able to take it down. What's more, several Ninth Order Masters died in that battle. We still don't have enough Ninth Order Masters, Xiang Shan frowned. At this point, the humans only had 8 Ninth Order Masters that could be deployed, including Mi Jinglun. Such a lineup of Ninth Order Masters was nothing compared to the lineup from back then. But it was already difficult for humans to become Ninth Order Masters, and it had taken over 100,000 years of accumulation to achieve the glorious lineup of over 100 Ninth Order old ancestors on the Black Ink battlefield. No one knew how long it would take for them to return to such glory. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-56, Ada and Air. The human race's heritage had grown to become more powerful than before. Many talented humans were born from the 2 open heaven realm cradles, the star boundary and the Myriad monsters world. Yang Kai's small universe also helped. According to estimations, over 1,000 talented humans advanced directly to the 7th Order open heaven realm in the past few thousand years. On average, 1 or 2 such talents would appear every 10 years, and every one of them had a chance to become Ninth Order Masters. Before the appearance of the open heaven realm cradles, the humans would never have imagined having so many talented youths who could become Ninth Order Masters. Any one of the cave heavens or paradises would cherish such talents and use all their available resources to nurture them. Now, 80% of those who directly advanced to the 7th Order open heaven realm had become 8th Order Masters, with the earliest batch of those talents having already reached the peak of the 8th Order. It could be said that these rising stars represented the human race's future. Once one of them became a Ninth Order Master, the humans would constantly have new Ninth Order Masters appearing, with the promise of more in the near future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the humans surpassed their past glory, let alone restored it. While the few current Ninth Order Masters were reminiscing about the past, Yang Kai was coaxing Ada and Air. As they were previously about to chase after their enemy, they had shrunk their humongous bodies. Even though they still seemed as big as mountains, they were much smaller than they used to be. Yang Kai had a kind expression as he looked at the 2 innocent giant spirit gods, asking, "Do you understand? Don't go anywhere and stay here. If the other side tries to open the gate, just beat them up and make them go back to where they came from." Ada and Air looked at him dazedly and said nothing, causing the atmosphere to feel awkward. Just as Yang Kai was about to repeat his words, Ada suddenly nodded and said, "Okay." Yang Kai felt relieved. Air added, "So annoying. Why do you keep repeating, 'I'm afraid you won't understand if I don't'?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. At that moment, Ada sat down and rubbed his belly. "I'm hungry." Air nodded, "Hungry?" Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his headache grow worse and gave Ada a sideways glance, not understanding what he was doing. It was fine if Air said he was hungry because he had been in the barren territory, fighting the Black Ink Giant Spirit God for thousands of years non-stop. After so many years of battle, he must have consumed a lot of energy, so it was reasonable for him to feel hungry. But why the heck was Ada hungry? Ada had been asleep until Xiao Xiao woke him up a few years ago. He was the absolute epitome of laziness, sleeping until he was hungry and then finding something to eat then sleeping again. While rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai told them, "Wait a moment while I find something for you to eat." The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds, but there weren't any suitable dead universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds left. Many of the great territories here were already barren, and any universe worlds still present would have been corrupted with black ink strength. To the giant spirit gods, this was akin to spilling shit onto their food. How could they stand to eat something like that? The only place where there might be dead universe worlds was the new great territory, which was now known as Myriad Monsters Territory. There were quite a number of universe worlds there, and many of them hadn't developed any vitality and had incomplete world principles. Perhaps those universe worlds could help fill Ada and Air's stomachs. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Let me tell you this. The Black Ink clan made a mess of the 3,000 worlds and destroyed all the universe worlds, so it will be hard for you to find food in the future." Ada and Air immediately became furious. Yang Kai continued, "So, if you don't want to feel hungry, you have to deal with the Black Ink clan first. Once that's done, I'll bring you deep into the Black Ink battlefield. In that place, there are countless universe worlds and you can eat however many you want to." The two giant spirit gods were immediately motivated while Ada smacked his lips. Meanwhile, Air determinedly bellowed, "Kill Black Ink clan." When Yang Kai heard that, he nodded delightedly, "Yes, kill Black Ink clan. Smash every one of them." After exhorting them to guard this place and not let any Black Ink clansmen come through the territory gate, Yang Kai finally finished his conversation with them, feeling only somewhat confident he got his point across. On the other hand, the rest of the Ninth Order Masters weren't chatting. Instead, they were quietly looking at him from the side. When Yang Kai flew over, he saw strange expressions on their faces. Xiao Xiao chuckled, "The way you were acting just now seemed like a bad guy trying to trick children with candied fruits." Hearing that, Yang Kai glared at her, "Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Even now, he could still remember when he was at Yin-Yang Pass and bumped into the heavily injured Xiao Xiao. Back then, she looked just like a child, and her favorite foods were candied fruits and steamed stuffed buns. Immediately after that, Xiao Xiao coldly snorted, "Are you looking for a beating? You used to always affectionately address me as old ancestor. How can you speak to me this way now?" While saying so, she approached Yang Kai and pinched his ear. "Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about the word affectionate?" After silently complaining, Yang Kai didn't dodge and let her pinch his ear. He turned to Wu Qing and said seriously, "Senior brother Wu, I still need to trouble you to guard this place. The remnants of the Black Ink clan might still manage to make it here. Also, we have to guard against the no-return pass. I think it's too risky leaving Ada and Air here without anyone overseeing the situation." Of course, Wu Qing wouldn't mind, so he simply nodded, "Then I'll stay here." Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, rest assured. It won't be for long." Now that the matters at the barren territory were considered solved, the next phase would be the no-return pass. In fact, according to the current situation, the humans should take this opportunity to recuperate and accumulate more strength. Thousands of years had passed, and the humans had significantly increased their heritage while more and more masters had emerged. Now that the Black Ink clan was chased out of the 3,000 worlds and the humans had reclaimed their lost lands, it was just a matter of months or years before there would be new Ninth Order Masters appearing. As for the Black Ink clan, though there might be new royal lords, they couldn't get more pseudo-royal lords. Therefore, the longer they dragged this out, the more advantageous it was for the humans. However, all such calculations were based on the idea that no hidden dangers emerged from the primordial heaven's grand source restriction. Yang Kai had been constantly worried about that because no one knew when Mo would wake up. Many years ago, Yang Kai had placed a universe world that wasn't completely dead yet outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That way, he could go there whenever he wanted by using the world tree and teleport to and from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. But now that the world tree had fallen into a coma, Yang Kai couldn't ask it for help, which meant he couldn't head to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to check on the situation there so easily. The suppressing Black Ink army there was helping Wu Kuang, But if Mo awoke, those forces alone wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, with such dangers looming over them, they had to take down the no-return pass as soon as possible. Only then could the humans have the strength to confront the enemy inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't dare to act recklessly with the no-return pass standing as the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that the Ninth Order Masters gathered here today came to help Ada and Aer chase away the two black ink giant spirit gods so that they could better deal with the no-return pass in the future. As for whether the Black Ink clan would move away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai wasn't worried about that. The Black Ink clan had gone through so much effort to take down the Great Passes and placed all their foundations at the no-return pass, so they wouldn't abandon it without a fight. Moreover, they too could copy the human strategy and guard the no-return pass because leaving that place would only worsen their situation. They wouldn't do that unless they were fools. Yang Kai casually swatted Xiao Zhao's hand away from his ear and ushered everyone, "Let's go." After this battle, Yang Kai discovered the difference between his and the Black Ink giant spirit god's strength. To sum it up, it was a big difference, but it wasn't insurmountable. He had only just become a Ninth Order Master a few hundred years ago, so technically speaking, he was only a newly promoted Ninth Order Master. He still had a huge room for improvement, but the Black Ink giant spirit gods couldn't increase their strength. Also, Yang Kai had estimated that if he were able to reach the peak of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he might be able to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-on. Ordinary Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't reach such heights no matter how much they cultivated. However, Yang Kai had always been able to fight above his realm, so his ability was originally stronger than the cultivators in the same realm as him. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm's heritage needed an extremely long time to build up. Without mentioning anyone else, even Xiao Xiao, who had become a Ninth Order Master a couple tens of thousands of years ago, still hadn't reached the peak. That was why the pure young old ancestors and other veteran Ninth Order old ancestors made Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing stay behind when they sacrificed themselves. In the eyes of those old seniors who had lived for who knows how many years, Xiao Xiao was the new generation's Ninth Order Master. Wu Qing was even more so because, like Yang Kai now, he had broken through to the Ninth Order only hundreds of years prior back then. A Ninth Order Master's heritage was difficult to accumulate, but Yang Kai had innate advantages. Firstly, the flow of time in his small universe was 10 times faster than the outside world. His small universe was housing a lot of living beings and small stone race members, which would constantly increase his heritage. Even if he didn't cultivate, his strength would still be continually increasing. The uniqueness of his small universe contributed a lot to why Yang Kai could break through to the 7th Order, 8th Order, and even the Ninth Order Open Heaven realms so quickly. In addition, Yang Kai had a World Tree clone. The World Tree clone could not only isolate and protect his small universe, but it could also purify his world force, increasing his strength. That was also why Yang Kai's strength was so much greater than average, since his heritage was constantly being refined and solidified. The world force inside his small universe was purer than ordinary Ninth Order Masters, which was why Yang Kai's attacks were more powerful. But that wasn't enough, because if Yang Kai wanted to quickly reach the peak of the Ninth Order, he still needed to refine a massive amount of resources. On the way back, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and stuffed handful after handful of open heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating ordinary beans. With his current cultivation, the moment the open heaven pills entered his stomach, they were transformed into pure strength and added to his small universe. Therefore, he didn't stop consuming the open heaven pills for even a breath. Xiang Shan and the others were dumbfounded by his actions. Unknown to the others, there was also a large number of resources being refined accordingly inside Yang Kai's small universe to increase his heritage. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-57, Myriad Dao's Sealed World. In High Heaven territory, the Star Boundary, a huge river rapidly flowed in a canyon not far away from the High Heaven Palace. The river was linked at both ends, forming a circle. 10,000 Grand Daos merged inside that large river, creating endless wonders. Although there wasn't a large commotion, it still attracted many people. The first to arrive was Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen, followed by Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang. Later, Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun, Bustling World Great Emperor Duan Hongchen, and Flower Shadow Great Emperor Hua Ling Long appeared. Now that there weren't many battles on the front lines, and the Black Ink clan army had been routed, leaving only a few scattered soldiers in hiding, the Star Boundary's great emperors had returned to the Star Boundary to recuperate. All these great emperors were masters recognized by the Star Boundary's will, and so they naturally returned here and could sense any changes that took place in the universe world. Since they had sensed movement here, they all came to investigate. They had just arrived when two other figures came together and greeted the several great emperors. The two who came last were the new great emperors that appeared in recent years. With the Star Boundary's current world bottle, it could now support 14 great emperors, which was 4 more than before, when its limit was only 10. This was undoubted because of the World Tree clone's continuous nourishment. The increase in Great Emperor positions and the death of 2 Great Emperors, Heaven's Revelation and Ice Feather, had given some rising stars a chance to shine. Among all 14 Great Emperors, some were still in the middle of battle while some were in retreat, but they gathered here immediately after sensing the disturbance. These 2 new great emperors were given the titles Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder. Both were disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, but beyond that identity, they were born and raised in the Star Boundary. The 2 hadn't been cultivating for a long time, so they were only 7th Order Masters. However, Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't look down on them because they directly broke through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and could break through to the 9th Order in the future. Moreover, being Star Boundary Great Emperors meant they would grow far faster than others. Though they had only been 7th Order Masters for a few hundred years, both were already almost at the peak of their current order, so it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the 8th Order. Now that all the Star Boundary Great Emperors had gathered here, the 2 youngest ones stared at the river in shock, with Scarlet Clouds asking, "What is Sir Yang up to?" Wind and Thunder Great Emperor had the same question. They both knew of Yang Kai, but had never met him in person because he was a true hidden dragon who never showed his face. At this moment, the great emperors looked over and saw the river was filled with Tao strengths. Every wave contained many mysteries of the Grand Taos, making everyone feel astonished and curious. Duan Hongchen replied seriously, "I don't know." Hearing that, Secret Clouds was shocked. Even the experienced sirs don't know what is happening, so it must be something big. Yao Jun grimly added, "Although we don't know what he's doing, it's clearly something momentous." Zhan Wuhen glanced at Yao Hun with an expression that said he was speaking nonsense. "Let's just continue watching." Mo Huang crossed his arms while standing there, waiting quietly. The crowd immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, the commotion in the river grew larger, and the Tao strengths became noticeably denser. Not only were there Tao strengths that Yang Kai summoned out himself, but the crowd also saw him retrieve strings of things, which resembled streams, and add them to his space-time river. At first, the crowd didn't pay much attention to these small additions, but when they got a clear glimpse of the streams, they were even more shocked because those stream-like things were also the embodiment of a myriad of grand Taos. More importantly, the Tao strengths contained within were extremely pure. During that instance, the crowd couldn't help but feel curious. How could someone have control over so many different grand Taos and cultivate every single one to such a high level of mastery? 1 hour later, following the addition of many streams, the space-time river began to tremble. Just as everyone was worried that Yang Kai was about to run out of strength to continue, they heard him bellow, "Open!" The next moment, the void twisted and changed. The space-time river's circular area suddenly collapsed, revealing a spinning vortex. Then, the Tao strengths from the 10,000 grand Taos in the space-time river swarmed into the vortex, causing the rushing river to gradually calm down and return to a peaceful state. A territory gate? Zhan Wuhen raised his brow. He wasn't wrong to suspect that because the vortex spinning before them truly looked like a territory gate at first glance. While shaking his head, Duan Hongchen argued, "It looks like one, but don't forget about the 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace." There were 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace, all of them specifically made by Yang Kai. They were the Time Tao sealed world, the Space Tao sealed world, and the Spear Tao sealed world. Each of them was filled with Yang Kai's comprehension and attainments of those 3 grand Taos. Yang Kai had thought that among the increasing number of Void Tao Temple disciples being brought out to break through to the open heaven realm, there were bound to be some that took after him and cultivated one of his 3 primary grand Taos. So, he specifically created those 3 sealed worlds to allow those disciples to head inside and gain more experience. That way, he didn't need to train them personally because the disciples who cultivated these 3 grand Taos would be able to benefit from those 3 sealed worlds. Of course, not only were those sealed worlds open to Tao Temple disciples, but even cultivators other than High Heaven Palace disciples could enter them. All one needed to do was to report to Hua Qingxi and get her approval. Many members of the Dragon Clan had previously entered the Time Tao sealed world. Likewise, members of the Phoenix Clan had entered the Space Tao sealed world. As for the cultivators who entered the Spear Tao sealed world, there were too many to count. Duan Hongchen didn't doubt Yang Kai's ability to open another territory gate, but this place was secluded, so there was no need to open a territory gate here. Instead, he felt like this thing was similar to those 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven's Palace. Having heard that, the crowd thought about it briefly and nodded. "We'll know for sure after we ask him." While saying so, Hua Linglong went over and stood beside Yang Kai. Then, she looked up at the vortex and asked, "Is this a sealed world?" Yang Kai grabbed his space-time river, seeming to be thinking about something. He only came back to his senses after hearing the question and nodded, "Yes. This is the Myriad Tao sealed world." Myriad Tao sealed world? Hua Linglong raised her brow while secretly criticizing how arrogant Yang Kai was being, but then she thought that this was something Yang Kai created, so no matter how arrogant he was, it was his choice. "What's the use of this sealed world?" Yang Kai explained, "I collected some pure Tao strengths from the universe furnace. Since I have no use for them at the moment, I placed them all inside this sealed world. Anyone can go inside to refine and absorb those Tao strengths if needed and increase their understanding of the grand Taos they cultivate." Back inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai had collected a huge amount of Tao strengths, all of which he got from deep within the infinite river and kept inside his small universe. Creating the Myriad Tao sealed world was something he had thought about doing a long time ago, but he had been caught up in other matters and had only had time to create it today. "Increase our attainments in the grand Taos we cultivate?" The crowd became excited after hearing that. The comprehension of grand Taos was very mysterious. It wasn't something like world force inside one small universe, where they need only refine open heaven pills or materials to improve. One could only get stronger in one's use of their grand Tao by improving on their comprehension and mastery over it. If one wasn't sharp enough, it might cause their cultivation of a grand Tao to become stagnant. This had been a difficult-to-solve problem since ancient times. One of the solutions was to find an extremely pure Tao strength to absorb and refine, but pure Tao strengths were extremely difficult to come across. Even if there were some at some point in the 3000 world, they would have been taken away after so many years. Therefore, the great emperors were excited after hearing Yang Kai say that a lot of pure Tao strengths were kept inside the Myriad Tao sealed world, especially scarlet clouds and wind and thunder. Being the star boundaries, great emperors helped their cultivation increase at breakneck speed, and they had accumulated quite a fair amount of heritage inside their small universes as a result. However, they fell short when it came to the comprehension of their respective grand Taos. In fact, there was a second way to improve their comprehension and mastery of their grand Tao, which was the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. If there were still ordinary grade open heaven pills from the universe furnace, they would only have to take a few of them to have a better understanding of their grand Taos, but after hundreds of years, the ordinary grade open heaven pills brought out from the universe furnace had long been consumed. How could there still be any more of them? Those large amounts of ordinary grade open heaven pills were the reason for the human race's sudden increase in military force, whereby a large group of 7th Order Masters advanced to become 8th Order Masters after the universe furnace closed. Otherwise, the front lines wouldn't have been able to push back the Black Ink clan. Back then, scarlet clouds and wind and thunder felt remorse for being born too late, or else they might already be 8th Order Masters. "You're all welcome to enter if you're interested," Yang Kai offered casually. I was thinking of going in just when you said that. Zhan Wu Hen spoke while stepping forward and dashing inside the Myriad Dao sealed world. After that, everyone else followed and headed inside. The few veteran great emperors had reached the peak of their cultivations, but the opportunity to increase their attainments in their grand Daos was too good to pass up. Meanwhile, Yang Kai didn't bother with them and continued staring quietly at the space-time river while in a daze. To create the Myriad Dao sealed world, he pushed his space-time river to its limit. Also, he temporarily fused the Dao strengths of the 10,000 grand Daos inside his small universe into the space-time river. There was a moment when those Dao strengths inside the space-time river became so dense that it almost exceeded his limit of control. During that short moment, the 10,000 Dao strengths inside the space-time river changed, seemingly having some sort of mysterious resonance. Something inexplicably mysterious was being nurtured and born inside his space-time river at that moment. However, after Yang Kai inserted a lot of Dao strengths into the Myriad Dao sealed world, that mysterious feeling disappeared, and the space-time river was restored to its original state. That reminded Yang Kai of when he was in the infinite river. Deep inside the river were countless gravel-like miniature universe worlds and also many small celestial phenomena. Those gravel-like universe worlds and celestial phenomena didn't just appear on their own, so they must naturally have been nurtured by the infinite river. The universe furnace devoured chaos and evolved its strength into the 10,000 grand Daos inside itself. Then, it spat out the accumulated Dao strengths and physical worlds. This cycle repeated endlessly, refining chaos before splitting heaven and earth apart. As for Yang Kai's space-time river, it was essentially a miniature infinite river. This was something he comprehended after witnessing the mysteries surrounding the infinite river, though it was without a doubt a simpler version. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5858, The Future. The infinite river passed through the entire universe furnace but was untouchable to many. Even one's divine sense couldn't sense the tributaries filling the space inside the furnace. It could be said that the infinite river was the basis of why the universe furnace could split heaven and earth apart. Since the infinite river forms universe worlds and celestial phenomena, why can't my space-time river do so as well? While thinking about that, Yang Kai shook open the space-time river in his hand and dove inside, looking for any trace left behind by that strange reaction. With space-time Dao as his foundation, Yang Kai gathered the Dao strengths from the 10,000 grand Daos and condensed them into the space-time river. He had previously dived inside many times, but it was usually to deal with the strong enemies he swept up into the river. That was because he had the absolute advantage inside the river and could make the most of his strengths there. Moreover, every undercurrent inside the river, as well as every wave, was made by the surging of his Dao strengths. However, the situation was different this time. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had just created the Myriad Dao sealed world, but he discovered that his space-time river had changed profoundly. In summary, Yang Kai suddenly had a strange and mysterious feeling when he dove into the river this time. He felt like time and space were distorted. When he looked up, he saw an astonishing view flash across his eyes. He saw the magnificent no-return pass, a bloody battle between the Black Ink clan and human race, and dead bodies from both sides densely littered around the battlefield. Watching this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he didn't understand why he was seeing this. He didn't participate in the battle at the no-return pass back then, so theoretically, he wouldn't have this scene in his memory. Moreover, how could a memory appear inside the space-time river? However, he soon realized something was not right. That was because he saw his figure appear in many of the scenes flashing by his eyes, and he was fighting someone he knew. It was Emo Na Yi, and it was Emo Na Yi after he became a royal lord. Every scene that flashed past was like a master had splashed the canvas with ink and drew every detail of the tragic battle with subtle brushwork and great skill. Inside the silent scenes, Emo Na Ye's dead body suddenly appeared, followed by Emo Yu's. After that was the scene of the humans occupying the no-return pass once again, cheering happily. Yang Kai suddenly realized this wasn't a scene from his memory, but a battle that would happen in the future. This is the future. I am looking into the future. Yang Kai had already experienced this before when he came out from the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon. At that time, his attainment in the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time soared, so he had a glimpse of the future when using the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to kill the sheep-headed Royal Lord. Future events proved what he saw was real. He had killed the sheep-headed Royal Lord that had been chasing him and held his head while standing proudly inside the void. That moment was the scene he saw. The late Heaven's Revelation's great Emperor Chu Tianji claimed he had the power to see the future, and it was rumored that he could also see the past. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, he believed that Chu Tianji most likely didn't have such a mysterious ability. If he did, he would have been able to avoid the many dangers and wouldn't have died in battle. But he did have some sort of foresight ability, or else he wouldn't have gotten the title of Heaven's Revelations. Now that Yang Kai recalled the time he was at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he found that he had undergone a significant change, whether it was his cultivation or his attainments in the different Grand Taos. Since the space-time river was based on the space-time Grand Tao, the deeper he dove into the river, the greater the Tao's strength surge. Under the disruption of space and time, seeing some part of the future should be expected. Recapturing the no-return pass wasn't surprising to Yang Kai because, with the human race's current strength, they would certainly be able to win if they launched a battle regardless of how they approached it. However, they would have to pay quite a high price if they acted recklessly. That was why Yang Kai didn't feel anything after seeing such a scene. If the human race couldn't even conquer the no-return pass, how could they think about going to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and ending MO once and for all? The final deciding battle between the Black Ink clan and humans should be at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Inside the space-time river, the Tao's strength of space-time was surging even stronger, while the scenes continuously flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. In the meantime, Yang Kai's expression became more solemn. That was because many of the scenes after that contained many things he didn't wish to see. The final battle began as expected outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The Black Ink clan appeared in huge black waves with black ink giant spirit gods walking among them. There were also several destroyed great passes turned into ruins and countless human corpses, many of which Yang Kai recognized. There was even a scene where a 100,000-meter white divine dragon floated in the void, its body battered with all its dragon scales destroyed. That white divine dragon was naturally Fu Guang. In another scene, a world was filled with darkness, and inside the ruins was a big dusty sign with the characters High Heaven Palace on it. In the corner of the scene was a majestic fallen branch from the World Tree clone, obviously long dead. The last scene showed a great pass moving towards the depths of the void, seeming to be escaping from something. Inside the great pass were all the surviving humans, and close behind that great pass was a black figure. In the black figure's hand was the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai instantly felt his hairs stand on its ends. Even though that black figure was fully enveloped in black ink strength, with its appearance completely hidden, that spear was too familiar to Yang Kai. Is this our future? At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt exhausted and couldn't help but exit the space-time river. Once he found his footing, the feeling like he was in an illusion disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered the Tao strengths in him had been seriously depleted. This just showed that looking into the future wasn't without cost or consequence. Since Yang Kai's Tao strengths were heavily depleted, he almost lost the ability to maintain his space-time river. He quickly used his strength to keep the river steady before sitting cross-legged with a serious expression. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he had foreseen a scene that did happen later. He had successfully killed the Royal Lord who had been chasing him for many years when he was still in the Eighth Order. The vision today came too suddenly, and though Yang Kai could accept the first half of it, he couldn't accept the latter part of what he saw. He knew that there would be a bitter battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and the human race and Black Ink clan would decide their life or death there, so it was that battle that would truly influence the human race's survival. On the other hand, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that the human race couldn't defeat their enemy. If that day really came, he was prepared to lead the surviving humans to flee to the end of the universe where they could rebuild their strength. After all, the current 3,000 worlds weren't something they couldn't sacrifice. However, the scene he saw during the distorted time and space was surreal. Without mentioning who would win the final battle, Yang Kai had a world tree clone isolating and protecting his small universe, so how could he be corrupted by black ink strength? But that wasn't entirely impossible either, because no one knew how strong Mo truly was, and no one knew if the world tree clone was enough to keep his small universe safe if he was directly attacked by Mo. Could that really be my future? If it is, it's unacceptable. Yang Kai felt solemn but not enough to feel devastated. In the end, this was just something he foresaw, and no one was sure if it would happen. If this were something that would happen in the future, he would personally break this prophecy. After composing himself, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. His goal when diving into the space-time river was to trace that strange phenomenon, not see the future, but this was uncontrollable. He couldn't have known that the Tao strengths would surge after he dove into the space-time river, causing those scenes to appear. Sitting upright in his spot, Yang Kai calmed down for a while before diving into the space-time river again. This time, there weren't any future scenes flashing before his eyes. He steadied himself and looked for any changes in the space-time river. Soon, his figure swayed as he arrived at a corner of the river. He had sensed that the 10,000 grand Taos had gathered here and were transforming into endless wonders. Yang Kai's experiences in the infinite river helped him understand the truth behind the 10,000 grand Taos. Chaos evolved into the 10,000 grand Taos, while the 10,000 grand Taos would return back to chaos in the end. That was a mysterious cycle, and every time that cycle turned, miracles would happen. Just like what he saw. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the obviously different river water in his hand and looked at it silently. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes as he gradually lost himself in contemplation. Meanwhile, the appearance of the Myriad Tao's sealed world didn't attract much attention. Only the Star Boundary's great emperors had sensed the commotion and came to investigate. Then, they entered the Myriad Tao's sealed world to investigate it after learning about its uses. Several days later, Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen was the first to emerge. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his aura was clearly more condensed than before. He had long reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and had achieved the limit of his martial Tao in this lifetime, so he had no way of increasing his cultivation. However, his aura had become more solid because he had accomplished something while being inside the Myriad Tao sealed world. Any place where a peak 8th Order like him could benefit was indeed extraordinary. Zhan Wu Hen looked at the Myriad Tao sealed world and couldn't help but praise, "A treasure." With the Myriad Tao sealed world, the human race's strength might be able to increase yet again. This was undoubtedly beneficial to the war in the future. Turning his head, Zhan Wu Hen didn't see Yang Kai but did see the space-time river floating in midair. Since the space-time river was here, it meant Yang Kai was as well, so Zhan Wu Hen didn't go anywhere and waited in place. A few days later, all the great emperors came out one after another, and from the order of each great emperor's return, one could see that the stronger the great emperor, the quicker they came out. That was because the stronger the great emperor, the smaller their chance of improving their strength, which meant the Myriad Tao sealed world couldn't help them too much. After nearly 10 days, scarlet clouds and wind and thunder came out one after another, both of them practically glowing with happiness. Duan Hongqin glanced at them and chuckled, "Congratulations." The others also congratulated the pair as well. This couldn't be helped because those two went in as 7th Order Masters but came out as 8th Order Masters. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-59, 3 years. Scarlet clouds and wind and thunder were newly recognized great emperors by the star boundaries after the deaths of Heaven's Revelations and Ice Feather. They were elite disciples who were carefully nurtured by the cave heavens and paradises, and broken through directly to the 7th Order. Although it had only been about 1,000 years since their initial breakthrough, thanks to the star boundary, they were almost at the peak of the 7th Order. Their cultivation speed was something the other Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't compare to. A 7th Order Master was already considered a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, yet to break through from the peak of the 7th Order to the 8th Order generally needed at least 200 to 300 years. Just like Feng Ying from Dawn Squad. Her aptitude was also extraordinarily high, but she used a total of 300 years to advance from the 7th Order to the 8th Order. Of course, The lack of resources at the black ink battlefield was also one of the reasons for such slow progress. But even with ample resources, someone as talented as Feigning still wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. She would need at least a few thousand years of hard cultivation before using another 100 or so years to break through. Things were different for the star boundaries and the Myriad monsters world's great emperors because the two open heaven realm cradles had world tree clones nurturing them. Therefore, they had extremely dense world energy which could be freely absorbed by great emperors to greatly reduce the time they needed to accumulate their heritage. The reason the two young great emperors hadn't broken through to the 8th order previously was that they were lacking in their comprehension of their grand Daos. The Myriad Dao sealed world just happened to fill in what they lacked. Once their small universes had accumulated enough heritage and their attainments in their grand Daos rose to an appropriate level, they broke through from the 7th order to the 8th order in a matter of days. Since the two exited the Myriad Dao sealed world, they felt very grateful to Yang Kai and wanted to thank him personally. It was a pity that Yang Kai seemed to have disappeared into his space-time river. How long has he been like this? Duan Hongchen looked at the space-time river and asked, clearly asking about Yang Kai's condition. Zhan Wuhen shook his head. He's been like that since I came out. That means it's been quite a while, Duan Hongchen frowned. Judging by the looks of things, he might be comprehending something inside. I think it's best if we don't disturb him. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, he must have a valid reason to enter the space-time river like this, just like how a cultivator would go into retreat. That was not something one should interrupt. What should we do with the Myriad Dao sealed world? Hualing Long asked. After experiencing what benefits the Myriad Dao sealed world could bring, anyone would know it was a treasure to the entire human race because it could help many cultivators increase their strength in a short time. But this was something Yang Kai created, so it wasn't appropriate for others to decide its use without his consent. Report it to the Supreme Headquarters, Zhan Wuhen groaned before saying, since he made the Myriad Dao sealed world at this point in time, it must be because he wanted to benefit everyone. However, although there is an abundance of Dao strength inside, it's not inexhaustible. If we report it to the Supreme Headquarters and let Supreme Commander Mi make the decision, perhaps he can let a few promising seedlings use their military merits to exchange for a spot inside. Hearing this, the crowd nodded as this was a good plan of action. They could wait for Yang Kai to return and deal with this, but none of them knew how long that would be. As the human race was running tight on time, it would be better to let the Myriad Dao sealed world benefit their people as quickly as possible. I'll head to the Supreme Headquarters. While Zhan Wuhen said that, he shot into the sky and disappeared. After he was gone, Duan Hongchen said, I'll stand by here. The rest of you can go about your own matters. The others nodded and dispersed. Several days later, news about the Myriad Dao sealed world spread throughout the humans and attracted the interest of many. A sealed world with pure Grand Dao strengths could be said to be something every cultivator wanted to experience. But just as Zhan Wuhen said, even though the 10,000 Grand Dao strengths inside the Myriad Dao sealed world were abundant now, it would be useless once everything inside was depleted. Therefore, they had to choose wisely about who would get the opportunity to head inside. Only that way could they make the best use of the Myriad Dao sealed world. Of course, such things were for the Supreme Headquarters to worry about. Mi Jinglun had personally entered the Myriad Dao sealed world to investigate because of the importance of the issue. In the end, he came out with a bitter smile and complained to Duan Hongchen that Yang Kai had thrown him another difficult task, and it seemed like he was about to offend a lot of people. Recently, the Supreme Headquarters had been gathering people to repair the Pure Yang Pass which Yang Kai brought back. This required a lot of resources, so they were lucky that Yang Kai managed to persuade the Black Ink clan to give them some, or else it would be difficult for them to repair Pure Yang Pass. Moreover, the human race regained the 3,000 worlds and won a great victory, so rewards needed to be distributed as well, which were also given in the form of resources. In addition, the Void Guard also needed a lot of resources to set up the space arrays. At this moment, Mi Jinglun felt like a shrewd housewife, carefully needing to count and allocate every single resource on hand. Soon, a constant stream of cultivators began entering and exiting the Myriad Dao sealed world. Everyone went in filled with expectations and came out happy, obviously having gained a lot from the Myriad Dao sealed world. Also, every cultivator that came could see an astonishing space-time river flowing beside the Myriad Dao sealed world. It was the embodiment of pure Dao strength, after all, and there was only one person among all the Ninth Order Masters who could achieve that. Henceforth, everyone knew that Yang Kai was in retreat inside the huge river, and every cultivator that came would pay their respects and bow to the river. Days passed by quickly, and soon 3 years had passed since the birth of the Myriad Dao sealed world. During these 3 years, the 3,000 worlds had basically calmed down. Under the human race Grand Army's constant searching, the remnants of the Black Ink clan had nowhere to hide and were all routed out. It could be said that there was no place for the Black Ink clan to survive in the 3,000 worlds now. All the armies then returned home to enjoy the fruits of their labor and recuperate. However, everyone knew that this peace was only temporary, and it wouldn't be long before a battle even crueler than the one that happened a few thousand years ago would break out. It was because they realized this that they cherished this short moment of peace even more. On the other hand, the Void Guard had gradually returned with numerous universe temples in tow. When the Black Ink clan took over the 3,000 worlds, some of the universe temples were destroyed while some were preserved. In the end, the Void Guard managed to gather about 1,000 of them. Li Wu-Yi led the less than 200 Void Guards, and with the assistance of the many people sent over by the Supreme Headquarters, began to repair these universe temples, using them as a foundation to set up the necessary space arrays. Although there weren't many in the Void Guard, all of them were proficient in the Tao of space, so using space principles was easy for them. Many resources were invested into this project, obviously wanting substantial results as quickly as possible. After all, in this peaceful period, everyone knew it was just the calm before the storm and they needed to prepare for the coming war. Just outside of the Myriad Dao sealed world, there were groups of people exchanging their military merits for the right to enter and experience what was inside. At one particular moment, everything, even the communication between divine senses, fell silent as all eyes turned in the direction of the space-time river. That was because fluctuations had suddenly appeared from the space-time river, which had been calm for 3 years. It was followed by rolling and crashing waves, with a figure emerging. After 3 years of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot. He had managed to figure out some things and vaguely felt like he had pushed open a new door, but he wasn't sure what lay ahead. In the end, it was still because his attainments in the various Grand Daos were lacking. Both his attainments in the Grand Dao of Time and Grand Dao of Space had reached the 8th level, while his attainments in the other Grand Daos varied from the 7th level to the 4th level. Yang Kai had a feeling that if his attainments in all Grand Daos increased to another level, especially if his attainments in the Grand Dao of Time and Grand Dao of Space could reach the 9th level, he might be able to understand things more clearly. This bout of enlightenment had let him increase his attainments in all sorts of Grand Daos, especially the Grand Dao of Time and Grand Dao of Space, so he felt like he could break through to the 9th level at any moment. It could be said that his 3 years of retreat were very fruitful. "Greetings, sir." Below him, the group of cultivators bowed together. Most of them were in the 7th order or the 8th order, while a few were in the 6th order. None were below the 6th order. There were limited spots to enter the Myriad Dao sealed world. To maximize the increase of the human race's overall strength, the Supreme Headquarters had only allowed the more promising soldiers the opportunity to experience the sealed world. As for those less promising ones and those with lower cultivation, they naturally wouldn't have such a chance. Even so, Mi Jingluan still felt troubled by this matter because, just like he expressed a few years ago, the matter of who got the chance to enter the Myriad Dao sealed world was the subject of many complaints. However, he had the final say in this matter, and with his identity as a 9th Order Master, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Yang Kai nodded lightly and raised his hand slightly. No need for formalities. After putting away the space-time river, Yang Kai stepped over to Duan Hongchen, who had been keeping watch, and nodded before beaming. "You've worked hard." Duan Hongchen replied casually, "It was nothing. What's more, I've seen a lot of good scenery while standing guard here." While saying so, his eyes flitted across a few beautiful women among the crowd. Yang Kai was instantly at a loss for words. By the way, Supreme Commander Mi asked for you to find him after you came out. He has something to discuss with you. Duan Hongchen suddenly remembered Mi Jingluan's instructions. I'll head over right away, Yang Kai nodded. There's also that brat Li Wu. He keeps complaining about you not taking charge of things, so go and help him once you have time. Got it. After giving a simple reply, Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, shocking the many 8th Order Masters watching. Although there weren't many 9th Order Masters at this moment, there were still a few around, so all the 8th Order Masters had more or less interacted with them somewhat. However, there wasn't a 9th Order Master who could disappear right before their eyes like Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai left, Duan Hongchen took a few more looks at the beautiful scenery before reluctantly leaving. The reason he stayed here was to act as Yang Kai's protector. Now that Yang Kai had come out of his retreat, there was no reason for Duan Hongchen to stay around here any longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5860, Arrangements. Yang Kai arrived at the Supreme Headquarters as requested and dashed inside the side hall. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan sensed his presence and transmitted a message to him, telling Yang Kai to wait while he finished with a certain matter. Once he was done, he came out tiredly and sat beside Yang Kai before taping on the teacup beside him. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and poured Mi Jingluan a cup. Then, Mi Jingluan finished his tea in one gulp before revealing a relaxed expression. After a long silence, Mi Jingluan suddenly spoke up, although there's no war, there are a lot of miscellaneous things to take care of. I don't have a competent adjutant with me, so if you don't have anything to do, how about you help out at the Supreme Headquarters? Sipping on his tea, Yang Kai looked outside the hall and asked, Senior Brother Xiang is a better candidate than me. Mi Jingluan pursed his lips. He says he's going to enter retreat. What about Senior Brother Yang? He also wants to enter retreat. Then, all of them want to enter retreat. While saying that, Mi Jingluan felt angry. We're all 9th Order Masters. Do they think I don't want to enter retreat too? Yang Kai looked at him helplessly. There has to be someone dealing with these matters, and Senior Brother Mi is the best candidate. A short pause later, he continued, Don't feel too pressured. It's indeed hard for the human race to get to this point, so no matter what happens in the future, we just have to go all out and hope for the best. He could understand Mi Jingluan's frustrations. Now that the humans had taken back the 3,000 worlds, the situation seemed bright for them, but that was only on the surface. The following battle was critical to determining whether the human race would survive or perish. If they could take back the no-return pass, the humans would be taking one big step towards victory, but if they couldn't, all of their efforts would be for naught. Moreover, they had to be quick when taking down the no-return pass because they couldn't afford to fight a prolonged battle. Without mentioning other reasons, just their supply of resources wasn't enough to sustain a protracted war. Therefore, as the leading figure of the Supreme Headquarters responsible for integrating and managing all the armies, Mi Jingluan was shouldering an unfathomable amount of pressure. That pressure was so huge that Yang Kai couldn't shoulder it, even as a 9th Order Master. If another 9th Order Master were helping Mi Jingluan, they could help carry some of the responsibilities. However, there were only so many 9th Order Masters at this moment, and none of them were suitable candidates. There had to be someone dealing with these matters. Though it didn't sound like much in conversation, Yang Kai knew how large of a burden was resting on Mi Jingluan's shoulders. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan knew this as well. The reason he mentioned this to Yang Kai was not that he intended for Yang Kai to help and stay in the Supreme Headquarters, he was simply venting. Yang Kai was currently the strongest master they had besides the 2 giant spirit gods, so no matter what, he shouldn't be cooped up inside the Supreme Headquarters handling logistics. Instead, the place he belonged was the battlefield. Never mind. Let's talk about more serious matters. Mi Jingluan changed the topic, confirming he was only ranting just now. I've discussed this with the others. It will take 10 years at minimum, and 20 years at most for us to get ready. Then we'll be able to attack the no-return pass. Do you have any suggestions? 10 to 20 years may seem like a long time, but to prepare for a battle involving the entire race, it was actually a very short period of time. After all, they had to reorganize and coordinate all the individual armies and prepare the supplies and weapons prior to beginning the battle. All of these processes were time-consuming because the war wasn't only about sending all their troops out. Yang Kai shook his head. Since things have come to this point, I don't have anything to suggest. If we want to win, we simply need to have enough strength to do it. Hearing that, Mi Jinglun nodded lightly. It seems like our thoughts are aligned. When the time comes, I need you to lead the way to enter the Black Ink battlefield through Black territory. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. If they wanted to take back the no-return pass, it wasn't workable to attack from the barren territory. After all, the territory gate was a fixed size. If the human race attacked through it, it would give the Black Ink clan a chance to gradually kill them. Therefore, the only option they had to attack the no-return pass was to first pass through that secret passage and gather their troops deep inside the Black Ink battlefield before assaulting the Black Ink clan's base. After a short pause, Yang Kai asked, "How about the barren territory? I heard you left the 2 giant spirit gods there to guard the territory gate. With them there, I'm sure the Black Ink clan wouldn't doom themselves by trying to pass through. Also, they don't intend to do anything anyway." With Ada and Aer standing guard on the other side of the territory gate and keeping their eyes on the no-return pass, the Black Ink giant spirit gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly because that would only give Ada and Aer a chance to charge into the no-return pass and kill everyone. But the giant spirit gods don't have high intelligence, so we need someone there to communicate with them, telling them what they should and shouldn't do and when they should and shouldn't attack. Yang Kai pointed his thumb at himself. "Don't tell me I'm the one to do it." Then Mi Jinglun looked at Yang Kai like he was a promising young man. "There is no one else who can do this besides you. No one else has interacted much with those 2 giant spirit gods, so you're the only one familiar with them. If they'll listen to anyone, it will be you. Also, with your abilities, I'm sure the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to do anything about you if they saw you guarding the barren territory with the 2 giant spirit gods." After thinking about it, Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "Good. If that's your arrangement, I'll follow it." Even if he was ordered to guard the barren territory, it wouldn't stop him from causing a commotion when the time came. Once the battle began, he could charge through the territory gate and kill his way into the no-return pass, joining the human race army on the other side. From that perspective alone, there really was no other person more suitable than him to guard the barren territory. Though the other Ninth Order Masters were strong as well, they couldn't move about as effortlessly as Yang Kai could. Meanwhile, Mi Jinglun immediately saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and offered, "How about we split into 2 routes and arrange for some soldiers to assemble in the barren territory? Perhaps we can attack from both sides at a crucial moment." "That's not necessary. Attacking through the territory gate into the no-return pass is quite problematic. If we have too many people there, we won't be able to grasp the opportunity during the war, and there's no use if we have too few people. Ada, Aer, and me working together should suffice." Mi Jinglun also thought that was reasonable and nodded. "Let's keep it that way for now." Later, Yang Kai chatted with Mi Jinglun for a bit before leaving. Before he left, he quickly examined Pure Yang Pass situation. Pure Yang Pass was constantly being worked on, and after the past few years, they had successfully repaired the Great Pass superstructure. The destroyed arrays and artifacts needed to be replaced for Pure Yang Pass to be able to return to its full glory, but that would still require a lot of time and resources. One of the reasons the human race needed 10 to 20 years before attacking the no-return pass was that they needed to finish repairing Pure Yang Pass. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the star boundary. On top of a spirit peak in High Heaven Palace was a huge square, and on that square stood several majestic buildings. These buildings were worn to differing degrees, while some were even heavily damaged, seemingly having experienced the ravages of war. People were heading in and out of those grand halls, so the atmosphere in the square was very lively. These buildings were universe temples that the Void Guard retrieved from the many great territories. During the 3 years Yang Kai was in retreat and comprehending the mysteries of the Grand Tao, the Void Guard had gathered around 1,000 universe temples here. Now that the Supreme Headquarters had distributed their share of resources and assistance, the Void Guard took the lead to start arranging space arrays using these universe temples as a base. The more than 100 Void Guards had been swamped while the array masters and artifact refiners sent over were also working day and night without rest. Although they had made some small successes, their progress was quite slow, which worried Li Wu. At this moment, inside one of the grand halls, Li Wu-yi led several Void Guards in discussing how to best set up the arrays with a few array masters. It was a serious topic, so they concentrated hard on the matter. Just as they were carefully outlining and carving a pattern and were about to succeed, they heard a voice saying, "That's not right." In this silent grand hall, even the gentlest voice was like an exploding bomb, shocking everyone. Like that, the almost formed array shattered, its lines cracking while the energy inserted inside blew up. A bright light flashed inside the hall, leaving everyone with a dusty face. Li Wu-yi turned around and looked at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes before gnashing his teeth. "You brat! You finally appeared." They had agreed beforehand that they would form the Void Guard to gather universe temples to be used to house space arrays so that the army could use them as rapid transit points in the coming war. Even though it seemed like Li Wu-yi was the leader here, it was actually Yang Kai who was in command. Otherwise, the Void Guard wouldn't have the word Void in the name because that was Yang Kai's title in the star boundary. However, 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Li Wu-yi roared viciously as he questioned Yang Kai's act of forgetting about the Void Guard after dumping everything on him. Something unexpected happened. Yang Kai coughed lightly into his fist. He didn't expect creating the Myriad Dao sealed world would suddenly enlighten him, and he would spend 3 years in retreat. "Anyway, I'm here now." Yang Kai tried to change the topic. "Smelly brat." Li Wu-yi was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Afterwards, Yang Kai held Li Wu-yi's shoulder and whispered, "Don't keep calling me brat. I'm a 9th Order Master now, as well as the Dao Lord of the Void Dao Temple. How do you expect the disciples to respect me if you call me that?" Hearing that, Li Wu-yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, but when he thought carefully about it, it did seem inappropriate because no matter whether he was Yang Kai's senior or not, Yang Kai was now a 9th Order Master, so he should get the respect he deserved. Li Wu-yi's actions just now were because he was pissed off. He originally had a nominal role in the Void Guard and didn't need to worry about leading or organizing anything, but he suddenly became the one in charge after the Void Guard was formed. Taking a step back, Li Wu-yi cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." He had a serious expression on his face as if nothing had happened just now. The other disciples also cupped their fists and bowed. "Greetings, Dao Lord." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Sir, you said this is not right. Can Sir tell us what is the right way and perhaps show us an example?" Li Wu-yi acted like a student and respectfully asked. While looking at him, Yang Kai felt his face twitch, but still replied, "Gather everyone over here and I'll demonstrate." Several Dao Temple disciples were instantly excited. Though they were from the Void Dao Temple, they didn't have many opportunities to interact with Yang Kai. Most of them only had the chance to see Yang Kai once when he brought them out of his small universe. Now that they heard that the Dao Lord was about to demonstrate a whole new type of space array, they naturally felt very excited. As such, they all swarmed out of the Grand Hall to gather their fellow Dao Temple disciples. Martial Peak, Chapter 5861, Demonstration. Soon, the busy Void Guard disciples inside the other universe temples, as well as Huang Xin-yang and the couple dozen Phoenix clan members, were all gathered in the Grand Hall. Although the Grand Dao of Space was a bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan, their current heritage wasn't enough for any of their clansmen to obtain higher attainment than Yang Kai. Perhaps the former Phoenix clan leader who died in the Barren Territory War could match him, but until now, the Phoenix clan still hadn't seen the rise of a 9th Order Phoenix. That was why the Phoenixes were also excited after hearing that Yang Kai would personally show them how to arrange the new space array. As for the Void Dao Temple disciples, there was no doubt that they were excited as well. They were born in the Void World and inherited their Grand Dao from Yang Kai. Hence, their respect and admiration for their Dao Lord was unparalleled. Once everyone was gathered, Yang Kai spoke up, "You've worked hard these past few years. The formation of the Void Guard is crucial to the future dispatch and support of our army. However, there are only a few who are proficient in the Dao of Space, so even though it will be difficult, I hope all of you can persevere through this." The disciples below answered, saying things like, "It was nothing," or "It was our duty." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "At first, I was planning on waiting until all the universe temples were gathered before demonstrating the new space arrays we would be arranging and their wonders, but something unexpected happened, so I was caught up for a while. Luckily, there is still ample time, so it's not a major concern. There are no large errors in how you all are approaching the new space arrays, so there are only some slight changes to be made. You might not understand with just my explanation, so I will personally arrange a space array while you observe and emulate my process." The crowd agreed and became excited. Watching a Ninth Order Master setting up a space array up close, especially a Ninth Order Master who was proficient in the Tao of space, was equivalent to an opportunity to gain epiphany or enlightenment. It was a chance that was hard to come by. Back when Yang Kai was on the Black Ink battlefield, he needed to exchange a massive amount of military merits for a chance to listen to any Ninth Order old ancestor share their insights in person. Therefore, everyone present, even the Phoenixes, focused all their attention on what he did and said next. Yang Kai flew up and swiped with his hand. Space principles fell and completely removed the space array Li Wu Yi and the others created, making it as though it never existed. After that, he took out the resources he had prepared in advance and used his technique to refine them. While doing so, he added the first pattern inside the Universe Temple. A space array is used as a means of transportation. With the help of the connection between space arrays, we can cross through the void and instantly move from one space array to another. So, the first thing we need to consider is the stability of the array. If an array isn't stable enough, it might cause an accident while one is in transit, exiling people to the void. Those of us who cultivate the Tao of space might be able to find our way out of such a situation, but ordinary soldiers won't be able to do that. While Yang Kai was explaining, several delicate but complex patterns began forming inside the Grand Hall. As the space principles fluctuated, all the Void Guard disciples had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Once the array is stable enough, the next thing to consider is the teleportation distance. Yang Kai continued, "We can't just look at the current situation, we have to think about the future as well. Few here participated in the original crusade, so you don't have an idea about the distance we needed to travel. When all the great passes set out to the primordial heaven source restriction, it took them some 20 years to arrive. With such a large distance, once the war breaks out in full, it will be nearly impossible for the rear bases to send any reinforcements to the front lines without the help of space arrays. Therefore, the true aim of forming the Void Guard is to pave two paths. One from High Heaven territory to the No-Return Pass, and another one from the No-Return Pass to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. That way, the reinforcements sent from the back can reach the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction as soon as possible. Only through this method can we wage a successful war. If we humans suffer a major loss of supplies or are cut off from reinforcements, we won't be able to continue fighting. Therefore, all of the space arrays must at least fulfill one criterion: the distance they cover must be at least an entire great territory. Hearing this, everyone paled. Using just 2 space arrays to cross an entire great territory was no simple feat that was such a great distance that with their current methods and plans, it was simply impossible to achieve. However, since Yang Kai came to personally demonstrate how to set up the new space arrays, it meant that he had found a way to solve this problem. Once they thought about that, the crowd calmed down slightly. A stable array that can allow one to cross such a distance isn't enough though. We also have to think about the number of people the array can teleport in one transmission, and also the consumption to do so. Only after we solve all these problems can the space arrays be of use to us. Everyone in the Grand Hall remained silent while only Yang Kai spoke from time to time. Meanwhile, those delicate and complex patterns became denser and gradually filled the Grand Hall. All the Void Guards were entranced by what was happening. When they felt the dense strength of space principles surging around Yang Kai, they felt even more admiration for him. Previously, when they were arranging the space arrays, they did every step carefully and cautiously, afraid that one small mishap would ruin everything. On the other hand, Yang Kai acted both swiftly and effortlessly, making many wonder if they were even setting up the same array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped. Then, Before everyone's eyes, he inserted his strength inside the array, activating it. The patterns began to shine, and the void above the array began to twist. Such a scene undoubtedly showed that the array had been successfully arranged and activated, but since there was no corresponding array to link with, no teleportation actually occurred. As the crowd silently watched Yang Kai set up this array, they noticed that there weren't any major differences from the array they were arranging before, just some subtle changes here and there. However, those small modifications had a massive effect on the array, which allowed it to fulfill the conditions Yang Kai had mentioned before. The Void Guard disciples gained a lot from observing this demonstration up close. Once Yang Kai withdrew his strength, the array gradually dimmed. "Are there any questions?" Yang Kai asked. Like a stone being thrown into a calm lake, numerous questions were thrown at Yang Kai all at once. Gesturing for them to calm down, Yang Kai said, "One at a time." During the following days, Yang Kai answered the questions from the 100-plus Void Guards, explaining the wonders of the Tao of Space and the space array to them in turn. In just a few days, at least half of those present saw their mastery of the Tao of Space increase by a level. After the last question was answered, Yang Kai finally rose to his feet. "All right, I'll leave the task of arranging the rest of the space arrays to all of you. Whether the human race's second crusade goes smoothly depends on this matter, so please work together and don't slack off." Li Wu immediately cupped his fist. "Here. I leave you in charge of things here." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and took a step forward before disappearing. Meanwhile, Li Wu lowered his head respectfully, only to suddenly realize something was not right, and when he looked over, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace. At first, he thought that since Yang Kai had returned and he wouldn't have to worry about the Void Guard anymore, only needing to do his part in the project, but now, Yang Kai was acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper, officially putting Li Wu in charge. Outside the star boundary, somewhere in the barren void of high heaven territory, several figures stood upright while looking tentatively into the distance with anticipation and excitement. All those figures were either in the 7th or 8th order open heaven realm, with many of them being at the very peak of the 8th order. Though they were from different backgrounds, they were all basically from the cave heavens and paradises or high heaven palace. Only a few of them were from other sects or families. 2 of them were the youngest star boundary great emperors, Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder, standing with the high heaven palace disciples. Although they were technically disciples of the cave heavens and paradises disciples, they were born and raised in the star boundary, so they felt a sense of belonging to the latter. With over 100 such masters gathered in one place, it was obvious that something big was about to happen. Moreover, if one knew who all of those gathered here were, they would discover an even more shocking fact. All the cultivators present had directly broken through to the 7th order open heaven realm, which meant they all had a chance to become 9th order masters. In other words, everyone standing here was a future hope of the human race, a future powerhouse. There was only one reason why they were gathered here. Someone was about to break through to the 9th order. After the last battle in the barren territory and thousands of years of accumulating their strength, the humans finally had a new generation of masters ready to break through to become 9th order masters. The Supreme Headquarters naturally wouldn't ignore such a huge matter, so they immediately gathered these rising stars here so that they could observe the process. After all, this would benefit them and they might comprehend something from it. Also, they would have a reference for when it was their turn to break through. This was a sign of the beginning of a new era. Like Yang Kai had said back then, when the first 9th order master emerged from the younger generation, it would be the start of many more 9th order masters emerging. That was something the Black Ink clan couldn't compare to. At that moment, while the void was fluctuating, Yang Kai appeared and everyone turned their attention to him. Right then, everyone began calling out to him with Sir, Tao Lord, and Palace Master. Many of the cultivators observing the situation were either from the Void Tao Temple or High Heaven Palace. From the front of the crowd, Yang Lai beckoned to Yang Kai, "Over here." A major event like the first of the younger generation breaking through to reach the 9th order was something the Supreme Headquarters would pay great attention to. If Mi Jinglun hadn't been swamped with work, he would have even personally come to stand guard. It was a pity that he had many matters on his hands and couldn't make it. Therefore, he dragged Ouyang out of his retreat and made him oversee the situation here. Moreover, Mi Jingluan had also mentioned this matter to Yang Kai before he left the Supreme Headquarters and asked Yang Kai to come over if he was free. After all, the rising star breaking through to the Ninth Order today was from High Heaven Palace. Being High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai should be here no matter what. Martial Peak, Chapter 5862, The Arrival of a New Era? Yang Kai arrived beside Ouyang in the void and cupped his fist at the old man to the side. Congratulations, old you. Though Yu Changdao had already reached the peak of the Eighth Order a long time ago, he still couldn't help but feel nervous while replying. Congratulations to you too, Palace Master. His nervousness wasn't without reason. The cultivator breaking through this time was his legacy disciple, the one he took under his wing and carefully trained, the one born with a special constitution made for cultivating his grand Dao, Shi Dezhuang. Shi Dezhuang was a man with a very modest name. If one only heard of his name but never saw him, one might mistake him for a villager living in some backwater countryside. However, from today onward, it would also be a name heralded through the ages as it belonged to the momentous first person to break through directly to the Seventh Order after the World Tree clone began nurturing the star boundary. One could say that Shi Dezhuang was a symbol of the rise of a new generation. When the cave heavens and paradises received news of the effects of the World Tree clone's nourishment, many came to the star boundary and built Dao temples, dividing up the land and taking in disciples. In the beginning, though all cultivators living in the star boundary received nourishment from the World Tree clone, there wasn't anyone who could be described as heaven-defying. That was until Yu Changdao found Shi Dezhuang. The child who took his widowed mother's maiden name had a modest given name, but had a truly rare physique. He was born with the innate Dao body which was perfectly suited to cultivating a certain core secret art from free and unfettered paradise. Since Yu Changdao came from free and unfettered paradise, he naturally wanted to take Shi Dezhuang as his disciple. If he got Shi Dezhuang to become his disciple, he would be able to cultivate this secret art to its pinnacle and establish a lasting legacy. Moreover, Yu Changdao couldn't become a Ninth Order master in his lifetime, but if he carefully taught Shi Dezhuang, who had an exceptional attitude and was born with a perfect physique for cultivating, the latter might stand a chance to reach the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Through this, Yu Changdao's successor would be remembered throughout history. Free and unfettered paradise was well known and highly ranked among the 72 paradises. Therefore, they were one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds. As for Yu Changdao, he was a Seventh Order inner sect elder at the time and had a high status. Anyone who came across such an opportunity was extremely lucky and would probably agree to it happily. However, Shi Dezhuang's widowed mother, Lu Kaixia, had different ideas. When faced with the idea of Yu Changdao taking Shi Dezhuang in as his legacy disciple, she firmly disagreed. Back then, it had not been long since Yang Kai worked with the other great emperors to defeat great demon god Mo Sheng and save the star boundary. High Heaven Palace had an unparalleled reputation in the star boundary and was well known throughout the world. All cultivators in the star boundary took joining High Heaven Palace as their goal in life, so they didn't care about any cave heaven or paradise. Shi Dezhuang's father had died only months prior to Yu Changdao's arrival, and before he passed away, his final wish was that if his child could cultivate, he would enter High Heaven Palace. Lu Kaixia was just an ordinary woman, simple-minded and ignorant, but such people could be more stubborn than any others. She remembered her husband's last words and insisted that Shi Dezhuang enter High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was shocked and confused for quite a while after he went to Lu Kaixia's doorstep and told her he wanted to take Shi Dezhuang in as his disciple. After asking for the reason for her refusal, Yu Changdao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt how difficult this matter would be. With his identity and abilities, he naturally could forcefully bring Shi Dezhuang away, but by the same token, trampling the wishes of a mortal couple was far beneath his dignity. With no other choice, Yu Changdao thought of Yang Kai and personally visited him to discuss this matter with him. At first, he wanted Yang Kai to come forward and persuade Lu Kaixia to agree to let Yu Changdao take her son as his disciple. After all, this matter was greatly beneficial to Shi Dezhuang. After many twists and turns, Yu Changdao somehow became a high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace and Shi Zhuang's master after he entered High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao knew Yang Kai had dug a pit for him in this matter, but no matter the process, he still gained his desired legacy disciple, so he jumped in all on his own. Over the years, Yu Changdao poured everything he could into nurturing his disciple. At the same time, Shi Zhuang proved worthy of his excellent physique as his cultivation increased rapidly. What was even rarer was that he inherited his mother's modest and steady personality, not showing any of the arrogance and conceit that many gifted children had. This naturally made Yu Changdao even more satisfied. Yu Changdao guided Shi Zhuang all the way through his cultivation, from directly reaching the 7th order until today, when he was finally about to become a 9th order master. Yu Changdao immediately reported this matter to the Supreme Headquarters, and Mi Jingluan treated the news very seriously. Not only had he dispatched Yang Lai to stand guard for the event, he even told Yang Kai about this. With 2 9th order masters overseeing the situation here, it could be said that so long as Shi Zhuang had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through. Looking in that direction, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Thousands of years have passed just like that. It was as though the matter of Shi Zhuang finding a master had only happened yesterday. It happened before Yang Kai headed to the Black Ink battlefield. Even though Yang Kai was now a 9th order master, he couldn't help but exclaim how time seemed to fly by. The higher his cultivation, the faster time seemed to pass for Yang Kai. Thinking back to the days he had just begun cultivating, he felt every day and year was filled with adventure and fulfillment, but now, even a simple retreat could take dozens of years without him knowing it. Even though an 8th order master had a long lifespan, Yu Changdao had obviously become older after several thousand years. As for Yang Kai, he still looked the same as he did on that day. This kid has a good foundation. Yang Lai was looking in Shi Zhuang's direction with an approving expression. When mentioning that, the usually calm Yu Changdao had a proud expression as he chuckled. The biggest virtue my disciple possesses is that he's never been anxious about his cultivation, so his foundation is naturally more stable than the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was laughing on the side. You need solid ground to build a grand tower. With a more stable foundation, he will be able to ascend higher than others. There's a good chance that his breakthrough will be smooth sailing, so you have nothing to worry about, old Yu. With a bitter laugh, Yu Changdao replied, I know, but how could I not be worried at this moment? Wouldn't you worry if it were your disciple here? Yang Kai smiled faintly. My 3 disciples are all people who exceed the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. They will definitely become 9th order masters, so I have nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Yu Changdao glared at him. Palace Master, if you say it like that, we have nothing to continue this conversation with. Rolling his eyes, Yang Lai quickly changed the subject. Now that you've mentioned your 3 disciples, are they still with the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai nodded, a trace of worry on his face. Because the old tree had fallen into a coma, he couldn't head to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction to check on the situation there. They're probably not having it easy there either. Yang Lai sighed. Counting the days, your eldest disciple and 2nd disciple began cultivating at almost the same time as Shi Zhuang. Theoretically, they should have almost reached the point of breaking through to the 9th order open heaven realm too. Who knows? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Changdao was a little frustrated. It's not that this old master wants to lecture you, Palace Master, but you care too little about your disciples. As he was a High Heaven Palace high-rank guest elder, he had a good relationship with the others from the sect. His and Shi Zhuang's relationship resembled a father and son, whereby he would be with Shi Zhuang all day and carefully teach and train him. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his few disciples were the exact opposite. Yu Changdao had rarely seen Yang Kai interacting with his disciples. To describe it in one saying, it would be, the master teaches the trade, but the disciples' skills are self-made. However, even though Yang Kai didn't teach them much, his disciples all had excellent achievements. Before they joined the suppressing Black Ink army, all 3 disciples had reached the 8th order with hopes of becoming 9th order masters. I was busy. Yang Kai spread his hands hopelessly. I do want to be like old Yu and teach them personally, but I can't help it. Yu Changdao groaned and sighed. It's been hard on you. Without you, the human race might not have made it to this day. It's starting. Yang suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, the 7th Order and 8th Order masters eavesdropping on the trio's conversation also instantly became solemn and looked in the direction of the void. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw Shi Zhuang sitting down cross-legged. His small universe's illusory phantom had appeared behind him. Dao strengths flowed as world force pulsed rhythmically. An 8th Order master becoming a 9th Order master was the greatest achievement when cultivating the open heaven realm method. The path to the peak was treacherous, and one would fall with one slip and suffer a tragic ending. Since ancient times, there weren't a lot of cultivators who could directly advance to the 7th Order open heaven realm, but there weren't few either. However, there were only around 100 9th Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises on the Black Ink battlefield. Not everyone who had the qualifications to become a 9th Order master would succeed because even the breakthrough process was very risky. If the cultivator failed at the last moment, the lightest consequence would be damaging their small universe, causing them to be unable to reach the 9th Order, similar to Xiang Shan's previous situation. The heavier consequence would be destroying the cultivator's small universe and instantly perishing. Many people had failed in this final step, so there hadn't been many 9th Order masters over the years. The crowd could clearly see the illusory phantom behind Shi Zhuang increasing in size like a balloon being blown up. Meanwhile, the scene inside the small universe had become blurry because it was getting more bloated. A while later, it was restored to its original condition. After that, it happened again. The movement made it seem like the small universe had its own life force and was slowly breathing. Following every cycle, the small universe would slowly break through its limitations. It's extremely dangerous for an 8th Order master to become a 9th Order master. The cave heavens and paradises have naturally studied this matter for hundreds of thousands of years and come up with all kinds of methods to assist in this process. The current technique Shi Zhuang is using is the most common and ordinary bridging method. Although all of you come from different backgrounds, many of you have reached the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, so I believe your masters and elders have spoken about this to you. The bridging method might seem ordinary, but it is also the safest method. Its only flaw is that it takes a long time. All of you will experience this day too, so I hope you can take away something from today, Yang said aloud. The open heaven realm masters observing nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was instantly intrigued. Do the cave heavens and paradises have many secret techniques related to this breakthrough? Yu Changdao nodded and replied, of course. The heritage accumulated by the cave heavens and paradises are something other great forces find hard to reach. Hearing that, Yang Kai agreed, the accumulation gathered throughout several millions of years is no joke. I'll inquire about it later. There's no need for that. Head manager Hua has already asked the cave heavens and paradises about such matters. Also, these things aren't confidential anymore and can be exchanged for military merits. Martial Peak, Chapter 5863, Relying upon external forces to cultivate. The immense external pressure had forced the human race to be united in good faith. In the past, all the cave heavens and paradises had hoarded their secret techniques from the public. These breakthrough secret techniques were naturally not taught to outsiders and difficult for ordinary people to access. The current reality was a huge contrast from back then. Not only were these highly revered and precious secret techniques available to the general public now, but they could also easily be obtained in exchange for a certain number of military merits. In terms of heritage, High Heaven Palace was naturally inferior compared to the extensive accumulation of the established top great forces. It was fortunate that High Heaven Palace had Hua Qing Si. While Yang Kai was wandering the vast universe all this time, she had taken care of High Heaven Palace in an orderly manner. Even the secret techniques and the breakthrough secret techniques that needed to be exchanged with military merits had been collected from various sources in advance. In this way, High Heaven Palace disciples would not need to spend too much effort and resources to obtain these secret techniques when the need arose. Shi Zhuang's breakthrough was very different from Yang Lai and Yang Kai's breakthrough. The limits of Ouyang Lai and Yang Kai were the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm. In other words, they were limited by the innate shackles of the open heaven method at the time. When their cultivation reached their respective limits, a world barrier had formed around their small universe. Unfortunately, the boundary wall surrounding their small universe could not be broken with their strength alone. They had to borrow the help of an external force to break through the boundary wall. Ouyang Lai had made use of a supreme-grade open heaven pill while Yang Kai had relied upon the 3-selves source reconstitution art. On the other hand, Shi Zhuang's breakthrough was not as troublesome. He had advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm, so he had the qualifications to reach the 9th order open heaven realm in the first place. At present, he only needed to overcome his bottleneck to succeed. It was just as Ouyang Lai had said, the breakthrough secret technique that Shi Zhuang had chosen was one of the simplest. Compared to other breakthrough secret techniques, no additional requirements or cultivation resources were needed. In fact, it could be said that most 8th order masters aiming to advance to the 9th order could choose this secret technique. Nevertheless, the disadvantage of this secret technique was obvious: it took a long time. The longer one spent during the advancement process, the greater the number of unknown variables that would appear. That was why the old ancestors who previously advanced to the 9th order would rarely choose this method. They were more likely to choose a breakthrough secret technique that required additional cultivation resources or secret techniques during their advancement to increase their success rate and decrease the time required. Only those like Shi Zhuang, who not only had a solid foundation and confidence in their strength, but would also not be afraid of such variables. The illusory phantom of Shi Zhuang's small universe continuously expanded and contracted. These movements closely resembled the breathing of a living creature, and every movement was stronger than the one from before. His breakthrough process was quite slow. With the continuous expansion and contraction of his small universe, his aura finally accumulated to a critical limit after half a month of effort. At a certain point, his small universe expanded but did not shrink back to its original size as before and simply continued instead. His small universe quickly expanded until the extreme. Despite the great distance, the group of people standing far away could clearly sense the burgeoning world force coming from that direction. Yu Changdao's expression instantly became tense. Likewise, the expressions of the 7th order and 8th order masters observing the advancement process became serious. Everyone could tell that the final moment had arrived. The success or failure of the accumulated progress throughout the past half-month hinged upon this moment. Similarly, both Yang Kai and Ouyang Lai were focused on the situation in front of them. The main reason for their presence was to stand guard for Shi Zhuang. To put it simply, their role as so-called protectors was to take action to save Shi Zhuang if he failed in his advancement. Such an act would be tough even for 2 9th order open heaven realm masters, so they could only do their best if necessary. However, Yang Kai's expression soon relaxed and he smiled lightly. "Congratulations, old you." He had made the same statement when he came here half a month ago. Nevertheless, the meaning was completely different when he repeated it now. Upon hearing those words, Yu Changdao hurriedly looked over. His tensed expression finally relaxed when he saw Yang Kai nodding at him. Almost at the same time, an astonishing amount of aura erupted from Shi Zhuang's direction. It was followed by an intense wave of world force that swept outward into the surroundings. In front of everybody's eyes, his small universe, which should have already expanded to its limit, abruptly expanded even more. The greatest characteristic displayed during the advancement of an open heaven realm master was the expansion of their small universe. It was only when the territory of their small universe expanded exponentially that their strength would experience earth-shaking changes. Both Ouyang Lai and Yang Kai deeply understood this principle, but more importantly, Shi Zhuang had undoubtedly achieved the desired results at this moment. Countless open heaven realm masters began to cheer at the sight. Meanwhile, Yu Changdao reached up to stroke his beard. His heart was filled with a sense of relief, but he smiled brilliantly in the face of the congratulatory cheers from the people around him. On this day, the first of the new generation of 9th order masters was born to the human race outside the star boundary. It was later recorded in history books that the birth of this Ninth Order Master heralded the arrival of a new era. Yang Kai did not stay for long. Although Shi Zhuang had successfully advanced to the Ninth Order, he would need time to consolidate his new strength. Therefore, Yang Kai left Ouyang Lai to watch over Shi Zhuang and returned to the star boundary. Without alerting anyone, he came to a certain spot on the World Tree Clone where a tree cave was located. The interior was spacious and resembled a secluded home. This tree cave secluded home was where he had hidden himself to recuperate from his wounds in the past. To cultivate the Three Selves Source reconstitution art back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to create his human self and monster self. Each time he created one of his selves, he would severely damage his foundation by splitting his soul in half. Hence, he had hidden himself here to recuperate from his wounds. On this occasion, his return was not for recuperation but for cultivation. Several hundred years had passed since he advanced to the Ninth Order and his heritage had clearly increased during this period, but strictly speaking, he was still just a newly advanced Ninth Order Master with a lot of room for growth. If he cultivated steadily, he would probably need to spend thousands of years to improve his cultivation to the limits in his current order. Unfortunately, the human race's second crusade was fast approaching. There was not much time left for him to cultivate, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. If it were anybody else, they might not have a good method to increase their cultivation quickly, but fortunately for Yang Kai, he was one of the great emperors of the star boundary, so he could borrow the power of the star boundary to increase his strength. That was precisely the reason why the great emperors of the star boundary and even Thunder Shadow were able to increase their cultivation to their limits far faster than ordinary people. It was because they cultivated with support from the power of the universe world. That was especially true for the star boundary. The accumulation of feedback from the World Tree Clone over several thousands of years had greatly enhanced the star boundary's heritage. At present, not only was the star boundary's world energy indescribably rich, but the world's grand Tao and principles were also extremely stable. It could be said that there had never been another universe world like the star boundary throughout history, and this unprecedented phenomenon was all thanks to the uninterrupted feedback from the World Tree Clone. If somebody had the ability to absorb all the power in the star boundary, it would be enough for them to become a Ninth Order Master out of thin air. Furthermore, that person would be an extremely mighty Ninth Order Master. Yang Kai planned to borrow the power of the star boundary to cultivate. To put it simply, he would be utilizing the world energy of the star boundary to enhance the heritage of his small universe directly. He had done something similar before. At the time, he had borrowed the power of the star boundary to temporarily raise his cultivation from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order in order to confront a powerful enemy. Although he later returned most of the power to the star boundary, a small portion had remained in his small universe. This small portion of power had saved him hundreds of years of secluded cultivation, and it was precisely because of this incident that he discovered the benefits of being a great emperor of such a universe world. Extracting the world energy from the star boundary would naturally cause damage to the star boundary, but the star boundary's heritage was unprecedentedly rich. As long as he was measured in his usage and avoided causing damage to the foundation of the star boundary, there would not be any problems. Furthermore, the power he absorbed would eventually be replenished again as long as the World Tree Clone remained in the star boundary. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the tree cave and focused his mind. With a single thought, the entire star boundary came under his control. "Please assist me," he murmured softly and opened the portal to his small universe. In the next moment, an invisible and intangible force slowly began to gather from various parts of the star boundary. The force subsequently flooded into his small universe only to be refined and absorbed by him. Despite the drain on the star boundary's world energy, the change was minimal. Even if a Ninth Order Master were standing here, they would have trouble detecting the changes unless they were paying very close attention. Nevertheless, the great emperors of the star boundary noticed the changes immediately. Having been recognized as great emperors by the world's will, they shared the fate of the star boundary. It was only natural for them to notice the slightest changes and abnormalities in the star boundary. For a moment, The great emperors looked startled and immediately tracked the source of the phenomenon to investigate the situation. Once they learned the disturbance was caused by Yang Kai's actions, they immediately felt relieved and did not bother to interrupt his cultivation. This couldn't be helped. Every one of them had done something similar in the past, including the two youngest great emperors. The two newly advanced great emperors had advanced from the 7th order to the 8th order in several hundred years. That was not a cultivation speed that an ordinary person could hope to achieve. If they had not used the power of the star boundary to strengthen themselves, it would have been impossible for them to advance to the 8th order so quickly. Conversely, Yang Kai had never done this in the past because he had always been traveling extensively throughout the years. That was why the great emperors immediately understood his intentions once they realized that the incident was caused by Yang Kai. It was evident that he wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible so that he would have an easier time in the upcoming war. Yang Kai was the strongest 9th order master alive. Hence, it would be greatly beneficial for the human race if he could increase his strength at a rapid pace. The star boundary's world energy flowed continuously into Yang Kai's small universe like an invisible stream of water and vanished into thin air. At the same time, the heritage of the void world in his small universe strengthened at an astonishing speed. Using this method to enhance his cultivation with the power of the star boundary was orders of magnitude more efficient than refining cultivation materials or open heaven pills. The power of a universe world itself contained various types of grand Tao, so if someone like Zhan Wuhen were to cultivate with this method, he would have to spare some time and energy to remove the Tao strengths that he did not cultivate. Such measures were necessary to prevent his small universe from being polluted. However, Yang Kai had no such need. He was currently proficient in 10,000 grand Taos, so he basically dabbled in every kind of Tao strength that existed. Therefore, he would not be troubled by the different kinds of Tao strengths pouring into his small universe from the star boundary. On the contrary, these Tao strengths would enhance his attainments in their corresponding grand Taos instead. It could be said that he was completely accepting of all the power that flowed into him from the star boundary. Everything could become his capital to become stronger. As the days passed and turned into years, the power of the star boundary constantly flowed into the void world without pause. Nevertheless, Yang Kai ensured that his actions created minimal effects by scrupulously following the principle of making gradual and orderly progress. That was why ordinary cultivators could barely sense any changes to the star boundary. Only the open heaven realm masters with high enough cultivation gradually began to notice that the star boundary was different from before. Martial Peak, Chapter 5864, ready to set off. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes inside the tree cave located in the world tree clone. Closing the portal to his small universe, he severed his connection with the star boundary and breathed out deeply. Although he had only cultivated in retreat for 10 short years, his overall strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. When he looked inside himself, he discovered that the heritage of his small universe had more than doubled in depth compared to 10 years ago. That was not all. Even the various Tao strengths in his small universe had gotten more potent during this period. If the 9th order was divided into early, middle, and late stages, then Yang Kai had undoubtedly belonged in the early stage 10 years ago. In contrast, he was now well into the middle stage. The past 10 years of cultivation had been almost as effective as cultivating for 2,000 years with normal methods. It was the benefit of using the power of a universe world to cultivate, as well as the exclusive right of a great emperor. Furthermore, this outcome was the product of Yang Kai's intentional restraint. If he had disregarded the consequences and opened his small universe wide to devour the world energy to his heart's content, he would have completely devoured the power of the star boundary in just a few short years. Just like how his heritage had improved by leaps and bounds, the star boundary's heritage had suffered a corresponding amount of damage as a result. Fortunately, the star boundary's heritage was rich enough that there was not much impact on it even though a substantial amount of world energy had been lost. At the very least, the cultivation and advancement of the cultivators in the star boundary would not be disrupted by this incident. Besides, the lost heritage would eventually be replenished by the world tree clone's continuous feedback. Yang Kai had carefully planned everything in advance before he borrowed the power of the star boundary to boost his cultivation. After all, he could not disregard the future of all the living creatures in the star boundary just for his own selfish interests. Otherwise, he would have done so a long time ago. Even though this was the fastest growth in his cultivation he had ever experienced since he advanced to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai could not shake the feeling that he had not grown enough. Back in the barren territory, he and several other Ninth Order masters had worked together with Ada and Aer to fight the two black ink giant spirit gods. Hence, he was very familiar with the strength of the giant spirit gods. According to Yang Kai's estimations, he would need to reach the peak of the Ninth Order just to fight a black ink giant spirit god on even ground. Even then, it was nothing more than a possibility. Seeing as he was only in the mid-stage of the Ninth Order open heaven realm, it was obvious that he did not fulfill the basic requirements at the moment. Big brother, go to the Myriad monster's world. Seeming to sense his intentions, Thunder Shadow's voice appeared in his mind. Have you forgotten? I am a great emperor of the Myriad monster's world. Yang Kai chuckled at those words. I did not forget. Yang Kai had been planning to take a trip to the Myriad monster's world, but he had not been certain whether such a trip would be useful. After all, it would be more accurate to say that Thunder Shadow was dead. All that remained was Thunder Shadow's consciousness. There was no saying whether Yang Kai would be recognized by the Myriad monster's world's will. Nevertheless, it was something he had to try to find out. With that in mind, Yang Kai left the tree cave and transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the sky. It did not take long for him to arrive in Myriad monster's territory by traveling through the territory gate. Then, he flew straight in the direction of the Myriad monster's world. Many years had passed since Yang Kai first planted the World Tree clone in the Myriad monster's world. Compared to back then, the barbaric universe world where only ancient beasts existed now contained many traces of activity from the human race. In fact, the entire Myriad monster's world could be said to be ruled by both the human race and monster race. The Myriad monster's world had consecutively given birth to many other great emperors since the birth of its first, Thunder Shadow. Most of them were from the monster race, but there were also a few from the human race. That was only natural since the Grand Tao in the Myriad monster's world was more inclined towards the Grand Tao of the monster race. Under the feedback from the World Tree clone, the Myriad monster's world's heritage was no longer comparable to the past. While it was not equal to the star boundary, it was certainly extremely abundant. As soon as Yang Kai arrived in the Myriad monster's world, he allowed Thunder Shadow to take over his physical body. They found an isolated place with nobody around, and then Thunder Shadow sat down cross-legged and opened both his mind and small universe to connect with the Myriad monster's world. In the next moment, the same phenomenon that occurred in the star boundary repeated itself. The world energy of the Myriad monster's world poured into Yang Kai's small universe without pause and became part of the void world's heritage. Upon seeing the situation, Yang Kai knew that Thunder Shadow's status as a great emperor was still recognized by the Myriad monster's world's will, otherwise, the connection would not have been formed so easily. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the great emperors in the Myriad monster's world, and when they learned that Yang Kai was behind the phenomenon, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. As far as they knew, only the great emperors of the Myriad monster's world had the qualifications to perform such actions. Yang Kai was not a great emperor of the Myriad monster's world, so how was he able to achieve such a feat? In any case, the Ninth Order open heaven realm was not something any of them had ever achieved before. Combined with the fact that Yang Kai was often performing extraordinary stunts, they did not bother to question the situation even though they were puzzled. 5 years later, a general order was issued by the Supreme Headquarters and relayed throughout the lands where the human race inhabited. When the news spread to the public, everybody knew the war was about to resume. Be that as it may, this war was different from the previous wars. In this war, the human race was taking the initiative to attack the no-return pass and launch an offensive against the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. If everything went smoothly, they might even succeed at eliminating the Black Ink clan once and for all. The human race army that had been resting for the past 20 years assembled once more and set off for Black territory. At every location where the human race inhabited, Every single person came forward to send off the soldiers who were bravely heading to war. They did not seem overly worried or anxious. On the contrary, they were filled with determination and faith that they would not give up until they broke through the enemy's defenses. When the belief rooted itself in their very being, they firmly believed that the human race army would be invincible and indomitable. For a time, all the places that the human race's various outposts and bases became deserted as all those with the ability to participate in the war had set off to join the fight. In just 3 months, the 12 armies had gathered in Black Territory. The entire Black Territory instantly became overcrowded. As warship after warship continuously arrived, they eventually formed an enormous fleet. At this moment, Mi Jinglun stood with his hands behind his back on a universe fragment where the supreme headquarters was located, outside of Pyongyang Pass. He stared fixedly at the territory gate in the direction of High Heaven Territory. He knew that many of the soldiers who embarked on this mission might never return home. There was a high possibility that many of them would lose their lives on the battlefield. Nevertheless, it was a decision that had to be made. It was also a painful tragedy that the human race was bound to face one day. They could never coexist with the Black Ink clan, and this war would either see their ultimate rise or eternal fall. They would either destroy their enemy or perish in the attempt. A stream of light suddenly came from afar. When the light came closer, Ouyang-Lai's figure was revealed and Mi Jinglun inquired, "How is it?" Ouyang-Lai shook his head. "He is still cultivating in retreat at the moment, but he should be done soon. The world energy of the Myriad monsters world has almost been drawn to the limit before it will severely affect the universe world. That brat will never drain the lake just to catch the fish after all." Mi Jinglun nodded and suddenly seemed fascinated. "I wonder how much his strength has grown by now." Ouyang-Lai had a nonchalant attitude towards the question. "In any case, he is bound to be much stronger than you or I." Then, he couldn't help clicking his tongue in mock annoyance. "If I had known earlier, I would have found a universe world and become the great emperor there." Mi Jinglun burst out laughing. "It's useless even if you become a great emperor. The feedback from the World Tree clone is the only reason the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world have such rich heritage. The great emperors of ordinary universe worlds would not be able to emulate him." "That's true." Ouyang-Lai nodded. "As the saying goes, heroes are born during troubled times. While it is different for the Myriad Monsters world, I'm sure that brat never expected the Star Boundary to become one of the last hopes of the human race when he first planted the World Tree clone there. If not for the Star Boundary, it would have been impossible for the human race to possess such powerful heritage in the present circumstances. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had only planted the World Tree clone in the Star Boundary to save his dying homeland at the time. Needless to say, his small universe and the Myriad Monsters world also played a huge role in the grand scheme of things. It was precisely because of these 3 open heaven realm cradles that countless talented individuals were perpetually being produced among the human race. "How is the situation with the Void Guard?" Ouyang-Lai asked. "The space arrays connecting the Star Boundary to the no-return pass are already being installed, so it should be completed soon," Mi Jinglun replied. At the moment, their rear was practically deserted. All the cultivators with the slightest ability to participate in the war had been recruited into the human race army, therefore, only a small number of the old and weak had been left behind. The reason the old and weak had remained behind was not to protect the rear though. To put it bluntly, the human race would go extinct if they failed to obtain victory in this war, so there was no point in leaving behind the old and infirm when they could not protect anything either. On the contrary, the main reason they stayed behind was to guide the cultivation of the younger generations. Doing so would ensure that the human race had a steady stream of fresh blood being produced in the future, which was extremely crucial for them to gain the capital required to support the front lines during the war. Originally, it would have taken even an 8th Order or 9th Order Master quite some time to travel from the Star Boundary to Black Territory. However, the presence of the teleportation road laid by the Void Guard would greatly shorten the travel time required. Besides, this was simply the early stages of their preparations. Once the human race army conquered the no-return pass, they would further proceed with the space arrays that would eventually connect directly to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang said, "Since everything is going smoothly, I will head to Black Territory first." "Go ahead. Relay the order for the troops to wait at ease," Mi Jingluan instructed. Yang nodded and left in a flash. A few days later, Mi Jingluan's wait finally ended. He suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be a figure rapidly approaching him from that direction. A short while later, a figure stepped out from the ripples in the void. It was none other than Yang Kai, who was late. "Long time no see," Yang Kai nodded lightly at Mi Jingluan. Mi Jingluan studied Yang Kai for a moment. Although he could not determine the depth of Yang Kai's strength, the aura that was inadvertently emanating gave him a heavy sense of oppression. It had to be said that Mi Jingluan was also in the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that Yang Kai gave him a sense of oppression meant that the latter's strength had grown tremendously during this period. After all, he did not experience this feeling from Yang Kai 20 years ago. He couldn't help feeling taken aback. "What do you estimate your current strength is like?" Yang Kai did not know how to answer Mi Jingluan's abrupt question. According to his personal breakdown of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had entered the late middle stage of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm after devouring and refining the heritage of the Myriad monsters world. After pondering in silence for a moment, he answered the question, "The me right now can defeat 3 of me from 20 years ago." The explanation was so novel and unique that the corners of Mi Jingluan's mouth twitched in response. However, he soon became shocked. The Yang Kai from 20 years ago had already been very strong, but the current Yang Kai could defeat 3 of himself from that past. In just 20 years, his strength had improved significantly. It was difficult to imagine just how much he had grown after devouring and refining the power of 2 Open Heaven Realm cradles. Nevertheless, this was a good thing for the human race. There were not many 9th Order Masters at the moment, so the greater Yang Kai's strength, the greater the suppression he could exert against the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5865, Passing on the Torch? Has everything been prepared? Yang Kai glanced at the universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located. This place had always been bustling with people whenever he came here. Not only was the crowd generally packed shoulder to shoulder, but there would also be numerous cultivators constantly flying around performing various tasks. In comparison, the entire universe fragment was vacant and silent at this moment. There was not a single person to be seen anywhere. In fact, the vast Pure Yang Pass contained only Mi Jingluan. It was obvious that Mi Jingluan had been waiting for him alone. The human race had drained their entire heritage in order to prepare for the upcoming war. Just looking at the Myriad Dao sealed world built by Yang Kai more than 20 years ago could provide a clear example. The Myriad Dao sealed world no longer existed in anything but name. While the sealed world remained in existence, there was no Dao strength left inside. Even if a cultivator were to enter the sealed world for training, they would no longer obtain any benefits. Such a huge sealed world had been hollowed out by the human race army in just 20 years, and a large number of 8th Order Masters had been produced as a result. Many veteran 8th Order Masters also benefited from the sealed world as their attainments in their Grand Daos had improved significantly, which in turn boosted their strength. After so many years of preparation, the human race had exhausted all their possible options. At this moment, they could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the human race. "Everything is ready," Mi Jingluan replied. Yang Kai grinned. "In that case, let's begin." When the words left his mouth, he summoned the space-time river. The meandering river wound itself around the majestic Pure Yang Pass and encircled it like a dragon. As Yang Kai continuously urged the Dao strengths, the void containing the Pure Yang Pass was stripped away and then gradually compressed. The main reason why Mi Jingluan had waited for Yang Kai at this spot was that he had no means to bring Pure Yang Pass away with him. Apart from Yang Kai, the human race had no other means to transport or move the huge Great Pass. Even Yang Kai had to rely on his space-time river and a certain secret technique to refine the void containing the Pure Yang Pass into an existence that resembled a world bead. Needless to say, Yang Kai could probably take the entire Pure Yang Pass into his small universe with the current heritage. It was just that Pure Yang Pass was so gigantic that taking in Pure Yang Pass would place an enormous burden on him, which would inconvenience his future plans. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to follow the original plan and summoned the space-time river instead. The Tao strengths kept vibrating strongly. Meanwhile, the space-time river wrapped around Pure Yang Pass shrank at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After an hour, Pure Yang Pass finally transformed into a fist-sized world bead. Yang Kai put the world bead away and called out to Mi Jinglun, "Let's go." Mi Jinglun took one last look at the universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters had been located. Then, he quickly retracted his gaze and left with Yang Kai. After several transfers through various territory gates, Yang Kai and Mi Jinglun arrived at Black Territory a few days later. The huge void was densely packed with an overwhelming number of warships everywhere Yang Kai looked. Most of these warships were standard squad-class warships, but there were also quite a few purifying black ink battleships in the mix. The purifying black ink battleships, which were surrounded by squad-class warships, looked very conspicuous among the fleet. Even Yang Kai, who had experienced countless large-scale battles, could not help feeling amazed at his first glance at the scene in Black Territory. Back when the human army launched their first crusade against the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the size of the fleet had not been small either. Nonetheless, that was merely the gathering of forces from 100 or so great passes. Comparatively, the current force contained all the existing heritage of the human race. The human race army from back then could not compare with the current human army in terms of the number of open heaven realm masters or the size of the fleet. The only lacking aspect was the number of Ninth Order masters. In that regard, the current human race army could not compare to the human army from back then. There used to be more than 100 Ninth Order masters in the past, but there were no more than 10 of them now. There's an additional Ninth Order master. Yang Kai glanced in a certain direction in surprise. As soon as he stepped foot in the Black Territory, he instantly detected an unfamiliar aura belonging to a Ninth Order master. It was not Shirda Zhuang who advanced to the Ninth Order 20 years ago, but somebody he did not recognize. Tang Tao of Golden Antelope Paradise. "I'm not sure if you've heard of her before," Mi Jinglun explained casually. "She advanced to the Ninth Order 5 years ago." 5 years ago? Yang Kai did a quick calculation. That was around the time he entered the Myriad monster's world and borrowed its power to boost his cultivation. A woman? He sounded even more stunned. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, Mi Jinglun wondered in astonishment. "Are you prejudiced against women?" "No, I'm just surprised." "That would be for the best," he smiled. "Junior Sister Tang is slightly prejudiced against men. I hope you won't take her words to heart if she says something unpleasant to you when you meet each other, junior brother." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, I won't take offense from a junior." Mi Jinglun sighed in amazement. The new era is here. If the human race had just another 1,000 years. No, even 200 years would be enough. At that time, we would be able to conquer the no-return pass with ease. It's such a pity that the time we have is so short. Shirda Zhuang's advancement symbolized the arrival of a new era. He represented the emergence of the rising stars who had received feedback from the First World Tree clone. They were the hope and future of the human race and the light illuminating the coming dawn. As part of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the previous generation, Mi Jinglun and the others were sincerely pleased by the situation. Born as part of the human race in this chaotic era, they did not fear death or pain. On the contrary, what they feared most were the lack of successors and the inability of their descendants to take over the burdens of their ancestors. In just 2 decades, the human race welcomed the birth of 2 new Ninth Order Masters. Moreover, it was believed that more and more Ninth Order Masters would rise soon. Yang Kai and Mi Jinglun walked forward without hiding their auras. As they passed the warships, countless soldiers stationed aboard them turned to stare at them with expressions of great admiration in their eyes. It did not take long for them to arrive in the middle of Black Territory where the secret passage was located. Many higher-ups from the cave heavens and paradises knew about this place. After all, it was at this spot that Yang Kai had traveled to the Black Ink battlefield alone. Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan had enthusiastically searched for the entrance to this secret passage, but their efforts had proven futile. After all, Yang Kai would make sure to seal the entrance completely whenever he entered or exited the secret passage. Only those with great proficiency in the Tao of space could find traces of his handiwork if they investigated this place carefully. Many Ninth Order masters were waiting here on the deck of a purifying black ink battleship. Yang Kai and Mi Jing Luan flew over, landed in front of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, and cupped their fists in greeting. Many thanks for your patience, everyone. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters quickly bowed in return, with Yang Lai explaining, "We didn't wait very long. Big Head Me considered your cultivation time when he issued the assembly order, so our timing is just right." Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept his gaze across the gathered Ninth Order masters. In the end, he fixed his gaze on an unfamiliar-looking woman and smiled warmly. "You must be Junior Sister Tang." Tang Tao immediately took 2 steps forward and her face flushed as she bowed in greeting. Tang Tao greets Senior Brother Yang. He reached out his hand and gestured for her to skip the formalities, then he showered her with praises. "Great talents are born in every generation indeed. The fact that both you and Junior Brother Sure managed to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm at such a critical moment proves that the fate of the human race is not in decline. The future of the human race will depend on you now." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he involuntarily froze for a moment. What an elderly-sounding speech. I've truly gotten old. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai was indeed an old man in terms of both age and seniority. He was probably looking at Tang Tao and Shi Zhuang in the same way that the Ninth Order old ancestors had looked at him back then. It would seem that the torch of the human race was being passed down from generation to generation in an everlasting cycle. Tang Tao hurriedly waved her hands in embarrassment. "You are praising me too much, Senior Brother. It has not been long since Senior Brother Shi and I advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Please take care of us in the future, Senior Brothers, Senior Sisters." After saying that, she turned her eyes to Shi Zhuang, who was standing next to her, and secretly kicked him in the shin. Shi Zhuang came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Junior Sister Tang is right. Tang Tao added, "Senior Brother, both Senior Brother Shi and I are from the Star Boundary too. In fact, I came from the Southern Territory." "Oh." Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. The Southern Territory is said to have produced countless talented individuals throughout history. I guess it's true. Don't forget to take good care of yourself when the war breaks out. Only by staying alive can you slaughter more Black Ink clansmen in the future and witness our final victory. Yes. Tang Tao nodded so hard that she resembled a chicken pecking rice. Afterwards, Yang Kai turned around without wasting more time and his expression grew stern. "This matter cannot be delayed. Let's begin." When the words left his mouth, he stepped forward and stood in the void. He then shouted, "Where are the Void Guard?" In the next moment, the Void Guard under the leadership of Li Wu responded from one of the nearby purifying black ink battleships. There were only 140 of them, as not all of them were gathered here. Some of them had been dispatched to prepare the space arrays connecting to the no-return pass. "Greetings, Sir Yang." They cupped their fists in greeting. "Void Guard, heed my command. We now open a passage to the black ink battlefield." "Yes." After the order was relayed, the Void Guard disciples sped off in a certain direction under Yang Kai's leadership and soon came to stand at a certain spot. Then, space principles flared as they began to unseal the previously sealed passage. Most of the people on the purifying black ink battleships were watching Yang Kai. However, Yang Lai was looking at Tang Tao with an amused expression. Sensing his gaze, Tang Tao glanced at him with a faint blush on her face. "What are you looking at, Senior Brother Yang?" He shook his head. "Junior Sister Tang, you can't treat Yang Kai differently just because that brat is handsome. You should show proper respect and treat everybody equally." She snorted. "I don't know what you're talking about, Senior Brother." Then, she turned away and continued to watch Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the tips of her ears were pink with embarrassment. Yang Lai sighed and shook his head. Glancing at Mi Jinglin, he exchanged a wry smile with the other party. It should be said that he understood the situation perfectly and knew that Tang Tao's feelings were not of love for Yang Kai. In any case, he was a Ninth Order master, So how could he be bothered by the romantic relationships between the younger generation, especially at such a critical moment when the survival of the human race was at stake? The truth was that the rising stars simply had an inherent sense of awe and admiration for Yang Kai, regardless of their cultivation or aptitude. This situation was related to the history of the human race, including the tragic events that transpired in the past and Yang Kai's contribution during that difficult time. More than that, it was related to the ones who taught and raised these rising stars. During the darkest days of the human race, there was a person who showed up to turn the tide when the situation seemed helpless. With his strength alone, he had obtained some breathing space for the human race and even saved the human race from the brink of extinction. It was also because of him that the human race gained the capital to resist the Black Ink clan. That was why even Tang Tao, who was prejudiced against men and constantly criticized an old man like Ouyang Lai with sharp words, couldn't help showing the attitude of an awestruck fangirl when she encountered Yang Kai in person. It could be said that the rising stars who were born in the darkest age of the human race could never escape the name Yang Kai during their growth process, and that was especially true for those with great aptitude. Martial Peak, Chapter 5866, Opening the Way. Everybody watched intently as the space principles fluctuated vigorously. It did not take long for the entrance of the passage that Yang Kai sealed in the past to appear before them in the form of a perpetually rotating vortex. Furthermore, there was an aura of nihility radiating from the entrance. Yang Kai slipped inside, and the Void Guard followed closely behind him, their figures vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The entrance to this passage was located in Black territory. On the other hand, the exit was located somewhere in the void of the Blue Sky Theater, within the Black Ink clan's former territory. Yang Kai had used this secret passage to travel between Black territory and the Black Ink battlefield on multiple occasions, so he was very familiar with the process. It would take no effort for Yang Kai to bring a small number of cultivators through this void corridor, as they would succeed as long as they persistently forged forward and overcame the few obstacles in their way. However, a massive number of people would soon be passing through this passage. There were 12 armies, and each one had at least 2 to 3 million soldiers in their ranks. In other words, the 12 human race armies consisted of nearly 30 million soldiers. The original passage could not meet the requirements of the human race army. If they wanted to transport the army to the Blue Sky Theater in short order, they had to figure out a method to expand and fortify the corridor. Even Yang Kai, who had advanced to the 9th order, could not achieve such a feat with his strength alone. Fortunately, he was not the only person who was proficient in the Tao of space. With 140 Void Guards assisting, this task was no longer impossible to pull off. Deep inside the passage, everyone immediately noticed the presence of the ubiquitous void turbulence around them. Strictly speaking, this corridor was just a long void crack. If those who entered this place were not proficient in the Tao of space, they would quickly lose their way and never find their way out again, be it to the exit or the entrance. Even those who were proficient in the Tao of space had to be very careful in such places. Yang Kai took the lead to clear and mark the path ahead, his space principles oscillating constantly. Meanwhile, the Void Guard formed a long line behind him and drew upon their respective space principles in a similar fashion. It was thanks to these actions that the passage was expanded at a steady pace and the void turbulence was smoothed into an orderly tunnel. During this period, Yang Kai also arranged Tao arrays along both sides of the passage to further increase its stability. The fortified passage continued to extend forward under their wholehearted cooperation. Whenever they progressed forward by a certain distance, a Void Guard would remain behind under Yang Kai's orders to monitor the situation and deal with any unexpected emergencies that might occur. Seeing as it was Yang Kai's first time undertaking such a task, he did not dare to guarantee that the passage would remain stable at all times. It was better to prepare some safety measures just in case. They steadily progressed forward with only 100 Void Guards remaining by the time they arrived at the exit. 40 Void Guards had been left behind to monitor various locations in the passage. At the exit, Yang Kai stood motionless and glanced behind him. When he saw that Li Wu-Yi and the others were following closely behind him, he raised his hand and pressed against the space before him. Space principles fluctuated, and ripples suddenly appeared in the void that had been sealed for many years. As the ripples spread out, a portal soon emerged. Yang Kai slipped out of the passage, and the void guard rushed out from behind him under Li Wu Yi's lead. Stay here and expand the passage as quickly as possible. Don't forget to send a message to inform Supreme Commander Mi that the preparations have been completed. I will go and check out the surrounding situation, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wu Yi accepted the order. After choosing one person to report back to Mi Jinglun, he assigned a group of people to stand guard around the exit. As for the rest, they began to expand and stabilize the passage further. Back in Black Territory, Mi Jinglun soon received news of their progress. Following his command, the squads quickly kept their respective warships in their small universes before flying into the passage under the leadership of their higher-ups. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he traveled through the void, his divine sense spreading out to investigate his surroundings. Now that he was in the Ninth Order, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so it did not matter whether the movement was as slight as the wind blowing through the grass. Nothing in the vicinity could be concealed from his perception. A group of Black Ink clansmen with a dozen or so members was wandering around the void. They did not seem to have any fixed goals in mind. On the contrary, they seemed to be searching for something in all directions. Every corner of the void and every piece of rock and debris was carefully investigated without exception. When they reached a certain part of the void, something unexpected occurred. Space suddenly shattered apart like a piece of broken glass. Caught in the shattered void, they didn't even have time to react before they were turned into hashed meat and severed limbs. In the next instant, Yang Kai's figure appeared not far away with a deep scowl on his face. Several dozen years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time chatting with Emo Na Yi at the No-Return Pass. Although they probed each other for information, neither party had gotten any valuable clues from their exchange. Yang Kai had failed to learn whether Mo, in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, had awoken, and Emo Na Yi had failed to discover the location of the secret passage that led from the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield. Although Emo Na Yi did not know much about the secret passage, that did not prevent him from taking action to search for it. This was actually the 5th Black Ink clan team that Yang Kai eliminated so far. All of them had been low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Strangely enough, not a single feudal lord had been seen. Furthermore, the number in each team was small, ranging from a handful to a dozen at most. It could be conceived that Emo Na Yi had dispatched many Black Ink clansmen to search in a grid-like manner over the years, all in hopes of finding the location of the secret passage. Despite knowing that this method might not show any results, Emo Na Yi still ordered it in the hopes of preventing an ambush from the human race. At the very least, the Black Ink clan would quickly receive feedback that 5 Black Ink clan search teams that Yang Kai eliminated had gone missing. Based on such reports, Emo Na Yi would be able to determine the general location of the human race army and make some preparations in advance. It could even be said that these Black Ink clansmen were dispatched to be killed by the human race, which also explained their weak strength and low numbers. Emo Na Yi had no doubt that the human race army would enter the Black Ink battlefield via the secret passage and launch an offensive against the No-Return Pass. After all, that was the only viable option. That was why he assigned a large number of scouts throughout the Black Ink battlefield. The places where the scouts disappeared would indicate the direction that the human race army would be attacking from. Although Yang Kai was aware of this fact, he had no choice but to act. The scale of the human race army was so large that it was not feasible to hide it. Once they gathered together to take action, the Black Ink clansmen scattered everywhere would surely notice their movements anyway, hence, he might as well remove all the scouts in the area beforehand. After searching a wide perimeter and eliminating at least 30 Black Ink clan teams, Yang Kai finally returned. From a distance, he saw that a large part of the army had gathered around the exit of the secret passage. Moreover, numerous warships were being summoned one after the other. The squads who arrived first were clearly making preparations for the arrival of their companions. Mi Jinglun and most of the other Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also arrived, leaving only a few to bring up the rear. The Ninth Order Masters convened together, and Yang Kai reported his discoveries. Mi Jinglun nodded. Emo Na Yi is certainly not an easy opponent to face, but his actions are within our expectations. Besides, we never expected to succeed in launching a sneak attack on the no-return pass. Since our movements have been discovered, we might as well start the fight with a spectacular bang. Yang Kai observed, the scouts in this vicinity have all been removed, so there should be some delay before the Black Ink clan receives news of our arrival. Even so, the delay will not be long. I estimate that we have a month at most, possibly even less. No matter how slow the reaction of the Black Ink clan was, they were bound to notice that something was wrong when so many of their scouting parties failed to contact them after a month. That's enough, Mi Jingluan said. The army will only take half a month to assemble here from Black territory. Looking back at the exit of the passage, he sighed heavily. It's just a pity about the passage. The location of the secret passage will be completely exposed. Through Yang Kai and the Void Guard's joint efforts to expand and fortify the passage, the corridor had been transformed into an existence that resembled a territory gate, though it still had some noticeable differences. A real territory gate connected two great territories together, allowing a cultivator to arrive at the opposite side by passing through it. The key feature of such territory gates was the journey would only take a brief moment. On the other hand, traveling through the entirety of this passage not only required a noticeable amount of time, but also came with all kinds of potential risks. Naturally, the risks were not too high thanks to the Void Guard stationed at various positions along the passage, but they undoubtedly existed. Such a passage could no longer be hidden completely at this stage. Even if Yang Kai used various means to seal the entrances to the passage again, it was no longer possible to completely conceal it. There was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to locate this opening if they worked hard enough. If we lose this battle, the human race will be doomed to extinction. It doesn't matter whether the passage is exposed or not, Xiang Shan said lightly from the side. Yang Kai nodded. Let's proceed as planned. Then, he turned to look at Li Wu-Yi. Take a group of Void Guards and set off immediately towards the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. Don't forget to set up the space arrays along the way. Although the human race army was currently targeting the no-return pass, it was just as Yang Kai had said. They should not limit their focus to the situation at hand, they also have to look towards the future. Looking at the bigger picture, the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was the biggest affliction tormenting the human race. Not to mention, the journey to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was very, very long. It was necessary to make various preparations in advance. They would not have enough time if they waited until the war at the no-return pass was won to get started. With this arrangement, the best outcome was that the human race would spend a dozen years conquering the no-return pass. This period would provide the Void Guard with enough time to finish preparing the space arrays connecting to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. At that time, the human race army would only need to undergo some slight reorganization before quickly traveling to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction via the space arrays. These actions were part of the plans that the Supreme Headquarters made in advance. During the journey from the Supreme Headquarters to Black Territory, Mi Jingluan had explained the plans to Yang Kai in detail. In regards to manpower, the Supreme Headquarters had also taken the necessary measures beforehand. When Li Wu-Yi heard Yang Kai's statement, he immediately accepted the order, yes. Yang Kai glanced at Li Wu-Yi and warned, the road ahead is dangerous. May fortune be with you. Li Wu-Yi nodded heavily and immediately gave a wave of his hand, designated squads, with me. Out of the 100 or so Void Guards left, 80 instantly departed with Li Wu. That was not all, a fleet of warships also headed swiftly into the depths of the void. These squads were tasked with protecting the universe temples. After all, the distance between this place and the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was too vast. Li Wu-Yi and the others would have to prepare more than one space array along the way, and every space array they established would need to be guarded. Relying on the Void Guard's manpower alone would not be enough to carry out the task. Every Void Guard was proficient in the Tao of space, so they traveled extremely quickly. Even though the fleet of warships set off at the same time as Li Wu-Yi and the others, they did not travel together. They simply needed to arrive at each space arrays that were established along the route, then divide their forces to establish protective details for those space arrays. Hence, There was no need for them to push themselves to travel together with Li Wu-Yi and the Void Guard. In Mi Jingluan's plans, each universe temple would have at least one 8th Order master standing guard. It was fortunate that the heritage of the human race had improved drastically over the years, so there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters to spare nowadays. If it had been several thousand years ago, the human race would not have had the capital to throw their manpower around in such a luxurious manner. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5867, Departure. I'll be leaving first, Yang Kai informed Mi Jingluan. After picking out 2 Void Guards, the 3 of them immediately traveled in the direction of the no-return pass. According to the original plan, Yang Kai was also supposed to prepare some space arrays. It was just that he was responsible for preparing the space arrays that connected the exit of the passage to the no-return pass instead. The exit of the secret passage was located in the Blue Sky Theater, within the territory occupied by the Black Ink clan back then. Although the distance between this place and the no-return pass was not as great as the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, it could not be considered short either. With the human race army's current enormous lineup, they would need to spend at least 2 years to arrive at the no-return pass without the help of the space array, which was an unacceptable delay. Now that the Black Ink clan scouts in the vicinity had been removed, it would not take long for the enemy to learn about the human race's attack. Speed was crucial under these circumstances. Naturally, it was better for the human race army to attack as soon as possible. After Yang Kai departed, the remaining Void Guards began to prepare the first space array that would be located here. Setting up the space array was not a difficult task because all the space arrays had been prepared beforehand and transported in the universe temples that had been collected previously. Hence, the Void Guards simply had to search for a suitable location, place the universe temple in position, and make some slight adjustments to the space array inside. One of the Void Guards in the 8th Order opened the portal of his small universe. Following his actions, the portal expanded incessantly. It did not take long before a universe temple emerged. Under Mi Jingluan's guidance, he placed the universe temple at a certain spot in the void. Several Void Guards immediately flew into the universe temple to check and calibrate the space array. A short while later, they reported that everything was ready and the space array was in perfect working condition. Thereupon, the human race army finally succeeded in placing their first space array on the Black Ink battlefield. With this space array acting as a connection point, the space arrays laid by Yang Kai in the direction of the no-return pass and the space arrays laid by Li Wu-Yi in the direction of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction could easily form a connection with the space array in this place. As such, they would have a direct transportation route from the no-return pass to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction once they completed their tasks. There would be many transfer points along the way, but that was preferable compared to the long journey that the human race army would have had to make instead. In this way, they could aim straight at the heart of their enemy as soon as they conquered the no-return pass and launch a crusade towards the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction at the fastest speed. Afterwards, a steady stream of soldiers poured out from the exit of the secret passage. Aside from the group of elites who arrived earlier, all those who came later were soldiers with lower cultivation. The current human race was extremely powerful, and their heritage was unprecedentedly rich. Be that as it may, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters occupied the largest proportion of their strength. In particular, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters held the highest numbers. The amount of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was the highest, exceeding the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm and below. This situation was vastly different from the situation during peaceful times. Before the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, those in the 3rd Order and below had accounted for the majority of the human race. In fact, Yang Kai had encountered many First Order and Second Order Masters when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds. On the contrary, hardly any First Order or Second Order Masters were born among the human race nowadays. Even the weakest Open Heaven Realm Masters advanced directly to the 3rd Order. As for those who came from the 2 Open Heaven Realm Cradles, the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world, the 4th Order was the minimum. There were 2 reasons for this situation. In addition to the feedback from the World Tree clone, The process to obtain resources was also much simpler than before. In the past, most of the lowborn cultivators had neither the ability nor the capital to obtain the resources needed to advance to the open heaven realm. However, they could now redeem these resources from the human race army as long as they had enough military merits to perform an exchange. Strictly speaking, it did not become easier for cultivators to obtain resources. It was simply a more direct method of resource acquisition that had not been available to those who were born from humble backgrounds before. Back when the Great Passes were in conflict with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the minimum requirement to enter the Black Ink battlefield was the Sixth Order. After all, those below the Sixth Order were completely helpless against the corruption of Black Ink strength. Unlike back then, the human race now had the means to resist Black Ink strength. Not only did they have purifying light, which could dispel Black Ink strength in a cultivator's small universe, but they also had the purifying Black Ink pills, which could prevent the corruption of Black Ink strength. Thus, the requirements had been reduced by a slight margin. Nevertheless, no matter how much they lowered their requirements, the Fourth Order remained the most basic requirement. Only those in the Fourth Order and above qualified to contribute their strength on the battlefield. Those in the Fourth Order and below would not have much value on the battlefield. In other words, those in the Third Order open heaven realm and below did not meet the basic requirements to enter the battlefield. After all, the human race did not have the habit of using those with weaker cultivation as cannon fodder. Even so, Mi Jinglun did not hesitate to bring along all those who were in the Third Order and below for this crusade. The mission of those in the Third Order and below was not to fight on the battlefield but to mine resources. The human race had been lacking cultivation resources for a long time now. If Yang Kai had not brought back a large amount of materials from the Black Ink clan a couple dozen years ago, the repair of Pure Yang Pass would not have been possible. At the moment, though, the human race was practically bankrupt. The demand for various resources would only increase exponentially once the war at the No-Return Pass broke out. Not to mention that resources were required each time they transported the army via the space arrays. Seeing as the entire human race army would need to be transported to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in the near future, there was no doubt that the consumption of resources would soar to a shocking level. That was why they had to make preparations in advance. Even if they expected to receive an enormous amount of resources once they conquered the No-Return Pass, that would only come after they succeeded in their crusade. The 3,000 worlds was an empty shell right now. There was no place left where resources could be sourced from, but the Black Ink battlefield was different. The vast Black Ink battlefield had always been a treasure trove of various cultivation resources due to how expansive it was. Over the years, both the human race and the Black Ink clan had been mining resources in the Black Ink battlefield, and although the Black Ink battlefield was bound to grow barren one day, it was currently enough to meet the needs of the human race. Therefore, the cultivators in the Third Order and below were dispatched here after the elites of the human race army arrived and settled in. These cultivators did not waste any time. As soon as they arrived, they immediately split into small groups and scattered in all directions to search for locations with resources. The dozen or so void guards who remained behind also split up in various directions. Their current task was to construct more universe temples equipped with space arrays at various locations throughout the Black Ink battlefield. This way, the cultivation resources gathered by the others could easily be sent back to the main army. The scene might have seemed frantic and chaotic, but things were actually moving forward in an orderly manner. 2 days later, nearly 3 million Third Order Masters had arrived from Black territory. That number accounted for almost 10% of the human race army. They swiftly scattered in all directions across the Black Ink battlefield. At this rate, it would not take long before they brought huge and continuous benefits back with them. It was not until this moment that Mi Jingluan's anxiety finally reduced slightly. Over the years, he had been in charge of the Supreme Headquarters. He was responsible for coordinating and dispatching the human race army, so the supply of resources had also been a huge headache for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do to solve this problem until the human race army set off for the Black Ink battlefield. At this point, the Black Ink battlefield was no longer the Black Ink clan's backyard. It belonged to the human race. The human race army was attacking, and the Black Ink clan could do nothing to stop them except defend the no-return pass. The situation at this moment was very similar to the Black Ink clan's previous assault on the no-return pass. It was just that the offense and defense had been reversed. At this moment, a figure flew out of the universe temple that had just been set up. He came straight to me Jingluan and cupped his fist in greeting. Supreme Commander Mi, we have established a connection with the first space array leading to the no-return pass. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly, understood. Although he seemed calm and collected on the surface, he was secretly amazed by the news. Yang Kai was very fast indeed. No news came from Li Wuyi, who had departed earlier. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already finished placing his first space array. Thinking about it again though, it was not a surprise. Yang Kai had higher attainments in the Tao of space compared to Li Wuyi in the first place, so it was only natural for him to be much faster. Turning to look at Xiang Shan and the others, Mi Jingluan issued the order, start making arrangements for the teleportation of the army. Xiang Shan and the others nodded, then left to make the necessary arrangements. Every teleportation that was performed required resources. More importantly, the number of resources consumed was closely related to the number of people being transported. Therefore, in order to reduce consumption, the human race army needed the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to accommodate some of their subordinates in their respective small universes in an effort to reduce the number of people being transmitted. These measures would affect the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to a certain extent, but they would not be affected to the extent that they would be completely helpless in the face of danger as long as they were careful about the number of people they took into their small universe. Naturally, it was not a great concern currently since the chance of them being in danger was very minimal. There were many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters nowadays, so almost every squad had at least 2 or 3 7th Order Masters. Some squads might even have as many as 4 7th Order Masters. This was a situation that would never be seen on the Black Ink battlefield back then. If each squad was considered a unit, then the 7th Order Masters were perfectly capable of accommodating all the members of their respective squads inside their small universe. Some of the 7th Order Masters could even be accommodated by the 8th Order Masters. Under this arrangement, the consumption of resources would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the efficiency of transmission would also be significantly improved. At this moment, the first portion of the human race army to arrive was preparing to teleport to the location of the first universe temple that had been set up. Nevertheless, more troops were streaming in from Black territory. With both sides rushing forward simultaneously, the human race army was practically unstoppable as they traveled towards the no-return pass in quick leaping motions via the universe temples established along the way. A new space array would be added to the network every 2 days or so, meaning soldiers would have to embark on their next teleportation after only a short respite following their arrival at the previous universe temple. Needless to say, they had to leave some manpower behind to guard and defend the universe temples lest they be damaged or destroyed by any unexpected incidents. This was true for both the space arrays that Yang Kai and Li Wuyi prepared. According to the plan, each universe temple would be protected by a void guard once the space array was activated. It was expected that such high-intensity and frequent teleportation would have some impact on the space arrays. If any accidents were to happen, these void guards could immediately step in to maintain and repair the space arrays. Excluding Yang Kai, there were almost 150 void guards, which was just enough for such a task. During this period, they finally received news from Li Wuyi. The first space array had not only been established, but also successfully connected with the space array located in front of the entrance to the secret passage. Half a month later, the entire human race army that had previously gathered in Black territory arrived without a single member missing, with Wei Junyang, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, arriving last. Martial Peak, Chapter 5868, Goading the Giant Spirit Gods? At this moment, Yang Kai and the 2 void guards who were preparing the space arrays in the direction of the no-return pass were already halfway through their journey. They also left behind 3 universe temples that they deployed along the way. Judging by their speed, the first part of the human race army would reach the periphery of the no-return pass in another half a month. It was not until this moment that the no-return pass realized that something was wrong, but the delay could not be blamed on the Black Ink clan's ignorance. The truth was that Emo Na-yi was already very cautious. After his previous exchange with Yang Kai to probe each other for information several years ago, he confirmed the existence of a secret passage leading between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Thanks to that piece of information, he immediately realized that the human race would eventually attack the no-return pass through that secret passage. After all, that was the only method for the humans to fully maximize their strengths in the assault. It was far too disadvantageous for them to attack from the territory gate because the Black Ink clan could cause significant casualties to them just by establishing a tight line of defense around the location. Nobody would ever choose to use such a foolish method if there was a better option. Unfortunately, Emo Na-yi had been unable to confirm the exact location of the secret passage's exit. That was why he quickly dispatched a large number of Black Ink clan scouts into the Black Ink battlefield following Yang Kai's departure from the no-return pass. His plan had been to search for the secret passage while simultaneously guarding against any possible movements from the human race. Naturally, his main purpose was the latter. As for finding the exit of the secret passage, he did not expect much and simply did his best to achieve results. For this purpose, the Black Ink clan even deliberately produced nearly 10,000 low-rank Black Ink nests for the Black Ink clan search parties to bring along when they ventured deep into the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai had eliminated several dozen Black Ink clan squads around the vicinity of the secret passage. Moreover, his movements were so swift that the Black Ink clansmen had no time to react whatsoever. Although Yang Kai managed to prevent the enemy from learning about their presence in the immediate term, the Black Ink clansmen overseeing the nearby low-rank Black Ink nests soon noticed that something was wrong when they failed to make contact with their search teams for the past half a month. Therefore, they followed the instructions they received from Emo Na-yi before they were dispatched here and sent word to the no-return pass via the Black Ink nest space. Upon receiving the message, Emo Na-yi immediately realized the problem. It was impossible for the Black Ink clan scouts searching the Black Ink battlefield to disappear for no apparent reason. After all, there were currently no dangers on the Black Ink battlefield. It was understandable if something had happened to one or two teams, as accidents or unexpected delays did still occur, but the fact that dozens of scout teams had gone missing at the same time was self-explanatory. Under the premise that the human race army would launch an assault from the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Na-yi would not hold any unrealistic illusions towards the information he received and immediately concluded that the humans were coming. Furthermore, their general direction and distance could now be determined from the location of the lost Black Ink clan scouts. With the no-return pass as the starting point and the location of the lost scouts as the endpoint, Emo Na-yi plotted a route and hastily ordered the Black Ink clan scouts along the route to investigate their surroundings carefully and report any sign of abnormalities immediately. The arrival of the human race army came far earlier than he expected, which was extremely bad for him. Emo Na-ye's only consolation was that their starting point was extremely distant. Even if the human race army moved at full speed, he estimated they would not be able to reach the no-return pass for at least a year or two, which would give the Black Ink clan some time and space to prepare countermeasures. After he pondered for some time, he hurried to MOU and reported the situation. Then he discussed some countermeasures. At the same time, he ordered the pseudo-royal lords under his command to continue tempting the two giant spirit gods in the barren territory. When the two Black Ink giant spirit gods escaped into the no-return pass back then, Yang Kai had decisively sealed the territory gate shut. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan had long since reopened the territory gate. Moreover, the Black Ink clan had never stopped trying to target Ada and Air over the past few years. Emo Na-yi knew that these two giant spirit gods were the strongest forces of the human race army. If they could eliminate the two giant spirit gods before the humans arrived, then the enemy would be no match for the Black Ink clan, regardless of how many Ninth Order Masters were born during this period. Among the Black Ink clan nowadays, the number of Royal Lords could no longer compare to the Ninth Order Masters, and the number of Territory Lords could no longer compare to the number of Eighth Order Masters. Nevertheless, there were many pseudo-royal lords, so if the humans lost their two giant spirit gods, who were the pillars of their army, how could they prevent the onslaught of the numerous pseudo-royal lords and the two Black Ink giant spirit gods? According to the information that Mo-Nayi received from the Black Ink disciples, the giant spirit gods were of a race that did not boast high sentience despite their overwhelming strength. If they could utilize this aspect properly, they might just be able to eliminate those two behemoths without too much trouble. Nonetheless, they had to lure the two giant spirit gods into the no-return pass if they wanted a chance to eradicate them. The no-return pass was the headquarters of the Black Ink clan, with countless masters gathered here in addition to the two Black Ink giant spirit gods. As long as the two giant spirit gods dared to step foot into the no-return pass, they would never leave this place alive again. Provocation was one method, however, no matter how the Black Ink clan tried to taunt them, Ada and Aer never forgot Yang Kai's instructions to protect the territory gate before he departed. Their orders were to smash any Black Ink clansman who tried to pass through the territory gate, nothing more, nothing less. Several pseudo-royal lords were injured as a result. After that, no pseudo-royal lord dared to enter the barren territory at will again. A single slap from the giant spirit gods contained a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering might. Not even a pseudo-royal lord could survive a direct hit. The Black Ink clan did not stop at provocation though, they also employed another method, temptation. The Black Ink disciples who originated from the human race had given Mo-Nayi another valuable piece of information. The giant spirit gods fed on dead universe worlds. The 3,000 worlds was now barren and infertile, so the two giant spirit gods had probably been starving for many years now. For that reason, Mo-Nayi ordered his men to drag over several dead universes worlds from the far depths of the Black Ink battlefield to tempt Ada and Aer through the territory gate. This plan nearly succeeded. As soon as the bald giant spirit god saw the dead universes worlds through the territory gate, his drool flowed down his chest like a waterfall. In fact, he nearly charged right into the no-return pass at first sight. If not for the giant spirit god with a tuft of hair on his head who desperately held his clansmen back and ruined the plan, the Black Ink clan could have obliterated one of them on the spot. Back when Mo-Nayi first witnessed the scene, he was so furious that he nearly choked on his rage. Now that the pseudo-royal lords received another order from Mo-Nayi recently, they immediately looked very distressed. Their confrontation with the giant spirit gods over the past 10 years or so had shown them that the two beings were not easy opponents despite their slow-witted appearances. When the overwhelming power of each giant spirit god surpassed essentially all other living creatures in the universe, their low sentience no longer mattered. Their strength alone was not something that could be ignored. Fortunately, one of the pseudo-royal lords quickly came up with a good idea. He smashed one of the dead universe's worlds nearby to pieces and threw a small universe fragment into the barren territory. The two giant spirit gods happily shared the universe fragment between themselves, then they turned to look at the pseudo-royal lord eagerly through the territory gate. He quickly threw a larger universe fragment to them, and they immediately shared the food again. Then he threw another larger piece. After repeating the cycle several times, he picked up an enormous universe fragment and pretended to throw it into the barren territory. However, the territory gate was too small for the enormous universe fragment to pass through. He then set down the universe fragment and beckoned towards the two giant spirit gods through the territory gate, as though inviting them over to eat. Ada was tempted. Aer smacked his bald head hard several times. The blows made him clutch at his head in pain with an extremely aggrieved expression. His appearance was very pitiful, as though he did not know what he had done wrong. "Stay here and smash them. Don't go there," Aer reminded in a rumbling voice. Even though he was standing in the vast void, his voice still echoed like explosions of thunder. Ada nodded repeatedly, finally recalling the warnings of the little one. Raising his head once more, he glared at the pseudo-royal lord fiercely and shouted, "Give it, or I will smash you to death." The pseudo-royal lord was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shattered the enormous universe fragment into dust while shouting at Ada through the territory gate, "Come and smash me if you dare." Ada immediately lost his temper. Starving as he was, how could he tolerate the sight of a perfectly good piece of food being ruined right in front of him? No matter how good-natured he was, he had reached his breaking point. He stood up and took a step forward. Just as Ada was about to charge through the territory gate, Air threw himself at Ada and pinned the latter down. On that day, the entire Black Ink clan in the No-Return Pass heard the roars that came from the other side of the territory gate. They could hear the bald giant spirit god screaming the words, "Smash you to death," over and over again. It was a terrifying sound. Inside the high-rank Black Ink nest that belonged to MOU, Mo-Na-Yi was reporting the situation to him, but another Black Ink clansman was sitting next to them. Given his right to sit together with Mo-Na-Yi and MOU on equal footing, the identity of this Black Ink clansman went without saying. He was a royal lord. The human race had produced a new generation of Ninth Order masters. Likewise, the Black Ink clan had also seen the rise of the next generation of royal lords. It had to be said that all acquired territory lords had the qualifications to become royal lords. Thus, the only question that remained was whether they had the necessary aptitude. There was the issue where it was significantly more difficult for a territory lord to become a royal lord than an Eighth Order master to advance into the Ninth Order. The root cause was the method that the Black Ink clan employed to increase their strength was very different from the humans. Unlike the human race, which relied on personal effort and accumulation to enhance their strength, the Black Ink clan relied upon their Black Ink nests to cultivate. As the power of a Black Ink clansman grew, the process for them to enhance their strength became harder in turn. It was precisely because of this factor that despite having so many powerful territory lords, most were unable to become royal lords. Nevertheless, the difficulty of the process did not matter in the end. The accumulation over thousands of years was enough for some of those territory lords to overcome the bottleneck in their cultivation. Yang Kai had already noticed that particular issue when he came to the No-Return Pass more than 20 years ago. At that moment, he was certain that new royal lords were going to be born into the Black Ink clan in the near future. A few years after that, the Black Ink clan had indeed produced a third royal lord. It was none other than the individual sitting here with Mo-Na-Yi and MOU. Although sitting here meant that he could join the discussion between Mo-Na-Yi and MOU, the newly advanced royal lord simply sat there and listened quietly. In terms of qualifications and strength, he was much inferior compared to Mo-Na-Yi and MOU. The Black Ink clan was different from the human race. There was no place for him to express his opinions here. He was only summoned so that he could listen to their discussion. Is there a need to intercept the human race army? MOU scowled deeply. There are many Ninth Order masters with them now. Won't it be disadvantageous for us if we send out our troops to confront them? Upon learning that the human race army was coming to attack them, Mo-Na-Yi immediately came up with a plan that MOU frowned upon. His plan was to prepare an ambush along the route and intercept the human race army during their advance. On the other hand, MOU preferred to fortify the defenses of the No-Return Pass and fight the human race army from within the No-Return Pass. The fate of the entire Black Ink clan rested upon this matter, so it was only natural for the higher-ups to have various conflicting opinions. Mo-Na-Yi was not surprised by MOU's stance in this matter. In fact, he had already anticipated MOU's opinion before he even came here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5869, The Enemy Approaches. Hence, Mo-Na-Yi brought out the speech he had prepared in advance. Sir, the human race army is taking an extremely aggressive approach. I'm sure they are fighting with everything they have. Moreover, based on my understanding of the human race, the No-Return Pass is not their true goal. If they manage to conquer the No-Return Pass, they will definitely dispatch their army towards the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. The Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction? MOU's expression darkened at those words. The Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction was the origin of the Black Ink clan. It was understandable for the human race to attack the No-Return Pass, especially since the No-Return Pass originally belonged to them. The Black Ink clan had simply occupied this land for the past several thousands of years. However, the fact that the humans planned to use the No-Return Pass as their stepping stone to launch an offensive against the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction enraged MOU. The humans are too arrogant. We currently have many pseudo-royal lords among our ranks, so we are perfectly capable of defending and holding the No-Return Pass. Not to mention, we also have the support of the two of the Supreme One's soul clones. It will not be easy for the human race army to conquer the No-Return Pass. MOE cautioned MOU, There is no need to be concerned about the ordinary members of the human race, but I hope you do not forget about Yang Kai, sir. It's true that we currently have many pseudo-royal lords among our ranks, but the situation on the battlefield can change in the blink of an eye. If Yang Kai was given the chance, there is no guarantee that the pseudo-royal lords would be able to survive a sneak attack from him. Upon hearing that name, Mou's expression darkened even more as he couldn't help recalling the battle from several thousand years ago. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds back then, they had forced the humans back into a mere dozen or so great territories. With such a glorious achievement, it seemed as though they could exterminate the human race with just a little more effort. That was the era when the innate territory lords had been locked in conflict with the Eighth Order masters. At the critical juncture, though, Yang Kai had abruptly appeared out of nowhere. Wielding a strange secret technique that harmed both himself and the enemy at the same time, he caused panic among the innate territory lords scattered across the various battlefields. In the end, he even managed to force the Black Ink clan to concede and sign a series of truces on the condition that he would no longer attack them. These agreements had given the human race some breathing room. Now, that person who overturned the entire situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan by himself had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no denying that the Black Ink clan currently boasted a large number of pseudo-royal lords, but based on Yang Kai's previous battle records, it was clear those pseudo-royal lords had no means to protect themselves from him whatsoever. His interference alone had caused the Black Ink clan to lose 8 pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory. The current situation could be said to be even worse than the one in the past. A few thousand years ago, Yang Kai had relied upon his strange secret technique that harmed both himself and the enemy to carry out his attacks. As a result, he had always needed to recuperate for some time after each strike. Now, however, he no longer had such scruples. The goal of the human race army has never been the no-return pass. Now that they have dispatched their troops, they must be confident they will obtain the ultimate victory. If we wish to gain the upper hand under these circumstances, then we must change our approach from being passive to aggressive. We must strike a crushing blow while the human race army is on the march, otherwise, they will only become harder to defeat once they establish themselves outside the no-return pass. Mou fell into deep thought at those words. Mou relentlessly pressured Mou. Sir, this is our only chance. The opportunity will not come again. After a long time, Mou finally raised his head to look at Mou. How should we deal with Yang Kai? Mou replied, Alone, I am definitely not his opponent, but I am capable of restraining him with the help of several pseudo-royal lords. Then, he turned to look at the royal lord who had remained quiet all this time. Dia Luo can hide in the shadows and find an opportunity to ambush him. If all goes well, we might even be able to injure him heavily. Dia Luo nodded lightly. If given the chance, I will do my best. Mou added, the human race is unaware of your existence, which makes you our trump card against Yang Kai. Do not expose your existence unless you have absolute confidence in achieving success. I understand. Mou questioned once more, what about the Supreme One's soul clones? Do we need to mobilize them? Mou shook his head. We must not mobilize them. The 2 giant spirit gods are watching us hungrily from the barren territory. What's more, we don't know if the human race has any other plans in place. If the Supreme One's soul clones leave the no-return pass, we will lose the ability to restrain the 2 giant spirit gods. The consequences will be dire if those 2 beings charge into the no-return pass at that time. Mou frowned deeply in thought. Although he felt that Mou's words made sense, he could not bring himself to make a decision. Seeing that, Mou earnestly continued to persuade Mou, Sir, in the worst-case scenario, we will be besieged by the human race army at the no-return pass. They will chip away at our strength, just like how we attacked the no-return pass in the past. In such a situation, our defeat will be inevitable. On the contrary, we might have a chance at victory if we take the initiative to strike first. After he finished speaking, he watched Mou calmly. Mou had said everything he needed to say, so it was now up to Mou to make the decision. There was nothing else he could do if Mou refused to dispatch their troops to intercept the human race army. He might have made their situation sound extremely serious, but the truth was things were not that bad. Even if the human race army laid siege on the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan was not completely helpless to fight back. They had made various preparations in the no-return pass over the years, all for the arrival of this day. It was just that, comparatively, Mo Na Yi preferred to take the initiative and launch an offensive for once. After a long time, Mo Yu nodded lightly. "I hope you are right." Mo Na Yi was overjoyed, but just as he was about to leave to make arrangements, a territory lord rushed into the room from the outside with a panicked expression. Mo Yu scowled at the territory lord and questioned in great displeasure, "What is it?" The territory lord hurriedly submitted a jade slip. "Sirs, the scouts on the front lines have discovered something of critical importance." Mo Yu raised a hand and grabbed the jade slip. Sending his divine sense inside, he studied the contents before his expression abruptly changed. Mo Na Yi's heart thundered uneasily at the sight as he instantly realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Although he did not know what was written in the jade slip, he could tell from Mo Yu's expression that it was something detrimental to the Black Ink clan. In the next moment, Mo Yu silently handed the jade slip over. Mo Na Yi took the jade slip and checked the contents. His expression quickly changed upon reading the contents and he exclaimed in alarm, "How can that be?" The information indicated that they had lost contact with countless Black Ink clan scouts along the route that he previously plotted from the no-return pass to the secret passage. More importantly, the location of these scouts was situated along the midpoint of the route. In other words, there were human race masters who not only traveled the distance that would have normally taken a year in less than 10 days, but also eliminated some of their spies who were stationed to monitor their progress. Mo Na Yi immediately thought of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was the only human at the moment who had enough proficiency in the Tao of space to travel at such mind-boggling speed. Looking back at the contents once more though, he felt his heart sinking after reading the second part. According to the information recorded, some of the Black Ink clan scouts had seen a magnificent grand hall in the void from a distance. Furthermore, the periphery of the grand hall was heavily guarded by the human race army. A universe temple. The Black Ink clan was no stranger to these early ancient era creations, having learned about the functions of the universe temples from the Black Ink disciples. The universe temples were mainly used by the humans in their travels thanks to the ability to shorten the time and distance required during their journey. Almost every great territory in the 3,000 worlds had a universe temple. It was just that the Black Ink clan had destroyed many of them during the initial invasion. Nevertheless, it was evident that some had survived the war. Mo Na Yi never expected that an object which should have remained in the 3,000 worlds would appear on the Black Ink battlefield. Recalling the function of the universe temples, however, he immediately realized what was happening. Mo Yu had obviously come to the same conclusion. Looking at Mo Na Yi, he dryly made an observation, "Looks like we do not need to attack them anymore. Prepare our defenses." In just half a month, a universe temple had appeared at the midpoint of the route that Mo Na Yi had previously plotted. Wouldn't that mean that a universe temple would appear outside the no-return pass in another half a month? Under these circumstances, there was not enough time for the Black Ink clan to even organize an attack on the human race army. By the time they finished their preparations, the humans would already be at their doorstep. At this point, there was nothing else that Mo Na Yi could do about the situation. All his plans and schemes were useless in this situation. If he wanted to defend the no-return pass, then he could only confront the humans. Thus, he composed his expression and said, "I understand." Mo Yu added, "We also need to come up with another solution for the two giant spirit gods." Agreed. There was some time until the human race army arrived. If they could deal with the two giant spirit gods before the attack, then they would be invincible. Over the next few days, the Black Ink clan significantly increased the intensity of their attempts to entice and provoke the two giant spirit gods. They even tried to send the two Black Ink giant spirit gods into the barren territory. Be that as it may, the enraged Oda did not give them any chance to take a single step forward. He stood firmly in front of the territory gate, smashing anybody who dared to step forward through the portal. Even the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were beaten so badly that they were forced to retreat. A steady flow of information was consistently being relayed to the no-return pass, and the various reports indicated that the human race army had erected 7 or 8 universe temples along their anticipated route. Some of the Black Ink Clan scouts even witnessed the human race army appearing and disappearing from the universe temples from a distance. The current situation clearly explained the deployment of the human race army. With the help of the universe temples, they were rapidly approaching the no-return pass. Some 10 days later, a figure appeared just half a day away from the no-return pass. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had arrived ahead of the others. Gazing at the magnificent base in the distance, he raised his brow at the sight. The layout of the no-return pass had changed significantly compared to his previous visit. When he came here 20 years ago, the ruins of numerous destroyed great passes had been scattered around the no-return pass and countless black ink nests had been distributed all over them without any regularity. At this moment, however, it was clear to see that the ruins of the great passes had been organized. The Black Ink Clan had arranged the destroyed great passes left behind by the human race in a sphere outside the no-return pass to form a solid defensive barrier. Furthermore, the Black Ink Clan army was gathered on the great passes. The impressive high-rank black ink nests had also been moved closer to the center of the no-return pass so that they could be strictly protected. It could be seen that the Black Ink Clan had made various preparations in advance to deal with the humans' impending attack. Yang Kai even saw traces of large-scale artifacts on some of the destroyed great passes. The Black Ink Clan were unable to perform artifact refining themselves, but they had many black ink disciples under their command. These artifacts must be the handiwork of those black ink disciples. Furthermore, 2 enormous black ink giant spirit gods stood guard on either side of the no-return pass, like 2 guardian gods. They towered over the majestic base with a chilling atmosphere around them. As soon as Yang Kai emerged, the 2 black ink giant spirit gods immediately detected his presence, raising their heads and turning to look in his direction. The black ink giant spirit god on the left even raised his hand and grabbed hold of a universe fragment nearby. In the next moment, he viciously threw the universe fragment in Yang Kai's direction with a roar. Thanks to his immense strength, the universe fragment, which contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power, broke through the barriers of space as it rapidly hurtled towards Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5870, Preparations? Although Yang Kai was half a day's journey away from the no-return pass, that only referred to the time required to arrive at the no-return pass through normal means for a human race squad class warship. Be that as it may, such a distance was well within the attack range of Yang Kai and the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. At any rate, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God did not expect his attack to harm Yang Kai in any way. Yang Kai was in the 9th order, so how could a trivial universe fragment injure him? In response to the menacing attack, Yang Kai simply raised his hand slightly. The universe fragment that was hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed instantly came to an abrupt halt and quietly hovered in front of him. Then, he clenched his raised hand into a fist. The huge universe fragment subsequently exploded into dust. The loud and flashy confrontation instantly alerted the entire Black Ink Clan in the no-return pass to the enemy's presence. One after another, countless figures quickly rushed out of the no-return pass and stared in Yang Kai's direction. Those figures radiated with powerful auras that shook the void. They were none other than the Pseudo-Royal Lords. The Pseudo-Royal Lords had obtained tremendous power with the help of the Source Fusion technique, but in exchange, they could never utilize their full strength. The price of their power was also their lack of ability to control it. For that reason, every one of them was extremely conspicuous. They generally resembled bright lights in the dark of the night when they stepped onto the battlefield, which made it impossible for them to carry out any kind of ambush. Yang Kai also saw Mo Na Yi and Mo. The 2 royal lords were standing in the middle of the no-return pass, surrounded by many pseudo-royal lords. When their gazes collided, Yang Kai grinned at them. On the other hand, the expressions of Mo Na Yi and Mo darkened at the sight. Now that Yang Kai was here, how far behind could the human race army be? The Black Ink Clan had known that the humans were coming to attack the no-return pass and consequently made the necessary preparations in anticipation of the enemy's imminent arrival. Nevertheless, the speed of the human race army's advance was simply too swift. After staring at each other across the distance for some time, Yang Kai raised a hand and made a slashing motion across his throat at Mo Na Yi and Mou before he casually departed. It did not take long before his figure vanished from sight. Inside the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi scowled fiercely. There was no denying that Yang Kai's actions were incredibly childish, but he could not guess the reason for him acting this way. Did he come here just to demonstrate his might? But what was the point? Could he have other intentions? Mo Na Yi instantly fell into deep thought, but he could not be blamed for being so cautious. Having been in conflict with Yang Kai for so many years, he knew that the latter had always taken advantage of the situation on every occasion. That was why, in his opinion, Yang Kai's every move was worthy of vigilance. At the same time, a universe temple had appeared in the void approximately 3 days' journey from the no-return pass, and a steady stream of human soldiers was emerging from it. The first to arrive was the Azure Sun Army. When their members had all been assembled, they quickly formed a solid line of defense around the universe temple. That was not all, as the Void Guard who arrived here the earliest were also searching for universe fragments of various sizes in the vicinity to serve as temporary camps. Mi Jinglun was standing near the Universe Temple when Yang Kai hurried over and reported his discovery at the no-return pass. Upon hearing Yang Kai's report, Mi Jinglun nodded. I expected as much. The Black Ink clan has always ignored the Great Passes because we had no means to threaten the safety of the no-return pass, but now, they are the ones under attack instead. Knowing that an attack by our army is imminent, I am sure they made various arrangements in preparation. The great passes that we left behind back then are perfect as barricades and barriers. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Did Mo Na Yi discover you? Yang Kai replied, I wasn't hiding. Mi Jinglun chuckled, In that case, they won't dare to act rashly. Mo Na Yi is both shrewd and suspicious, so your sudden appearance outside the no-return pass will definitely make him worry about various possibilities. I was worried that we might be attacked, but it looks like there's no need for such concerns anymore. If the Black Ink clan struck before the human army could finish assembling, the latter would definitely be troubled. The situation at this moment was the perfect example. Just the Azure Sun army alone would not be able to hold back so many Black Ink clansmen. Naturally, such an endeavor would also have been a huge risk to the Black Ink clan. The defenses at the no-return pass would weaken considerably if such a large number of Black Ink clan masters were to leave, which would have allowed the humans to exploit. The possibility was not likely to occur now though, so Mi Jinglun was only being vigilant towards every scenario. At this moment, he was practically certain that the Black Ink clan would not dare to act rashly again after Yang Kai's actions. This incident had given the human race army the opportunity to fully assemble their troops. An endless stream of soldiers poured out of the Universe Temple, but they all marched in an orderly manner without the slightest display of chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Kai took out the sphere that had been compressed by his space-time river. After finding a wide and open place, he raised his hand and threw the sphere. The space-time river lingered around the void, then the sphere expanded violently and quickly transformed into a majestic Great Pass. It was the Pure Yang Pass. Pure Yang Pass was not only the last remaining Great Pass in the possession of the human race, but would also be an important weapon in conquering the no-return pass. What's more, many of the soldiers learned for the first time that they had managed to regain one of the Great Passes from the hands of the Black Ink clan. Thus, they couldn't help cheering at the sight. The Ninth Order Masters who arrived earlier flew over and came to stand beside Yang Kai. Staring at the modified Great Pass, they couldn't help feeling emotional. It was as though they were recalling the tragic battle at the no-return pass. A large number of troops soon swarmed into Pure Yang Pass. Following the arrangement that had been determined in advance, they swiftly took their positions. It did not take long before the many spirit arrays began lighting up consecutively. At the same time, numerous array masters prepared some spirit arrays and unique artifacts in the nearby void. There was no need to mention the specific purpose of the spirit arrays for the time being. On the other hand, the artifacts were actually a set of void Yin-Yang mirrors, something that Yang Kai researched and refined in the past. The artifact was a large-scale one meant for teleporting massive objects, so it had no power for offense or defense. Each set of the void Yin-Yang mirrors was composed of 16 array boards, which were divided into two sides, Yin and Yang. Once activated, the artifact could swap the spaces within the range of the Yin and Yang mirrors like flipping the front and back of a mirror. The effect was both profound and mysterious. Yang Kai had mainly researched the artifact for the purpose of mining resources in Black Territory. At the time, he had used the loyalty list to bring Wan Baifeng under his command. Black Territory had also fallen into his hands as a result. Black Territory was abundant with resources, but mining them was extremely dangerous. Nobody could delve deep into Black Territory due to a massive early ancient era superarray. Therefore, Yang Kai's initial idea was that the ore slaves could mine the resources safely if he could figure out a method to transport the ore stars located inside the array to a safer location. That was how the void Yin-Yang mirrors came into existence. The artifact was first created by Yang Kai, but was later modified by the artifact refining Great Grandmaster Ma Fan. The performance of the artifact became much better as a consequence. Yang Kai had not only brought this artifact to the Black Ink battlefield, but also spread it throughout the various Great Passes, allowing them the chance to study and replicate it. Thanks to the effects of the void Yin-Yang mirrors, Yang Kai managed to solve the shortage of supplies among the major Great Passes in one fell swoop. Before the existence of the void Yin-Yang mirrors, the major Great Passes were forced to dispatch their soldiers deep into the void to gather supplies. These soldiers not only had to search for and mine materials, they also had to keep a constant lookout against ambushes and raids from the Black Ink clan. Things were different ever since they acquired the void Yin-Yang mirrors. They could now transport dead universe worlds and fragments that contained abundant resources to the vicinity of the Great Passes and mine them without worry. In this way, the efficiency of collecting resources naturally increased significantly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the lives of the soldiers at the major Great Passes improved considerably after Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield. At this moment, the human race army was preparing many void Yin-Yang mirrors in their surroundings. Needless to say, they were preparing to transport many universe worlds and fragments here. It was just that the purpose of these universe worlds was not for sourcing resources. The 3 million human race masters in the Third Order Open Heaven realm and below were responsible for collecting resources, so there was no need for the main army to worry about supplies. As for the universe worlds that they transported here from deep within the void, there were other uses for them. For this purpose, the remaining Void Guard, except those who had to stay behind to monitor the universe temples along the way, had immediately sprung into action after Li Wu-Yi left for the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction with 80 Void Guard. Each of them had carried either the Yin mirrors or the Yang mirrors of a void Yin-Yang mirrors set and searched various areas of the void. As time passed, the various armies gathered in this place. Aside from the central army under Mi Jingluan's direct command who occupied Pure Yang Pass, the other armies claimed a universe world or large universe fragment in the vicinity as their base camp. Each of these camps was soon overflowing with people as they worked to establish temporary outposts. The human race currently retained 12 armies, just like before. Mi Jingluan had not made many adjustments to the organization. After all, each army had experienced thousands of years of fighting together. The heart of the army was united by the blood of their companions and their enemies at this point, and it might instead be detrimental to make any rash changes. Therefore, the 12 armies remained even though there were not enough Ninth Order Masters to oversee them all. Luo Ting he was in command of the Azure Sun Army, Xiang Shan was in charge of the Blood Flame Army, Ouyang Lai commanded the Profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang led the Wolf Fang Army, Xiao Xiao was in command of the Soaring Cloud Army, Wu Qing commanded the Purple Feather Army, the newly advanced Shi De Zhuang was in command of the Shocking Thunder Army while Tang Tao led the Red Flame Army. As for the Burning Moon Army, Twin Instrument Army, Azure Dawn Army, and Jade Cicada Army, these four remained unchanged. These four armies might not be under the leadership of a Ninth Order Master, but they had the largest numbers of divine spirits. In terms of overall strength, they were not inferior to the rest of the armies. Besides, These 4 armies contained many new generation 8th Order masters who could advance to the 9th Order at any time. Once they experienced a breakthrough, these armies would also have the protection of a 9th Order master. A few days later, large ripples spread out endlessly from an area somewhere in the void that was warded off by a set of void-yang mirrors. The vibration from these ripples was so strong that the space anchored by the yang mirrors became extremely unstable, making it difficult to distinguish between what was real and what was illusory. With the spreading of the ripples, the fluctuations of space principles became increasingly obvious. As time passed, under the watch of countless eyes, something seemed to appear in the space that was originally empty. Once all the commotion had settled, the object turned out to be an enormous universe world that had appeared out of nowhere. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward to retrieve the Yin mirrors before moving to set them up in a new free space. Many array masters and artifact refiners then rushed towards the universe world and gathered on the side of it that was facing away from the no-return pass. Following a cursory survey of the geography, they immediately sprang into action and prepared a large-scale spirit array on the back of the universe world. After the first universe world was transported here via the void Yin-Yang mirrors, more and more began appearing. Meanwhile, almost all the array masters and artifact refiners from the 12 armies were dispatched, working diligently without rest. Martial Peak, Chapter 5871, Universe Worlds. In the short span of 1 month, hundreds of universe worlds of varying sizes appeared in the void where the human race army had gathered thanks to the teleportation effects of the void Yin-Yang mirrors. At this moment, every single artifact refiner and array master in the human race army was hard at work. Even Yang Kai was toiling away alongside them. Following the consumption of substantial resources, numerous spirit arrays were constructed on the universe worlds. Another 2 months later, their preparations were complete. The dwindling resources of the human race were completely exhausted after such a grand and large-scale project. However, the 9th Order masters did not seem worried about the situation. There were nearly 3 million humans at or below the 3rd Order gathering resources throughout the Black Ink battlefield and many universe temples equipped with space arrays connecting to various locations. Therefore, it would not take long before large amounts of materials came flowing in from all directions. It could be said that they no longer had to worry about resources as soon as they entered the Black Ink battlefield through the secret passage. During the past 3 months, the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass had repeatedly sent out scouts to investigate the situation. As they did not dare to dispatch any masters for the task, the information that the weak Black Ink clansmen could obtain was very limited. All the Black Ink clan knew was that the human race army had assembled at a spot some 3 days' journey from the No-Return Pass, and that they could attack at any moment. They could not gain any further information regarding the situation. On this day, all preparations were completed. The human race army finally embarked on their quest to retake the No-Return Pass. This crusade was the first of its kind in the thousands of years since the Black Ink clan first invaded the 3,000 worlds. The first time the human race had truly taken the initiative in the war. The roles of the hunter and the prey were reversed at this moment. It was also the first battle since the human race army launched their offensive, hence, every single soldier in the human race army displayed high morale and intense fighting spirit. The bustling void became empty in a flash. Aside from the squads who had to stay behind and guard the universe temples and the human race masters with special duties, the rest of the army had divided into 2 groups and advanced towards the No-Return Pass. 1 day later, the movements of the human race army were relayed to the No-Return Pass by their lookouts. Mo-Na-Yi finally felt his anxiety receding slightly at the knowledge. The human race army had come to attack, but there had been no movement from them for the past 3 months. The feeling of having a knife held against his neck was extremely uncomfortable. He did not know what sort of preparations and arrangements the enemy was making during this period, but he could be certain about one thing: he could not afford to underestimate them. Now that the blade had been swung, who was stronger and who was weaker would be determined in combat. There was no doubt that the human race army was the strongest it had ever been, but the Black Ink clan was not inferior. Mo-Na-Yi also believed that the Black Ink clan had a slight advantage as the defending party. Under these circumstances, The human race army would most likely be sent back in defeat if they came attacking directly from the front. It was truly unfortunate that the commander of the opposing party was Mi Jinglun, who would never make such a stupid decision. After receiving the report from the scouts on the front lines, Mo Nayi glanced at the information and frowned deeply. It was just as he had expected. The human race army had made various deployments and arrangements in advance. The reports indicated that the human race army was not aiming for a frontal attack. On the contrary, they had divided their forces into two groups and taken a considerable detour by traveling in a wide arc. Judging by their formation, they seemed to be approaching the no-return pass from both the right and left sides in a pincer attack. The deployment of the human race army was both reasonable yet also unexpected. Nevertheless, their actions confused Mo Nayi. He knew that Mi Jinglun was not naive enough to believe the humans could conquer the no-return pass with such a simple pincer attack, but he could not figure out the purpose behind their deployment either. Unable to determine their aim, Mo Nayi could only adopt countermeasures on the fly according to how the situation evolved. At his command, most of the Black Ink clan army in the no-return pass mobilized various defensive measures ahead of the human race army's advance. The humans sailed forward aggressively. It was always necessary to take the initiative in a war. After all, the only deciding factor between victory and defeat was the limit of casualties that could be sustained by the respective parties. At this moment, Yang Kai was back at the base camp of the human army on one of the largest universe worlds in the vicinity of the Universe Temple. He was lying down in a deserted mountain valley with his arms behind his head and one leg crossed over his knee. Staring into the void blankly, he looked like he was enjoying a rare moment of peace amidst the chaotic situation. He had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years. During this period, he had always been cultivating hard or rushing somewhere to accomplish a mission. There had never been a time when he could relax, so he couldn't help feeling a little strange at the abrupt change. Nevertheless, the reason he did not join the assault was that he had his own mission to carry out. Dozens of Void Guard and hundreds of Eighth Order Masters were also tasked with carrying out similar missions. At this moment, they were scattered around the numerous universe worlds that had been prepared beforehand. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's unfocused gaze sharpened without warning and a light flashed through his eyes at the same time. "It's about time," he muttered to himself, climbing to his feet as he stretched lazily. Peaceful and happy times were often short-lived in this age of chaos. After taking the time to forget about his troubles and enjoying a carefree rest for a day, Yang Kai felt refreshed and full of energy. It was time to take action. With a shout, he circulated his strength and channeled his world force into the spirit array beneath his feet. The intricate patterns of the spirit array immediately lit up and rapidly spread outward like an uncontrolled wildfire. Looking down from the void, it could be seen that the spirit array was extremely large. In fact, the spirit array practically covered 10% the entire universe world surface. When the spirit array was activated, an enormous light barrier emerged to surround the universe world. Propelled by the power of the light barrier under Yang Kai's control, the gigantic universe world which had been peacefully hovering in the void slowly began to move as though it was being pushed by a large, invisible hand. At first, this movement was slight. However, its momentum became greater and greater with the passage of time. After passing through the various spirit arrays that were constructed in the void beforehand, the speed of the universe worlds increased sharply. Furthermore, the direction in which the enormous universe world was advancing was none other than the direction where the no-return pass was located. Behind this enormous universe world, countless other universe worlds and fragments of varying sizes were moving in the same direction. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Yang Kai stood on top of the universe world, looking bold and heroic. Throwing his head back with laughter, he sent a divine sense transmission in all directions. "Proud soldiers of the human race, let us charge into battle." Many Eighth Order Masters and Void Guards responded gallantly from the backs of those universe worlds. The strategy to attack the Black Ink clan by making use of the impact caused by the collision of universe worlds was pioneered by the Great Evolution Army during the previous war. While the Northern and Southern Great Evolution armies blockaded the Great Evolution Pass under Mi Jinglun's command, Xiang Shan led the eastern and western armies to assault the royal city. At that time, Xiang Shan had repeatedly unleashed this tactic, draining the strength of the Black Ink clan to a huge extent. This strategy was generally very difficult to employ. After all, it was very strenuous to gather the universe worlds that were scattered throughout the void. Simply transporting appropriate universe worlds with manpower alone was not only extremely time-consuming but also incredibly labor-intensive, so the effort was considered impractical. However, the strategy became much more viable with Yang Kai's void Yin-Yang mirrors. The human race army gained the ability to gather universe worlds that were originally scattered throughout the void thanks to the support of the void Yin-Yang mirrors. Then, they prepared various spirit arrays to support and reinforce their weapons. The Great Evolution Army had employed this tactic to cause not only tremendous damage to the Black Ink clan, but to also threaten the royal city in the Great Evolution Theater. At the same time, the losses faced by the Great Evolution Army were reduced significantly. The scouts dispatched by the No-Return Pass had naturally discovered traces of the human race army gathering universe worlds. Needless to say, even low-rank Black Ink clansmen couldn't miss hundreds of universe worlds being brought over by the humans. The gathering of so many universe worlds was by no means a small-scale action after all. When Mo Na Yi received the information from his scouts, he was amazed that the humans had such mysterious means. He did not think too much about this matter though, as he simply assumed that the human race masters were planning to mine resources from those universe worlds. How could he have known that they were planning to use these universe worlds to attack the No-Return Pass? If there were any survivors from the Black Ink clan army of Great Evolution Theater, they would have understood the human race army's intentions in a heartbeat. It was a pity that the entire Black Ink clan army from the Black Ink battlefield back then had been exterminated by the humans during the First Crusade. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples under the current Black Ink clan's control had not participated in the previous war on the Black Ink battlefield. There had also been no need for the human race army to employ this tactic over the past few thousands of years. The assault on the No-Return Pass was the first opportunity to make use of this strategy. Mi Jingluan did not expect this battle to determine victory and defeat. There were countless masters in the No-Return Pass, not to mention 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. They were by no means easy prey to defeat. Nevertheless, it was the first battle since the human race army set off to conquer the No-Return Pass, so it was only natural to start things off on the right foot. Therefore, they had not hesitated to bring out the universe world impact strategy that was used to besiege Great Evolution Royal City in the past. The humans even exhausted their remaining resources transporting and modifying several hundred universe worlds for this initial battle. The reason why the human race army had to divide into 2 groups and sail in a wide arc was to leave a clear path for the universe worlds that were hurtling towards the No-Return Pass. Otherwise, these universe worlds would have collided with their troops that were blocking the way. It would be extremely embarrassing if they struck their own forces before they even managed to attack their enemy. Besides, the human race army would also distract the Black Ink clan's attention by marching ahead. All the forces of the Black Ink clan in the No-Return Pass were currently focused on the human race army advancing from the left and right sides. How could they ever have imagined that hundreds of universe worlds would come flying at them from their center? Many Black Ink clansmen were gathered in the Grand Hall of the No-Return Pass, and the atmosphere was gloomy. The attack of the human race army had long been expected. In fact, Mo Na Yi had already anticipated today's situation all the way back when he recalled all the pseudo-royal lords more than 20 years ago. At the time, the Black Ink clan could have chosen to retreat from the No-Return Pass, but where would they go after leaving this place? Were they supposed to aimlessly wander around the Black Ink battlefield? Even if they did that, they would be found by the human race army one day. Rather than fighting in the void of the Black Ink battlefield, it was better to stay and defend the already fortified No-Return Pass. Furthermore, the mission of the Black Ink clan had always been to erode the 3,000 worlds and destroy the human race so that Mo would rule the universe. The Black Ink clan was not born to fight for their survival, but for their Supreme One's ultimate hegemony. Report after report came from the front. Following the steady approach of the human race army from both sides, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became increasingly depressed. It was not until the human army was only half a day's journey away from the no-return pass that Emo-Na-Yi slowly got to his feet. Glancing around at the many pseudo-royal lords gathered below him, he solemnly declared, "Everyone, assume your duties and take your positions. Since the humans dare to come attacking, then we will slaughter them until not a single one of them is left alive." The pseudo-royal lords accepted the order and hurriedly flew away. Then, Emo-Na-Yi looked at Emo-Yu again. "Sir, when the time comes, we will need you to restrain one of the Ninth Order Masters. However, the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Please adapt to the circumstances as you see fit." Emo-Yu nodded. "I know, but I probably won't even need to worry about anything. The Ninth Order Masters will come to me themselves." Emo-Na-Yi agreed. There were more Ninth Order Masters than Royal Lords at the moment, so they would surely attempt to restrain both himself and Emo-Yu. There was really no need for Emo-Yu to bother taking the initiative. Martial Peak, Chapter 5872, One-Way Journey. Emo-Na-Yi glanced at Dia Luo. "I will engage with Yang Kai in battle. Meanwhile, look for an opportunity to make your move. Do not expose yourself unless you find a suitable opening." "I understand." Dia Luo nodded heavily. As the only royal lord born within the Black Ink clan over the past 20 years, he was the trump card that Emo-Na-Yi had prepared against Yang Kai, so his existence could not be exposed. The moment he appeared, he had to strike a deadly blow against Yang Kai. Among all the Ninth Order Masters, Yang Kai posed the greatest threat to the Black Ink clan. No matter the strength of the other Ninth Order Masters, they could be contained by several pseudo-royal lords working together. Only Yang Kai, whose Dao Strength River was both profound and mysterious, was extremely difficult to handle. The pseudo-royal lords alone were not enough to restrain him. It was only possible to stop him if a royal lord personally took action. Moreover, it would also depend on whether there was an opportunity to obstruct Yang Kai, as the latter was proficient in the Tao of space, which made him as slippery as an eel. Without the right opportunity, nobody could even hope to pin him down. Although the Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods, they could not be dispatched into battle casually, as the true giant spirit gods were eyeing the no-return pass eagerly. If the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods left their post in the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would have no means to guarantee the safety of their rear. It could be said that the existence of the 2 giant spirit gods was keeping the Black Ink clan's strongest combat force in check. Naturally, the same could be said in reverse. In this situation, neither side had an advantage over the other. After making various arrangements, Emo-Na-Yi darted out of the Grand Hall and stared into the depths of the void. With his cultivation and eyesight, he could naturally see the imposing human race army around him. The huge and boundless fleet coming from both sides resembled a swarm of locusts that covered his entire field of vision. Just looking at the scene gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Not to mention, there was a conspicuous and majestic great pass on the left side of the human race army that stood out like a sore thumb. The corner of his face twitched involuntarily at the sight of the great pass, as it was none other than pure Yang Pass that Yang Kai took from the no-return pass some 20 years ago. Despite knowing that the human race army would use pure Yang Pass against the Black Ink clan if they let Yang Kai take it, the Black Ink clan was forced to make certain concessions due to the pressure from various threats caused by Yang Kai at the time. That was because the safety of the pseudo-royal lords wandering outside could not be guaranteed if Yang Kai was allowed to act as he pleased. The Great Pass had been repaired and modified by the human race. At this moment, the entire Great Pass seemed to radiate with a sense of grandeur. It was easy to see that the various artifacts mounted on the walls of the Great Pass were not mere decorations. Any Black Ink clansman who dared to approach the Great Pass would instantly be greeted with a storm of attacks. With pure Yang Pass, the safety of Mi Jinglun, who served as the supreme commander of the human race army, would be guaranteed. Emo-Na-Yi couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret at the sight. He had been searching for an opportunity to eliminate Mi Jinglun the entire time, but the latter had always remained in the supreme headquarters during the previous wars. Because Mi Jinglun rarely entered the battlefield, the Black Ink clan had been unable to touch a single hair on his head up until now. Besides, it had been obvious that Yang Kai was preparing the Great Pass for Mi Jinglun when he came to the no-return pass and demanded pure Yang Pass. Emona sneered coldly to himself, Yang Kai sure takes good care of Supreme Commander Mi. Then, various other thoughts came to mind unbidden. I wonder if the human race army will fall into chaos if Mi Jinglun is killed before they launch their attack on the no-return pass. Where is Yang Kai? He swept his gaze over the human race army coming from both sides but did not spot his nemesis anywhere. The realization caused Emona Yi to become vigilant. Not only was Yang Kai proficient in the Tao of space, but he also seemed to have mastered a mysterious secret technique that almost perfectly concealed himself. If he wanted to stay hidden and ambush the pseudo-royal lords during the battle, none of the pseudo-royal lords would survive the encounter. Could he be hiding in the vicinity? That's certainly a possibility. Just as Emona Yi was starting to feel suspicious, the human race army that had been approaching the no-return pass slowly from both flanks suddenly accelerated. The news was instantly relayed to the entire no-return pass. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere in the no-return pass was chilling. The entire Black Ink clan had mentally prepared themselves to fight the humans to the death. Likewise, the pseudo-royal lords were blazing with intense fighting spirit. They displayed their auras proudly, not bothering to conceal their presence in the slightest. 4 hours passed and the humans were now closing in on the no-return pass. Be it the human race army or the Black Ink clan army, the stronger soldiers now could already see the various deployments of the opposing party clearly. At this moment, none of the Black Ink clansmen, including the royal lords, noticed anything abnormal. However, the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods standing guard on both sides of the no-return pass reacted as though they had discovered something. One of the Black Ink giant spirit gods grabbed a universe fragment from nearby and hurled it into the distance, just like how he had attacked Yang Kai several months ago. The rather large universe fragment shot through the void at a high speed, but under the astonished gaze of the Black Ink clan, it did not hurtle towards the human race army but instead soared off into the empty middle void. Then, the 2 giant spirit gods began to hurl universe fragment after universe fragment into the void without pause. A great surge of anxiety immediately washed over Emona Yi at the sight. According to the original plans, the Black Ink giant spirit gods were supposed to use this tactic against the human race army once the war began. They were responsible for guarding the no-return pass, so they could not move around easily. Nevertheless, they could rely on throwing these universe fragments to create a great degree of disturbance to the human race army. If they were lucky, they might even injure their enemies. Even the 8th Order Masters would not be able to withstand such an attack from these Black Ink giant spirit gods. However, the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods had unexpectedly begun to take action before the war started or the Black Ink clan army in the no-return pass engaged the enemy. The sudden turn of events was very different from the original plans. As the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods were both soul clones of the Supreme One, Emona Yi had no right to criticize them for anything. Be that as it may, he gradually began to notice the abnormality after observing their actions. He looked in the direction where the universe fragments were being thrown, and what entered his field of vision were countless shadows of indescribable size. When he finally caught a clear glimpse of the shadows, his body began to shake involuntarily. At the same time, he felt as though his head was about to explode at the sight. Those shadows were actually enormous universe worlds. He finally realized something about the piece of information that he had neglected before. The reason the human race army had gathered so many universe worlds was not to mine for resources. They were using them as weapons to attack the no-return pass. With the abilities of the human race, it was not surprising for them to achieve such a feat. It was just that Emona Yi never expected them to attack in such an outrageous manner. The Black Ink clan had only thought of relying on the Black Ink giant spirit god's strength to attack the human race army by throwing universe fragments at them, but the humans found a way to do something similar. They had brought the universe worlds to the war. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. It was simply outrageous. In Emona Yi's field of vision, the universe world that came first was particularly massive. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure finally appeared on the periphery of a large universe world. He was flying through the void, leading hundreds of unstoppable universe worlds in a torrent behind him. Facing the first universe fragment that the black ink giant spirit god hurled at him, Yang Kai simply raised his hand slightly and clenched his fist lightly. In response, the universe fragment instantly exploded into dust. Pointless tricks. 10 million kilometers away, Yang Kai looked in the direction of the no-return pass and grinned at Emonai. Immediately after that he summoned the space-time river. The river was like a whip, dancing wildly in the void, smashing all the universe fragments hurtling towards him. Useless. All useless. His voice resounded through the void. Emonai, there is an old saying among the human race that goes, "It's rude not to reciprocate a kind gesture." The Black Ink clan delivered pure Yang Pass and a considerable amount of resources to me 20 years ago, so I brought you a generous gift today in return. Please accept my sincerity. Behind the universe fragments, hundreds of Eighth Order masters shouted in unison, "Please accept our sincerity." Their unrestrained and defiant expressions nearly gave Emonai a heart attack from rage. Likewise, the expressions of the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass turned increasingly solemn. They would not have worried if they were simply attacked with hundreds of universe worlds. All from the Black Ink clan masters were currently assembled in the no-return pass, so with their combined strength, mere hundreds of universe worlds could easily be destroyed before they even got close. However, the human race army was currently surging towards their left and right flanks. If the Black Ink clan diverted their strength to intercept these universe worlds, the human army would surely take advantage of their distraction. On the other hand, the impact on the no-return pass would be too much if they simply ignored the universe worlds. The Black Ink clan masters might not be too affected, but those with lower cultivation would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Any possible casualties were merely their secondary concern, however, as their primary worry was that the impact of such an attack might threaten the safety of the Black Ink nests. After all, Black Ink nests were all extremely fragile. At this moment, the intention of the humans was extremely clear. The two groups pressing them from either side abruptly increased their speed so that they arrived at the same time as the universe worlds. They were planning to completely overwhelm the Black Ink clan from all sides. It was too late to reposition the troops at this point, so all Emonai could do was make some subtle adjustments here and there. He relayed order after order to the Black Ink clan army, and to their credit, the Black Ink clan army flawlessly executed his commands. The short wait that followed felt like endless torture. As the hundreds of universe worlds drew nearer, their huge shadows seemed to block out the entire sky, causing every single Black Ink clansman to feel a heavy and oppressive pressure. Many Black Ink clan masters also held their breaths and braced themselves against the coming impact. An hour later, the hundreds of universe worlds that were launched from the depths of the void finally entered the attacking range of the Black Ink clan. Emonai swiftly unleashed a secret technique. His actions were immediately followed by an overwhelming wave of attacks that burst out from the no-return pass and blasted towards the distance. Good. Yang Kai pushed his space-time river in front of the lead universe world, coiling it into a giant swirling shield that absorbed and blocked the various secret techniques blasting towards it, causing the water to churn violently. Yang Kai could only endure this barrage for 10 breaths before he began to buckle under the pressure. His strength was impressive and his attainments in the Grand Daos were extremely profound. Nevertheless, it was an extravagant hope to withstand the combined attacks of so many masters from the Black Ink clan. If he stubbornly insisted on this course of action, the very foundation of his Grand Daos would be affected once the space-time river was damaged. After uttering such haughty words, Yang Kai decisively dodged to the side. Without his interference, the enormous universe world was blasted apart by the rain of secret techniques that came flying over in the next moment. The universe world shattered to pieces and scattered about at the same time. The human army approaching the no-return pass unleashed a volley of attacks. The void immediately lit up in various colors of all intensities. Then, these lights streaked across space like shooting stars and rained down upon the no-return pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5873, Double the Impact. Countless Black Ink clan miscellaneous troops were stationed along the outermost edges of the no-return pass, and their numbers were overwhelming in every sense of the word. This formation was the most commonly used tactic by the Black Ink clan. Throughout the years of constant conflict with the human race, the Black Ink clan often relied upon the sacrifice of their cannon fodder to shave away at the strength of the humans at the outset of battle. After all, they could spawn as many of these miscellaneous troops as they wanted as long as they had Black Ink nests and resources. That was why the Black Ink clan remained unaffected by the deaths of these troops, no matter how many of them died. Besides, the existence of the cannon fodder could do more than just wear down the strength of the human race army. Following the deaths of the countless lower soldiers, the Black Ink's strength in their bodies would permeate their surroundings and gather together to form dense black ink clouds. It was equivalent to artificially creating a battlefield that was advantageous to the Black Ink clan. Fighting under such circumstances was undoubtedly disadvantageous for the human race army, but the Black Ink clan took to such conditions like how fish took to the water. In the past, the humans used to be greatly hindered by this tactic and suffered heavy casualties as a result. Fortunately, they had the purifying black ink pills and purifying light nowadays. The existence of the purifying black ink pills and purifying light drastically reduced the deterrent effect of these tactics on them, but they could not ignore the detrimental effects completely. There were bound to be some remaining effects from fighting the Black Ink clan under these conditions for extended periods. After the first volley of fire from the human race army, countless Black Ink clan troops were blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and the entire periphery of the no-return pass facing the Black Ink battlefield was gradually covered in Black Ink strength. When the human race masters launched their offensive, the Black Ink clan masters in the no-return pass were busy intercepting the universe worlds that came hurtling down their center. One after another, the universe worlds were blown apart into fragments of varying sizes that still hurtled towards the no-return pass. The scene was a huge mess. Fortunately, the human race army had prepared many universe worlds. Moreover, they did not pack them too closely together. Despite suffering some losses, the damages did not affect the overall situation. Nevertheless, more than 50 of the universe worlds were destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this rate, the universe worlds would all be completely destroyed before they could even cause any damage to the no-return pass. But how could the humans simply allow the Black Ink clan to do so? The Black Ink clan's cannon fodder stationed around the outermost edges of the no-return pass suffered heavy casualties, and enormous gaps soon appeared in the defense line that they formed. Although a steady stream of these miscellaneous troops rushed forward fearlessly to replenish their lines and fill the gaps, the reinforcements could no longer keep up with the speed of the losses. The human army steadily approached from opposite sides. In addition, the continuous barrage of secret techniques and artifacts that blasted out of the huge fleet and shot in the direction of the no-return pass forced the Black Ink clan to rely on the Black Ink giant spirit gods to intercept the attacks. Looking down from outside the battlefield, the scene of the war was extremely magnificent. Both the Black Ink clan and the human race had made extensive preparations for the battle. Numerous attacks containing violent and destructive power rose from their respective camps only to fall towards the opposing one. The battle was in full swing. Many masters from the Black Ink clan were being increasingly restrained by the forces of the human race army that were closing in, so they could only watch as the hundreds of universe worlds and fragments approached the no-return pass. The sight left them feeling powerless and anxious. At this moment, Emo-Na-Yi was inside the no-return pass. He was simultaneously summoning various secret techniques to intercept the attacks from the human race army and monitoring the movement of his surroundings with his divine sense. Despite his calm demeanor on the surface, he was actually racked with anxiety for one simple reason. Yang Kai was gone. When the universe worlds came flying towards the no-return pass, Yang Kai had been standing atop the biggest one leading the way. Be that as it may, he had vanished without a trace after the universe world was smashed to pieces by the combined forces of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's sudden disappearance sent a chill down Emo-Na-Yi's spine. Unknown dangers were the most terrifying, especially when a master like Yang Kai was involved. It would not be a good thing for the Black Ink clan if Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura, then took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the no-return pass. After a quick look around, Emo-Na-Yi was relieved to see that many of the pseudo-royal lords were still following his previous instructions and arrangements. The pseudo-royal lords were in 3 fortunes battle formations, which allowed them to guard each other's backs. In this way, they could protect themselves to a certain degree if Yang Kai suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack on them. As for the territory lords below the pseudo-royal lords, there was no helping them. They could only blame their poor luck if they were targeted by Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's current status and cultivation, while he might not even care enough to specifically target these territory lords, there was still a possibility that he would eliminate them in passing. The ongoing battle remained unchanged. Although the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, their losses mainly came from the ranks of their cannon fodder, while the masters were mostly unharmed. On the other hand, the human race also suffered some degree of loss. Some of the warships out front had been damaged, and a few were completely destroyed. Of course, there were casualties among the soldiers too. Be that as it may, Mo-Na-Yi was not optimistic about the situation. Anybody with a discerning eye could see that humans had carefully planned and prepared their attack today. The Black Ink clan was bound to pay an expensive price in this battle. The human race army rapidly closed in on the no-return pass from both sides, and the hundreds of universe worlds flying forward approached the no-return pass at a high speed. These universe worlds were constantly being blown up as they closed in. It was fortunate that the Eighth Order masters controlling these universe worlds quickly noticed the danger and escaped beforehand. If not, they could not have defended themselves from the dense storm of attacks raining down on them. Ultimately, though, the Black Ink clan found themselves lacking the necessary numbers to handle the situation. Even though the Black Ink clan desperately tried to defend themselves, they simply lacked the manpower to face both the human race army and the universe world attack at the same time. An hour into the confrontation, one of the universe worlds finally broke through layers of heavy blockades and slammed into the Black Ink clan's outermost line of defense. At the moment of collision, the spirit arrays arranged on the universe world suddenly blazed with light and illuminated the entire sky like a great sun. The spectacle was immediately followed by the grand explosion of the universe world, which detonated with a terrifying force. It could be seen that the power of the spirit arrays was impressive indeed. It only took a moment for the Black Ink clan soldiers in the vicinity to be wiped out completely. Even a few of the territory lords staggered backwards from the force of the explosion. Meanwhile, the auras of many feudal lords vanished from existence. The expressions of many Black Ink clansmen changed at that sight as they gained a new understanding of their predicament. These universe worlds hurtling towards the no-return pass did not just contain enormous momentum but were also covered in various dangerous spirit arrays. That was what made these universe worlds even more terrifying. Unfortunately, their realization came too late. After one universe world broke through the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, a second and a third quickly followed. Although the majority of the universe worlds were destroyed en route, the human race army was extremely well prepared. In fact, they even went so far as to exhaust all their remaining resources just to arrange the spirit arrays on so many universe worlds. The places along the line of defense that were struck by the universe worlds were in complete disarray. There were countless casualties, and several spots now had wide gaps in them. Hence, the Black Ink clan masters nearby were rushing to restore the defense perimeter to hold the line. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. At this point, the true power of the human race army had yet to be displayed. The previous exchange had merely been a long-distance confrontation, and the attack relying upon the collision of the universe worlds was simply borrowed from external forces. The power of the humans itself remained hidden from sight. Mo-Na-Yi's heart sank. Before the war began, he had already mentally prepared himself for the fact that the Black Ink clan would suffer considerable losses. However, it would now seem that they were going to take far more casualties than he originally expected. All of a sudden, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. 3 pseudo-royal lords were standing along the line of defense in that direction. They had formed the 3 Fortunes formation and were working together to attack one of the incoming universe worlds. This universe world had almost made it to the defense line at this point. Just as the universe world was about to collide with the outermost perimeter, it was abruptly stopped and exploded thanks to the joint attack of the 3 pseudo-royal lords. The huge impact unleashed a shockwave that caused ripples to spread out across the void in all directions, and the figures of the three pseudo-royal lords involuntarily staggered from the resulting aftermath. "Watch out!" Mo Na Ye's furious roar suddenly rang out in the ears of the three pseudo-royal lords. Their reaction was undeniably swift. Almost at the same time that Mo Na Ye shouted his warning, they drew upon their respective power and blasted their strongest attack in a certain direction. In that direction, a figure suddenly emerged from the space that was originally empty. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had gone missing previously. Nobody knew how Yang Kai had infiltrated the defenses of the Black Ink clan or when he had appeared at that position. After his three selves united, he successfully mastered Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, which gave him an unmatched advantage in terms of concealment. Only a royal lord could perceive his movements and whereabouts within a limited range. If the pseudo-royal lords had investigated their surroundings wholeheartedly, they might have had a chance to notice his approach. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the pseudo-royal lords to see through the traces of Yang Kai's movements under such chaotic conditions. The chaos had created the perfect conditions for Yang Kai to hide in. Therefore, it was not until he made his move that the three pseudo-royal lords noticed his presence. Mo Na Ye's warning had sounded at roughly the same time. When the sound of the surging river entered the depth of their hearts, the three pseudo-royal lords involuntarily gulped nervously as a wave of fear washed over them. Yang Kai's achievements in E5 territory had long since spread throughout the No-Return Pass. At this point, not a single Black Ink clansman remained ignorant about that tragedy. A total of 8 pseudo-royal lords had died at Yang Kai's hands, all thanks to the mysterious Dao Strength River he possessed. As the saying went, a lesson from the past was a guide for the future. The deep-seated fear of Yang Kai experienced by these three pseudo-royal lords could be said to come from the bottom of their hearts. Accompanied by the sound of roaring water that resounded throughout the void, the Dao Strength River appeared and swept towards the three pseudo-royal lords like a flood. It was natural to try to avoid such attacks as soon as possible under normal circumstances. After all, they would never recover if they were caught in the currents of the Dao Strength River. Unexpectedly, though, the three pseudo-royal lords did not dodge the attack immediately. On the contrary, their fighting spirits seemed to awaken at this juncture of life or death. The aura that was closely connected between them became increasingly solid as a result as they swiftly blasted out a continuous barrage of attacks at the Dao Strength River sweeping towards them. The Dao Strength River, which was relatively calm in the beginning, abruptly churned violently. As the bombardment from the pseudo-royal lords intensified, the waves of the Dao Strength River swelled to greater heights. Yang Kai, who was holding the Dao Strength River in his hand, involuntarily gave a muffled grunt. At the same time, the strength of his offensive weakened considerably as a result. Seeing that, the three pseudo-royal lords were overjoyed as they also secretly felt a sense of admiration and respect for Mo Na Ye. Sir Mo Na Ye is a hero indeed. His instructions were indeed an effective method to counter Yang Kai's Dao Strength River. The truth was that Mo Na Ye had taught the pseudo-royal lords various methods and strategies to counter Yang Kai's Dao Strength River after the battle in E5 territory. Not only did he confront Yang Kai inside the universe furnace, but he was also swept into the space-time river by Yang Kai once and broke free from its restraints thanks to various circumstances. That was why he had a certain degree of understanding regarding the Dao Strength River. Martial Peak, Chapter 5874, Fake and Real. The battle at E5 territory had resulted in great losses for the Black Ink clan. The deaths of 8 pseudo-royal lords had left Mou and Mo Na Ye heartbroken. They no longer had the means to increase the number of pseudo-royal lords anymore, so there would be one less pseudo-royal lord with every death. After that incident, Mo Na Ye had seriously considered various methods to overcome Yang Kai's Dao Strength River. He knew that the mysterious river was condensed from Yang Kai's Dao strengths, but since it was a physical manifestation of Dao strengths, it could theoretically be damaged. Combined with his experience from fighting Yang Kai inside the universe furnace, he eventually came to a conclusion. Blindly dodging and retreating from an attack launched by Yang Kai's Dao Strength River would only lead to a delayed death. Only by facing the attack head-on and striking at it with a mighty force could one defend themselves against him. Naturally, This was only a hypothesis, and the actual results of confronting Yang Kai with such methods could not be confirmed. When Yang Kai abruptly appeared and launched a sneak attack on the three pseudo-royal lords, Mo Na Yi had swiftly rushed over to assist. At the same time, he also widened his eyes and observed the situation intently to verify whether his theory was correct. As soon as he saw the three pseudo-royal lords defending themselves against the Dao Strength River with their combined strength, his heavy mood lightened considerably. Sure enough, his suggestion was effective. Yang Kai was not invincible after all. Having advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai was very strong. Nevertheless, the most threatening ability in his arsenal was currently his Dao Strength River. The main reason the pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory had suffered such huge losses was that they had never encountered such a strange method before. With no means to defend themselves, they were caught off guard and suffered horribly. As long as the Black Ink clan had the means to suppress the Dao Strength River, then Yang Kai's threat to the Black Ink clan would be reduced greatly. Needless to say, achieving such a feat would not be easy. Having three pseudo-royal lords working together to establish a battle formation was the minimum requirement. Oh! In the center of the battlefield, Yang Kai made an astonished exclamation as he observed three pseudo-royal lords before him. Although he was surprised by this development, he had to admit that their response was certainly the correct method to resist him. The approach of taking the offensive and advancing relentlessly had certainly suppressed his attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Na Yi rushing towards him. The other pseudo-royal lords were also coming over to provide support. At this rate, it would not take long before he was surrounded, but even though the situation was very dangerous, Yang Kai showed no signs of panic. Wielding the Dao Strength River like a whip, he constantly brandished it at the three pseudo-royal lords. On his other hand, he suddenly raised his hand above his head and space principles condensed into a brilliant ball of light above his palm. Nobody knew what Yang Kai was planning to do, but looking at Yang Kai's actions gave Mo Na Yi an ominous feeling, and he immediately shouted, "Kill him!" In the next instant, a series of powerful attacks blasted out from Mo Na Yi and the pseudo-royal lords rushing over to help. These attacks landed unerringly in Yang Kai's direction. The space around Yang Kai suddenly became distorted, and under the impetus of the rampaging space principles, those attacks barged into the distorted space like uninvited guests. Then, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The attacks that had originally been traveling at an extremely high speed suddenly became as slow as a crawling turtle after entering the distortion. They were still approaching Yang Kai, but at a speed that was hard to even see. At such a slow speed, even a 3-year-old child standing there could easily avoid these attacks. Fortunately, Mo Na Yi was very discerning. He could tell at a glance that the secret techniques thrown at Yang Kai had not become slower. On the contrary, it was the space that had become extremely distorted. Near distant horizon. This space secret technique might not contain any defensive abilities on its own, but it had great defensive effects. The void surrounding Yang Kai's figure was infinitely stretched out thanks to the manipulation of space principles. Even though the secret techniques continued to travel at a terrifying speed, they seemed almost frozen on the spot under the effects of the infinitely stretched out space. At the same time, Yang Kai abruptly brought down his hand that was held above his head earlier. Nothing seemed to occur, but be that as it may, the expressions of the three pseudo-royal lords facing Yang Kai changed drastically in the wake of the seemingly useless blow. A turbulent wave of fear surged through their hearts at that moment because their intricately linked auras, which had seemed indestructible previously, suddenly fell apart as though sliced by a sharp blade when Yang Kai's hand came swinging down. The Three Fortunes formation had been broken. The space-time river swept towards them in the next moment, and unfortunately for them, they no longer had the means to defend themselves against the attack. Without the support of the battle formation, the pseudo-royal lords were no match for Yang Kai with their strength alone. One of the pseudo-royal lords was dragged into the depths of the river and disappeared quickly with a small splash. On the other hand, the second pseudo-royal lord reacted swiftly under the circumstances. As soon as he was caught in the currents of the river, he began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately for him, it was as though he was stuck in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank into the raging waters. The third pseudo-royal lord turned out to be the smartest. As soon as the Three Fortunes formation was destroyed, he immediately turned tail and fled. Even Yang Kai could not catch the fleeing pseudo-royal lord in time despite his quick reflexes. At this moment, the barrage of attacks from earlier finally overcame the limits of his near-distant horizon secret technique and slammed into Yang Kai's body. A dazzling golden dragon phantom emerged from nowhere and coiled around Yang Kai's body. When the powerful attacks exploded, the phantom dragon dissipated and Yang Kai's body shook violently from the impact. A trickle of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as a result. If it were any other Ninth Order master who bore the brunt of these attacks instead, they would inevitably suffer heavy injuries as a result. However, Yang Kai was a divine dragon. By relying on the physique of a divine dragon to protect him, he only suffered minor injuries from these attacks. That was an advantage that no other Ninth Order master enjoyed. The dragon clan stood at the top of the divine spirits after all, so it was only natural for them to possess incredible strength. Emonai was close at hand and a howl burst from his lips. "Yang Kai! Why are you calling my name?" Yang Kai sneered and took a step backwards. At the same time, his figure suddenly turned into an illusory phantom and space principles fluctuated wildly. Emonai's fist landed on the illusory phantom, causing it to shatter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was nowhere to be found by then. Yang Kai's laughter came from the distance. "Who can stop me if I am determined to eliminate your pseudo-royal lords?" Emonai turned and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's voice only to see Yang Kai standing at the head of the Dao Strength River. The waters in the Dao Strength River were turbulent, churning and roiling violently. At a glance, it almost seemed as though Yang Kai was standing on top of a dragon. It was a magnificent and majestic sight to behold. If there was no other external aggression threatening the Black Ink clan, Emonai would not have allowed Yang Kai to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, the human race army was pressing their attack, and there were still many universe worlds threatening to impact the no-return pass. Even now, Emonai was powerless to rescue the two pseudo-royal lords who were captured earlier. Yang Kai glanced at Emonai coldly, and then he turned around and plunged into the river. In the next moment, the movements within the space-time river became more turbulent. It was evident that masters were fighting inside. Just 10 breaths later, Yang Kai's figure appeared once more with a corpse in each hand. It was none other than the two pseudo-royal lords whom he dragged into the river previously. All the Black Ink clansmen who witnessed the scene couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy for their comrades. The war had yet to begin in earnest, but the Black Ink clan had already lost two pseudo-royal lords. While there were indeed many pseudo-royal lords, their numbers would not be enough to endure for long at this rate. What happened next terrified the Black Ink clan even more. Yang Kai held up the corpses of the two pseudo-royal lords in a demonstrative manner, then he casually tossed them aside and withdrew the space-time river. In the next moment, his figure vanished out of sight once more. The pseudo-royal lords were in mortal danger, and the realization caused a chill to run down their backs. Moreover, they all now felt that Yang Kai was watching them intently from the shadows, harboring malicious intentions towards them. Contrary to the reaction of the Black Ink clan, the morale of the human race army increased sharply after they witnessed Yang Kai infiltrating the enemy camp alone and reaping the lives of two pseudo-royal lords. The attacks shooting out from the human race army and towards the no-return pass became more vicious and concentrated as a result. Furthermore, the human race masters all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to display their respective talents on the battlefield during the coming battle. The barrage of universe worlds also continued. Even though most were destroyed en route, the efforts of the human race army to suppress the Black Ink clan forced the latter to allocate more of their energy towards their own defenses instead. In this situation, they were strong in will but weak in strength. They simply could not maintain their efforts to intercept the incoming universe worlds. Besides, none of the pseudo-royal lords dared to exert their full strength after witnessing Yang Kai's flashy demonstration. Every one of them held back slightly in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Emonai knew that they had fallen for Yang Kai's tricks. Yang Kai had not infiltrated the enemy camp alone to demonstrate his bravery. Rather, his main purpose was to distract the masters from the Black Ink clan. Despite knowing Yang Kai's intentions, Yi could not force the pseudo-royal lords to ignore their own safety and go all out. There was no guarantee that Yang Kai would not attack once more if they let down their defenses. What seemed real could be fake, and what was fake could become real. It could be said that Yang Kai's attack had tied the hands of all the masters of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was the only person among the entire human race who could achieve such a feat. The defense line outside the no-return pass was created with the damaged Great Passes that were abandoned by the human race army in the past as the foundation, and a large number of artifacts had been constructed on these Great Passes, but the Black Ink disciples were not very adept at artifact refining. After all, those who were proficient in artifact refining generally contributed to the war efforts from the safety of the rear. As they rarely stepped onto the battlefield, they avoided the fate of being captured by the Black Ink clan and converted into Black Ink disciples. It was for that reason that the artifacts prepared in advance by the Black Ink clan were far inferior to those possessed by the humans in terms of both power and attack range. When the human race army first started approaching the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan masters in charge of operating the artifacts could only watch as the enemy marched forward. The defensive artifacts could be activated at any time, but their effects were extremely limited. It was not until the human race army entered the attack range of these artifacts that countless lights began to blaze from the abandoned Great Passes that surrounded the external perimeter of the no-return pass. Be that as it may, these attacks were nothing to the enormous human fleet. Aside from causing some slight trouble to part of the human army, they did not play an essential role in the war. It did not take long for the human race army to target and suppress them instead. Many gaps had appeared along the middle of the defensive line due to the constant collision of the universe worlds. When the last few universe worlds finally arrived at the no-return pass and detonated, the gap in the defense line only became bigger. At the same time, the human race army deployed a massive number of troops straight towards the gaps without the slightest hesitation. It was clear that they were aiming to use these gaps in the Black Ink clan's lines to rout the Black Ink clan's defense entirely. If they succeeded, then they could march right in and conquer the no-return pass without obstruction. The no-return pass currently contained all of the high-rank Black Ink nests of the Black Ink clan. If the human race army invaded the no-return pass, the high-rank Black Ink nests would inevitably suffer extensive losses regardless of the outcome of the battle. There was no question that such losses would affect the production of more Black Ink clansmen as well as the healing of their masters. How could Yi allow such a thing to happen? He immediately mobilized many masters and led the Black Ink army to intercept those invaders. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5875, The First Attack on the No-Return Pass. The opening of the first battle of the no-return pass was fought at long range, and although the humans gained a huge advantage, it did not fundamentally change the situation. To really retake the no-return pass, they still had to rely on their soldiers to engage in close-quarter combat with the Black Ink clan. The Blood Flame, Wolf Fang, Soaring Cloud, Burning Moon, Azure Dawn, and Jade Cicada armies flooded over like a raging tidal wave, pouring through the gaps in the Black Ink clan defense line. The remaining 6 armies continued their assault from the left and right flanks of the no-return pass, holding down the Black Ink clan masters and army as best they could. As the human army continued to tighten its encirclement, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. There were constant sounds of death all across the battlefield from both the Black Ink clan and the humans. Across the vast conflict zone, aside for the few masters who stood at the pinnacle, the might of an individual became insignificant. However, the synergistic power of combined forces became more than simple numbers would imply. When this was applied on the battlefield, a scenario of death by 1,000 cuts became a reality. The Black Ink clan tried their best to stem the attack, but the strain they were under from the outset of the battle caused their response to be weaker than the opponents'. Their resistance only lasted less than half an hour before the 6 human race armies broke through the defense perimeter and stormed through the gaps. The human soldiers soon reached the broken Great Passes, which once belonged to the human race but had been abandoned for thousands of years. Warships sailed through and struck the enemy with secret techniques and artifacts while dodging the enemy's counterattacks with astonishing agility. This was the first battle of the human race Grand Army at the no-return pass, so they needed to achieve a spectacular victory. Mi Jinglun did not expect to retake the no-return pass in one fell swoop. After all, that was simply unrealistic. Nevertheless, momentum and morale were key factors in winning any war. The ultimate goal of the battle was determined even before the army was mobilized: inflict maximum damage on the enemy while minimizing their own casualties. With such an objective, the human warships did not act as lone squads, but rather moved as battalions. Squad worked in units of 8 or 9, protecting each other, advancing and retreating together, so that they could maximize the advantages of the warships and attack the enemy while preserving themselves. The masters of the two sides had also taken action against each other. The Eighth Order masters, territory lords, and pseudo-royal lords all opened up separate battlefields where they aimed to slaughter each other. The humans now had many more Eighth Order masters than the Black Ink clan had territory lords. Thousands of years ago, the situation was completely different. At that time, the Eighth Order masters struggled to resist the swarm of territory lords and fought every battle with all their might to kill the enemy, every time receiving various hard-to-recover from wounds. Yang Lai, for example, was afraid to take the supreme-grade open heaven pill given to him by Yang Kai because of the accumulation of such wounds in his body. He was concerned that he might fail in his breakthrough and waste a chance for a potential Ninth Order master. In the end, he succeeded and reached the Ninth Order, becoming army commander of Profound Nether Army. Back when the situation of the humans was critical, the Profound Nether battlefield was nearly captured by the Black Ink clan because they lacked top masters. The main reason why they were able to hold out at the time was because the Eighth Order masters were bold enough to put their lives on the line when they went to war. Additionally, they had battle formations and warships to assist them. However, all of this was not enough to counter the Black Ink clan's overwhelming numerical advantage. It was not until Yang Kai stepped in and forced the Black Ink clan to sign a truce that the situation of the Eighth Order masters became better. Otherwise, many more veteran Eighth Order masters would have died. Today, after thousands of years of accumulation, the heritage of the human race has become unprecedentedly strong. There were numerous rising stars who had become Eighth Order masters, and now Eighth Order masters completely outnumbered the territory lords and were capable of completely suppressing them. Moreover, the strength of an acquired territory lords was generally inferior to that of an Eighth Order master, not to mention their lesser numbers. However, the Black Ink clan also had a great number of pseudo-royal lords on their side. Each pseudo-royal lord had the ability to deal with a 5 elements or even 6 paths formation formed by Eighth Order masters. Worse, in order to defend against Yang Kai, pseudo-royal lords would group in 3s to form their own battle formations, making them much more difficult to deal with. Except for the Ninth Order masters who could deal with the 3 fortunes formation formed by pseudo-royal lords, the Eighth Order masters had to assume a 5 elements or even 6 paths formation to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord. In other words, 3 pseudo-royal lords in a battle formation would keep around 20 or even more Eighth Order masters occupied, which greatly compensated for the lack of territory lords. However, due to their fear of Yang Kai, none of the pseudo-royal lords in their respective formations dared to use all their strength. All of them reserved some of their strength and diverted part of their attention to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack. Therefore, from how it looked, the Eighth Order masters in battle formations had the upper hand over the pseudo-royal lords also in battle formations. This situation was quite bizarre. As soon as the human race army bypassed the Great Pass's defensive line, they immediately set about annihilating everything they could reach. Soldiers of both sides scattered on the vast battlefield and fought so violently that the void trembled under their collective impact. Blooms of evil purging divine spears appeared everywhere, resulting in the Black Ink clan suffering terrible losses. The human stockpile of evil purging divine spears was fully distributed for this battle as there was no need to worry about supplies anymore. The human race was going all out for this battle. Not long after the 6 human race armies attacking overwhelmed the Black Ink clan defense line, the 6 remaining armies on the left and right flanks also broke through the Black Ink clan's defense line, circumventing the broken Great Passes and meeting the Black Ink clan in close quarters. The whole area outside the no-return pass was now embroiled in the flames of war. MOU. A roar suddenly sounded from somewhere in the void, and with that roar, a magnificent figure crashed through the Black Ink clan's blockade with unstoppable power. As MOU said to Mo before the battle, once the fighting started, the Ninth Order Masters would definitely come to him. According to the information that the humans had, he and Mo were the only two royal lords. Thus, suppressing them would greatly benefit the humans in battle. MOU's prophecy came true when he was approached by none other than Xiang Shan. MOU was prepared for such a situation, and now that Xiang Shan had called him out, he would not avoid the fight. After Xiang Shan's roar, MOU rushed out from the no-return pass, his black ink strength surging as it transformed into a huge black ink cloud that covered the sky and enveloped the approaching enemy. A fierce struggle began within the black ink cloud before swiftly moving outside the no-return pass. A battle between a Ninth Order Master and a Royal Lord was so intense that if they did not move away from the main battlefield, there would be severe collateral damage to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. Mo Yi. Another roar came from the human race army. Seeing that Xiang Shan had successfully lured MOU away, Yanglai was ready to take on the other Royal Lord. According to their original plan, as long as he pinned down Mo Yi, then the two royal lords would be too busy to coordinate the Black Ink clan, including the two Black Ink giant spirit gods. Thus, even if they were not able to kill the two royal lords, the entire Black Ink clan army would become leaderless. However, as soon as Yanglai moved, a group of pseudo-royal lords in a Three Fortunes formation blocked his way. There were more Eighth Order Masters in the profound Nether army to help, but the Black Ink clan also had territory lords and the other pseudo-royal lords who were moving towards them. With Yanglai at the center, human and Black Ink clan masters engaged in a ruthless melee. Yanglai was so angry that he shouted as he fought with the three pseudo-royal lords, "Mo Yi, if you have the guts, come out and fight with me alone." However, no matter how much Yanglai shouted, Mo Yi remained unperturbed and ignored him as he remained inside the no-return pass to oversee the situation. With a huge potential threat like Yang Kai lurking in the shadows, Mo Yi would not care about Yanglai. From his standpoint, the biggest threat from the humans was Yang Kai. While the human race army attacked from three sides, Yang Kai was repeatedly using both Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability and his own space-time river. Needless to say, he made gains almost every time he struck. All pseudo-royal lords throughout the battlefield were his prey. Even though the pseudo-royal lords were in battle formations and were vigilant of their surroundings, they were still caught off guard when Yang Kai suddenly appeared and struck them. If they were lucky, they could block Yang Kai's attacks and save themselves. However, if they were unlucky, as many as 3 pseudo-royal lords would be caught in his space-time river, and the Black Ink clan knew exactly what would happen once they fell into the raging waters. Yang Kai weaved through the battlefield, swiftly moving from one success to the next. Each time he found an opening, he dove in to kill the cornered pseudo-royal lords. Within a short time, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords had been killed by these successive ambushes. It could be said that Yang Kai alone had done more than all the other Ninth Order Masters combined. This was a huge loss for the Black Ink clan, and Mo Yi was getting desperate, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had been trying to keep track of Yang Kai's whereabouts, but with such a huge battlefield and Yang Kai's quick and unpredictable movements, it was impossible to do so. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Mo Yi knew that things would reach a critical breaking point if he did not do something. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the lofty Great Pass in the void. Pure Yang Pass, which Yang Kai took away from the no-return pass some 20 years ago, had now become the location of the human race's supreme headquarters. It was where their supreme commander, Mi Jingluan, remained and directed the fights on the entire battlefield. After the 12 armies of the human race were fully engaged, Pure Yang Pass became very conspicuous as it remained outside of the battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 5876, Battle of Wits. The battlefield was vast and chaotic. In such a situation, it was impossible even for the Ninth Order Masters to know what was happening everywhere at all times. Once there was no central coordination and control, the humans' 12 armies were bound to fail even if they broke through all the Black Ink clan's defenses. The Ninth Order Master leading each of their armies also had to fight, and did not have much spare energy to observe the general situation. This situation only exacerbated when the armies broke through the initial defenses of the Black Ink clan, as they were then thrown into a chaotic melee and no longer had a structured formation which was easy to coordinate. Once communications broke down, the situation of each army became more dangerous. If the humans needed help at a particular battlefield, forces needed to be redistributed to maximize benefits without causing detriments. If the humans could exploit the weakness of the Black Ink clan defense, then they could reap twice the results with half the effort. To achieve all this, the 12 armies needed a pair of eyes that could overlook the entire battlefield. It had to be a calm and intelligent mind who could transmit battlefield orders rapidly. The Supreme Headquarters played this role. The soldiers at the Great Pass could see the whole battlefield clearly and quickly reported the situation from all positions, while Mi Jingluan and his staff were responsible for analyzing the intelligence and formulating plans in the shortest possible time. In this way, the 12 armies would be able to coordinate perfectly as a single unit to pose a deadly threat to the Black Ink clan in the No-Return Pass. This time, the humans came prepared for the battle. Even the intelligent Emonayi did not expect that the human race would use tactics such as throwing universe worlds filled with arrays to punch through the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter, causing the Black Ink clansmen in the No-Return Pass to suffer a considerable loss. Together with Yang Kai's unpredictable ambushes and ruthless kills, the pseudo-royal lords were all at their wits' end. If Yang Kai continued to cut down the pseudo-royal lords, when their number fell below a certain limit, the Black Ink clan may not be able to stop the humans even if they went all out. Therefore, from Black Ink clan's standpoint, they had to find a way to break the humans' current momentum. Emonayi had a direct interest in Pyongyang Pass, or more directly, in Mi Jinglun. Emonayi had never underestimated the importance of Mi Jingluan and the Supreme Headquarters and had wanted to find a chance to slaughter them all for many years. But unfortunately, Mi Jingluan had not ever appeared on the frontline battlefields, so he could not do anything about him. It was a good opportunity, now that the humans were attacking the No-Return Pass. However, Pyongyang Pass was going to pose some problems. Although this great pass had not yet displayed its power, it was clearly repaired and refurbished over the past 20 or so years. Emonayi could not estimate how much of its original power Pyongyang Pass could display at the moment, but he did not doubt that if it was brought into the battle, it would cause a huge breakthrough for the human race, and the Black Ink clan would have to pay a huge price to stop it. Even before the fighting started, Emonayi had thought about attacking Pyongyang Pass, and since things had come to this point, it was time for him to act boldly. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Emonayi's divine sense surged, sending commands in all directions. The next moment, the Black Ink clan army on the battlefield suddenly turned from defense to offense, and many of them rushed towards the human warships. The warships were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, and many were blown to pieces across the battlefield. The human soldiers inside now did not have the protection of their warships and were quickly swamped by the boundless Black Ink clan soldiers. Only a few managed to escape by virtue of their strong cultivation. The scene looked like a group of sharks tearing at their bleeding prey. The nearby human soldiers quickly moved to provide assistance, but this barely stabilized the situation. At that moment, Emonayi, who had been watching from the No-Return Pass, lunged forward. Along with him, 12 other figures rushed out from the No-Return Pass. Judging from the unmistakable auras, those were 12 pseudo-royal lords. There were numerous Black Ink clan pseudo-royal lords. Not all of them were deployed to the battlefield in the previous wars. It was estimated that only 70% of them fought on the battlefield, while the remaining 30% were recuperating in the No-Return Pass. They did this to preserve their strength and to guard the No-Return Pass. After all, Yang Kai could turn up at any moment to harass them, so Emonayi did not dare to relax his vigilance. If Yang Kai rushed into the No-Return Pass and stirred up chaos, the high-rank Black Ink nests would be decimated. So even though 12 more pseudo-royal lords were coming out of the No-Return Pass, there were still a good number of pseudo-royal lords engaged in the main battle. Emonayi attacked together with the 12 pseudo-royal lords along with a large army of 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen, including many feudal lords and territory lords. This conspicuous army rushed towards the disrupted human lines, and even though the human army at that location tried their best to intercept them, they were unable to contain the enemy thrust. The human defensive line was torn apart by the Black Ink Clan attack in a short while. 1,000,000 bloodthirsty and ruthless Black Ink Clan soldiers flowed through the gap like a torrent. Led by Emo Na Yi and the 12 pseudo-royal lords, they charged straight towards the direction of Pyongyang Pass, their objective obvious to all. The humans on the nearby battlefield saw this, and although they wanted to intercept, they were unable to. In the next moment, Emo Na Yi, who was leading the army, suddenly stopped, while the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the million-strong army continued their rampage, as if they were not aware of this and still charged in the direction of Pyongyang Pass. Emo Na Yi turned his head and shouted in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai. He thought that if he showed any intention of attacking Pyongyang Pass, Yang Kai would definitely show up and stop him. However, Emo Na Yi never thought that the cunning Yang Kai would instead head straight for the no-return pass. Before the pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass could react, he quickly destroyed 2 high-rank black ink nests. The pseudo-royal lords were not to be blamed for this as they had no way to conceal their auras. Thus, they all stuck out like cranes among chickens in Yang Kai's senses. All he needed to do was to choose the places where the pseudo-royal lords' defenses were the weakest, and then he could do whatever he wanted. It was only then that several pseudo-royal lords nearby reacted and rushed to stop Yang Kai, starting a huge fight with him. This battle rocked the no-return pass and the fallout was devastating, decimating several more high-rank black ink nests. Emo Na Yi quickly turned around and headed for the no-return pass, with his heart aching over the losses. Like the pseudo-royal lords, the high-rank black ink nest could not be replaced. Without these high-rank black ink nests, how could the black ink clans create more soldiers? If the high-rank black ink nests were all destroyed, the Black Ink Clan of the No-Return Pass would become a river without a source. Their defeat would be inevitable once that happened. By the time Emo Na Yi rushed back to the No-Return Pass and entered the battlefield, 6 high-rank black ink nests had already been destroyed. Upon seeing this, Emo Na Yi bellowed, "Leave one formation behind, the others guard the black ink nests." Upon hearing his order, the pseudo-royal lords who were ordered to stay with Emo Na Yi joined him in battling Yang Kai while the rest of the pseudo-royal lords formed 3 fortunes formations to guard their surrounding areas. Yang Kai did not continue his attacks on the no-return pass. Instead, he took a step back, dashed past the group of pseudo-royal lords as he glared at Emo Na Yi. The 3 pseudo-royal lords did not dare to chase after him, but approached Emo Na Yi and stood beside him. At this moment, Emo Na Yi looked at Yang Kai with his eyes blazing and gritted his teeth. "Bastard!" Yang Kai smiled smugly and taunted, "Why do you look so bitter? You deployed your troops against Pyongyang Pass, and you expect me not to do anything? Wasn't your intention to draw me out? You should be happy that you achieved your goal." Emo Na Yi looked at him with a deep frown and his anger slowly eased as he said with a frown, "You saw through my intentions." However, he was not faking his anger. Since the beginning of the war, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords had been killed by Yang Kai and now half a dozen high-rank black ink nests had been smashed. Even if Emo Na Yi had a steady temperament, it was impossible for him not to be furious. However, his anger was not as intense as expected. Yang Kai raised his hand, pointed to his eyes, and asked as he glared, "Do you know what these are?" Emo Na Yi's mind raced and asked in return doubtfully, "What?" "Eyes." Yang Kai replied, "I'm not blind." Emo Na Yi was flabbergasted. Although the battle was in full swing outside the no-return pass, 2 top masters were simply staring at each other inside the no-return pass. They just stared and talked to each other without fighting. However, the tension was very tense and treacherous. Moments later, Emo Na Yi quickly asked, "Has Mi Jing-Lun broken through to the 9th Order?" "What makes you think so?" Yang Kai asked with a puzzled expression. The Black Ink Clan should not know about Mi Jing-Lun becoming a 9th Order Master. Even if they found out about the 2 newly promoted 9th Order Masters, it should have been impossible for Emo Na Yi to know Mi Jing-Lun had also broken through. Emo Na Yi replied with a shrug, "It's obvious. Originally, I had already guessed that Mi Jing-Lun might have become a 9th Order Master. After the battle in the Universe Furnace, the Universe Furnace world became a hunting ground for the humans. The humans might have obtained another supreme-grade open heaven pill, and the most logical person to take it would be Mi Jinglun, but that was all only a guess. When I saw how you reacted just now though, I became 80% certain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5877. Of course I can. So that's how it is. Yang Kai appeared to be enlightened. The attack on Pure Yang Pass was not only to lure me out, but also to verify your suspicions. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, your main purpose must be the latter. At this point, there was no point in denying it, as the 12 pseudo-royal lords led a million-strong Black Ink clan army towards the Pure Yang Pass, which was outside the battlefield. There was no longer a way to hide the fact that Mi Jinglun had advanced to become a 9th Order Master. If Mi Jinglun was still only an 8th Order Master, Yang Kai would have to go to their rescue instead of boldly attacking the No-Return Pass. Since Yang Kai appeared in the No-Return Pass, it meant that he was at ease about Mi Jinglun's safety, and in such a large-scale battlefield, only a 9th Order Master was able to guarantee their own safety. Emonai shook his head and said, no, the main reason was still to lure you out and pin you down. Yang Kai, you must not underestimate yourself. Everyone from the royal lords down to the ordinary Black Ink clansman fears you deeply. Yang Kai grinned and replied, should I feel honored? Do as you please, I'm just speaking the truth. Emonai stared at Yang Kai, as did the 3 pseudo-royal lords standing beside him. None of them let their guard down even when Emonai was having a conversation with Yang Kai, and any abnormal movement would result in a violent exchange between them. This was also the reason why Yang Kai was willing to stand here and chat with Emonai. Otherwise, he would have already used instantaneous movement to disappear to somewhere else on the battlefield to kill more enemies. However, Emonai had locked onto him using his aura. Thus, even if he tried to use instantaneous movement, it would have been disrupted. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly said, since you have guessed that senior brother Mi had become a 9th Order Master, aren't you worried about the safety of those pseudo-royal lords? As they spoke, the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the million-strong Black Ink clan army had already closed in on Pure Yang Pass. The two sides would clash violently at any moment. If Mi Jinglun was still an 8th Order Master, then the Black Ink clan would have had a great chance to capture the Great Pass and kill Mi Jinglun. However, now that Emonai knew that Mi Jinglun was already in the 9th Order, it made no sense for him to continue the attack. It was foolish for them to charge towards danger with no possibility of gains. Emonai couldn't make such a choice. However, that was exactly what he did. Emonai replied nonchalantly, why should I worry? Yang Kai frowned when he heard that. If he did not worry about the safety of his attacking army, then did that mean that the humans needed to worry? At that moment, he saw the Black Ink clan army from the No-Return Pass making a very different move. Just as they closed to the defensive perimeter of Pure Yang Pass, this army, led by 12 pseudo-royal lords, suddenly turned around and charged back towards the battlefield. In that direction, human and Black Ink clan soldiers were in an evenly matched fight with neither side able to send reinforcements within a short period of time. A large army would be able to change the situation of that local battlefield and allow the Black Ink clan to gain the upper hand if they rushed over at this moment. Yang Kai's expression changed instantly and said, so this is your plan? Emonai ordered the 12 pseudo-royal lords to lead a million-strong Black Ink clan army to attack Pure Yang Pass, hold Yang Kai back, and verify Mi Jinglun's advancement to the 9th Order, but his ultimate objective was to wheel around and attack the humans from behind to create an advantage for the Black Ink clan. Emonai. Yang Kai raged. Emonai just said that his main purpose was to hold Yang Kai back, which made him lower his guard. However, even that was a deception. Yang Kai was particularly annoyed with Emonai at this moment, who could somehow turn an unfavorable situation around with clever tactics and deliver a blow to his enemies they never expected. Yang Kai nearly died when he intercepted the innate territory lords who had escaped from Primordial Heaven's source Grand Restriction thanks to a similar scheme. If it was not for the Universe Furnace's sudden appearance at the critical moment, Yang Kai might not have survived. In Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jinglun looked from the top of the walls at the Black Ink clan army, which was getting farther and farther away from Pure Yang Pass. He then looked over in the direction of the No-Return Pass and sighed lightly, Seems I've been exposed. Before the battle began, he had thought of using himself as bait to lure the Black Ink clan to attack. His advancement to the Ninth Order was only now known to the higher-ups of the human race, while the Black Ink clan was totally unaware. Therefore, after the battle started, the 12 armies all pressed forward, leaving Pure Yang Pass vulnerable outside the battlefield. This was to send a message to the Black Ink clan and Mo Nai. The Supreme Headquarters is on Pure Yang Pass, and Mi Jingluan is also on Pure Yang Pass. As long as the Black Ink clan could take down Pure Yang Pass, then the humans would become blind and deaf. When that happened, regardless of how strong the humans were, even if they could recapture the Supreme Headquarters, they would eventually be defeated. This deception was initially successful. Mo Nai had an army charge towards Pure Yang Pass, but just when they were about to engage each other, the pseudo-royal lords leading the way turned around and flew back to the battlefield. Their target had always been the human race army. If Black Ink clan defeated the humans at their targeted spot, then the Black Ink clan army would be able to gain a foothold and use that part of the battlefield to expand their advantage. No need to hide anymore, let's fight. Mi Jingluan said softly. The next moment, numerous figures suddenly shot out from Pure Yang Pass and chased after the Black Ink clan army with the 12 pseudo-royal lords leading them. The two leading figures, with powerful auras, were the two newly promoted Ninth Order Masters of the human race. Right behind them were nearly 200 Eighth Order Masters. Mi Jingluan had used Pure Yang Pass and himself as bait, so naturally he had made all the necessary arrangements. The garrison of Pure Yang Pass might have seemed obvious at a glance, but under the cover of many concealment arrays, the two newly advanced Ninth Order Masters and a large group of Eighth Order Masters were quietly lying in wait. If the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the million-strong Black Ink clan troops dared to set foot on Pure Yang Pass, they would end up with heavy casualties. For this reason, Mi Jingluan even hid Shi De Zhuang and Tang Tao from the public even when the battles began. However, now that they had been exposed, there was no longer any point in hiding them anymore. They were now Ninth Order Masters. Thus, it was time for them to play a role in the battlefield. The two Ninth Order Masters led some 200 Eighth Order Masters towards the Black Ink clan army, and although their numbers were far less than the enemy, their strength was comparable. The two Ninth Order Masters took point and charged into the enemy army, slicing through it like a hot knife through butter. Black blood splattered with body parts flying everywhere, leaving a trail of dead and dying Black Ink clansmen. It was only when the leading 12 pseudo-royal lords managed to intervene and blunt the human race masters' assault, halting the wanton slaughter of their subordinates. So, you had two more Ninth Order Masters. Mo Nai remarked calmly as he watched Yang Kai closely, able to sense the violent fallout from the clash even from where he stood. The sudden appearance of the two Ninth Order Masters' auras naturally did not escape his notice. Mo Nai was actually not surprised by this. Since Black Ink clan had a new royal lord, then the humans could also have new Ninth Order Masters. If he counted Mi Jingluan, the humans had 3 more Ninth Orders in just the last 20 years. It was unknown whether the two new appearances relied on their own accumulation of cultivation to break through, or did so with the help of supreme-grade open heaven pills. If it was the latter, then it did not matter as the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills were limited and would eventually run out. However, if it was the former, then the situation was untenable. The human race had produced several new Ninth Order Masters while the Black Ink clan only gained 1 new royal lord. It was obvious which side had the advantage and time would only exacerbate the situation. The Black Ink clan is doomed. Yang Kai taunted. Mo Nai scoffed and replied, "Brother Yang underestimates my Black Ink clan." "Oh." Yang Kai frowned and continued, "Is it possible that a new royal lord appeared in the Black Ink clan? Which one is it? Why doesn't he introduce himself?" Mo Nai maintained a straight face. "If that is the case, you will find out eventually." The answer was so flat and plain it was difficult for Yang Kai to determine if there was a new royal lord in the Black Ink clan or not. He had carefully checked all parts of the no-return pass previously but did not find anything. He had an ominous feeling when he came to the no-return pass but could not be sure based on that feeling alone. There were so many masters from the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass right now, so if he was not careful he could find himself in a critical situation regardless of the truth. So, Emonayi lowered his eyes, and his tone suddenly lowered. That's the end of the small talk. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Is it time to fight? No more stalling? I see that your pseudo-royal lords seem to be secretly setting up something. If it's not properly set up, we can chat a while longer." His completely nonchalant attitude made Emonaye's flaming rage burst out as he roared, "Yang Kai, you arrogant bastard! Do you really think that the no-return pass is a place where you can come and go as you wish?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a long time and then said, "This is the territory of the human race, so of course I can come and go as I please." "Prove it." As soon as Emonayi finished his sentence, the no-return pass hummed in all directions as if there was an invisible power swept through it. In the next instant, this huge stretch underwent a subtle change. This change was extremely inconspicuous, and it was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but Yang Kai only had to scan around to know what happened. He frowned slightly and remarked, "You improved the heaven-sealing earth-locking array." Martial Peak, Chapter 5878, The Battle of Courage. The Black Ink clan always wanted to use the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array to deal with Yang Kai. However, the spirit array was a bit troublesome to set up and could not be done so quickly. On several occasions, the Black Ink clan would be in the middle of setting up the array when Yang Kai suddenly dashed away or interfered. They could only hope for Yang Kai to stay somewhere long enough for them to finish setting up the array. For example, the first time the Black Ink clan used the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array was in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. They managed to block the entire Divine Spirit Ancestral Land with it, and a pseudo-royal lord personally led numerous innate territory lords to attack and kill Yang Kai. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai had he not taken advantage of Ancestral Land's favorable conditions and if the pseudo-royal lord had been more measured. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array, there was no way to limit Yang Kai's space secret techniques, and without limiting his space secret techniques, they had no chance to kill him. While Yang Kai was chatting with Emonayi, some pseudo-royal lords were sneaking around in the background, which Yang Kai naturally noticed. Now, the Black Ink clan had turned the entire no-return pass into a huge trap. Compared to the previous 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, the current array was undoubtedly better hidden and covered a wider area. Without Yang Kai noticing, the array had already been activated. "Damn!" Yang Kai cursed in contempt. Emonayi coldly snorted, "Don't you humans have a saying, if you often walk next to the river, how can your shoes not get wet? You went on 3 rampages in the no-return pass already. Do you really think that I won't learn from those failures and prepare for today? That's why you always stayed in the no-return pass, so that you could trap me here when I came again. It's unbelievable that the Black Ink clan has a talent capable of this. This kind of improvement to the array could only be done by one who had a high attainment in the Tao of Spirit arrays. The Black Ink clan had numerous Black Ink disciples, but they did not have many who were skilled in the Tao of Spirit arrays and Tao of Artifact refining. Thus, they were still vastly inferior compared to the humans. However, it had been so many years that if those array masters worked hard enough, they could achieve some gains. "It's too late now." Emonayi raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. "Today, you will be buried here." Yang Kai glanced around and said grimly, "Aren't you afraid that the high-rank Black Ink nests in the no-return pass will be destroyed if we fight here?" This was where the Black Ink clan's foundation was located. Although there were still a large number of masters, the presence of the high-rank Black Ink nests here was also a constraint for the Black Ink clan. "That's why I only let 3 pseudo-royal lords come to assist me," Emonayi replied indifferently. Yang Kai looked surprised for a moment before he nodded, "So that's how it is." There were many pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass, but only 3 were participating directly in the battle together with Emonayi while the others remained at their posts. They were responsible for guarding the high-rank Black Ink nests in their respective areas. None of them could stand up to Yang Kai, but they were more than capable of blocking some shockwaves from hitting the nests. With them stationed here, the high-rank Black Ink nests would most likely not be affected. "Of course, if necessary," Emonayi said with determination, "there can be more pseudo-royal lords to deal with you. simply said, "I am prepared to do whatever it takes to kill you today." From these words alone, one could see Mo Na Ye's determination to eradicate Yang Kai. There was nothing left to say as everything was in place on the Black Ink clan's side. As such, Yang Kai simply decided to follow the flow. He slightly raised his hand, summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, and clenched its shaft. As his Tao strength stirred, the space-time river began to coil around the long spear. His fighting spirit began to boil and his killing intent surged. Yang Kai held the spear, pointed it forward, and proclaimed, "Then, let's see how many of your masters I kill before I fall. Begin." Mo Na Yi and the three pseudo-royal lords lunged forward simultaneously and attacked Yang Kai from opposite sides. Yang Kai immediately thrust the Azure Dragon Spear forward, sending out a spear shadow filled with Tao strength so powerful that it terrified the pseudo-royal lords. The spear sliced a pseudo-royal lord's body, drew some black blood, and continued its momentum towards Mo Na Ye's face. Mo Na Yi roared and his black ink strength surged, turning into a protective layer covering his body. However, that barrier was directly pierced by the long spear. At the critical moment, Mo Na Yi raised his arm and managed to deflect the spear away from his body. The tip of the spear still scratched Mo Na Ye's face, and Yang Kai swiftly made a sweep with it, sending the former flying with a powerful strike. Yang Kai was about to give chase when he felt a powerful force coming at him from behind. It was the three pseudo-royal lords who attacked together, forcing him to draw back his spear to defend himself. Mo Na Yi quickly regained his balance but still appeared bewildered. The last time he faced Yang Kai head-on was in the Universe Furnace world when Yang Kai had just advanced to the Ninth Order and he had just become a royal lord. He was almost killed by Yang Kai back then, but Meng Ke sacrificed himself for the greater good and helped him to escape. It had been hundreds of years since that encounter. Now, fighting Yang Kai once again, Mo Na Yi suddenly found that this bastard seemed to be a lot stronger than back then. Of course, Yang Kai would certainly become stronger after hundreds of years, but likewise, Mo Na Yi was also much stronger than back then. Both of them still had serious injuries back when they first fought, so neither was able to display their peak strength. However, Yang Kai had now become much stronger than Mo Na Yi had expected. He knew how humans cultivated and understood well that a Ninth Order master required many years of accumulation to improve themselves. Thus, he could not figure out how Yang Kai managed to grow so much in just a few hundred years. Mo Na Yi thought that one group of three pseudo-royal lords together with himself would be enough to deal with Yang Kai, but now it seemed that was not sufficient. Unfortunately, he was not prepared to let more pseudo-royal lords come forward to fight against Yang Kai, as just adding more bodies may not help the situation. The three pseudo-royal lords who were already in a battle formation could only withstand Yang Kai's assault for 10 breaths before they started to crumble under his relentless attacks. They had previously fought with other Ninth Order masters and basically concluded that if they used a Three Fortunes formation, they would be able to contend with the enemy. Even if they were ultimately outmatched, they did not have to fear dying. However, this killing star seemed to be far more powerful than other Ninth Order masters. Fortunately, Mo Na Yi quickly came over to assist them. Even then, it was just barely enough to contend with Yang Kai. The pseudo-royal lords who were tasked with protecting the no-return pass saw this and became concerned and gloomy. It was impossible to realize how powerful Yang Kai was until one actually fought him. Three pseudo-royal lords in a formation could compete with a Ninth Order master. That was the standard rule, but now, even with Mo Na Yi, who was a true royal lord, their power was barely enough to hold Yang Kai back. Yang Kai was even beginning to gain the upper hand over them, which was a terrifying sight to behold. The battle was fierce and ruthless. Several figures darted around as they fought throughout the no-return pass. Every single attack on Yang Kai was well coordinated and powerful, which showed how well prepared the Black Ink clan was for this confrontation. The pseudo-royal lords who were guarding the high-rank Black Ink nests were also able to block all the fallout, leaving the Black Ink nests untouched. As the battle dragged on, the three pseudo-royal lords who were fighting became wounded and drained, causing their strength to drop. At that moment, three other pseudo-royal lords flew out from the perimeter, formed a battle formation, and joined the fight. Once that happened, the three exhausted and wounded pseudo-royal lords made a feint and withdrew. Yang Kai remarked in slight surprise, "So this is your plan?" 3 fresh pseudo-royal lords replaced the 3 who were exhausted. This tag-team tactic was easy for the Black Ink clan to execute and sustain as they had enough pseudo-royal lords to rotate into the fight. As long as the 3 pseudo-royal lord replacements joined the battle smoothly, Yang Kai would constantly be under pressure. "Since you're using this tactic, why don't you summon more pseudo-royal lords and fight together?" Yang Kai asked as he thrust his spear at Emonai. Emonai dodged, coldly snorted, and counterattacked. "There's no need for that. The array has been activated, and the no-return pass has been isolated. You want to take me down with minimal effort? That's a good plan." Yang Kai raised his brow as he continued his rush towards Emonai. "Although I have to admit that this tactic is effective, you might have forgotten that there is a major flaw to it." Emonai asked indifferently, "What?" Yang Kai replied, "The most crucial factor of this plan is you. After all, there is no one to replace you." "So what?" "So," Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed and became exceedingly violent. "All I have to do is kill you." Martial Peak, Chapter 5879, Concealing One's Ability by Feigning Weakness. The space-time river, which had wrapped around the Azure Dragon spear, suddenly turned into another spear which had the Tao strengths attached and shot out towards the 3 pseudo-royal lords to block all their attacks. Simultaneously, Yang Kai thrust out his Azure Dragon spear and charged at Emonai. Emonai's expression changed as he realized that Yang Kai had not exerted his full strength, causing him to stare at his opponent in total disbelief. How could he have grown so much in just a few hundred years? However, Emonai could not afford to think about it at this moment. Yang Kai had obviously grown significantly, but he too had not idled in the last few hundred years and had also grown stronger. Though not as much as Yang Kai, his cultivation was completely consolidated now. He was able to fight back and not just be on the receiving end of Yang Kai's killing blows. Black Ink's strength rumbled as a giant black ink cloud billowed, enveloping a huge portion of the void. The black ink cloud resonated with Emonai's roar. "How long can you last like that?" He could see that Yang Kai had used some kind of secret technique to boost his strength, but such secret techniques always had limitations. Yang Kai immediately snarled, "Not for long, but it's enough to kill you. Come." The two taunted each other like petulant children within the black ink cloud, confusing the pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass. Yang Kai was fighting alone while the human race army and the Black Ink clan army were engaged in a chaotic melee on the perimeter of the no-return pass. While the humans were woefully outnumbered, they seemed to have the upper hand. Moreover, Black Ink clan's tactical situation was different from that of the humans. The humans had pure Yang Pass outside the battlefield coordinating their movements. Precise orders were issued from pure Yang Pass to all parts of the battlefield, so the soldiers only needed to follow these directives and the entire human race army became like a tightly knit entity. They advanced and retreated together, providing assistance to each other whenever needed. On the other hand, Emonai and Mou were both fully engaged in the fighting. Emonai had anticipated this situation before the war started and had informed several of his subordinates to take over commanding the Black Ink clan Grand Army. However, they did not have enough experience, and their tactical and strategic thinking were lacking. They did not stand a chance against the battle-hardened veteran Mi Jinglun. If the Black Ink clan did not have the geographic advantage as the defensive side, and could not immediately receive reinforcements, they would have lost the battle already. However, the humans also had their concerns. Despite the fact that they had the advantage in essentially all aspects of this battle, the Black Ink clan still had the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods which were eyeing them dangerously. These 2 beings were wary of Ada and Aer, who were still in the barren territory, and dared not move from the no-return pass just yet. However, they could still launch attacks remotely. Even the simplest attack from a Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful that it could not be underestimated, and many humans had already been slaughtered by them. Thus, it was unrealistic for the humans to think that they could retake the no-return pass in a single battle. Just as the Black Ink clan had a clear understanding of the situation between the 2 sides, so did the humans. The deciding factor of the war between the two races was the 4 giant spirit gods. Whoever could solve the other's giant spirit gods first would seize an irreversible advantage. However, how could either army even attempt to solve the giant spirit gods of the other side? The biggest gain so far for the human race was the Black Ink clan army feigning an attack on Pyongyang Pass, exposing their backs to the humans' reserve force. Outside Pyongyang Pass, the 12 pseudo-royal lords had led a 1,000,000-strong Black Ink clan army towards the rear command post of the human race army before suddenly turning around and heading to a weak spot in the humans' offensive. Seeing this, Mi Jinglun ordered the 2 newly promoted 9th Order Masters to lead 208th Order Masters to pursue them. The Black Ink clan army, which wanted to coordinate with their clansmen in the no-return pass, was suddenly set upon by these human masters. The 12 pseudo-royal lords naturally saw this situation, but instead of confronting the enemy in the open, they ordered their army to escape back to the safety of the no-return pass. Unfortunately, this resulted in half of their subordinates being slaughtered. Mi Jinglun looked at the situation on the battlefield from Pyongyang Pass and sighed. After this fight with the Black Ink clan, he realized that the enemy had more strength than he had expected. Unlike the Black Ink clan who did not care about their casualties, every human soldier was a rare warrior. Taking the no-return pass was just the beginning. The humans still had to go to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. If too many were killed or critically wounded in retaking the no-return pass, how could they embark on the next part of the plan? So, when Mi Jinglun dispatched the army for this battle, he had emphasized the principle of preserving their war potential rather than maximizing the damage to the Black Ink clan. He endeavored not to have severe losses in the army, especially among the high-ranking Open Heaven Realm Masters. At this point in the battle, the humans certainly had the absolute upper hand. However, without resolving the Black Ink giant spirit gods, there was no way to retake the no-return pass. If they continued the fight unabated, there would definitely be more casualties. In such an intensely violent battlefield, every soldier would consume a lot of strength. Additionally, the medicinal efficacies of the purifying Black Ink pills, which were taken in advance, were time-limited. With so many dead Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield, creating massive amounts of Black Ink clouds, the protective effects of the purifying Black Ink pills were being constantly eroded. Once the medicinal efficacies of the purifying Black Ink pills failed, it would be difficult to fight in an environment filled with Black Ink strength. Mi Jinglun could not help but turn his head and look at the depths of the no-return pass, where he vaguely saw several figures in the midst of a fierce battle. Upon seeing this, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Concealing one's ability by feigning weakness?" Unlike Mi Jinglun was aware of Yang Kai's actual strength as he had discussed this with the latter recently. After 20 years of cultivating with the power of the 2 Open Heaven Realm Cradles, Yang Kai's strength was vastly superior to what it used to be. With Yang Kai's current strength, he should not have any problems killing Mo Nai, even if 3 pseudo-royal lords were assisting the latter. However, the battle seemed to be an even struggle. Clearly, Yang Kai did not use his full strength as he was intending to conceal the extent of his abilities. Mi Jinglun naturally was not worried about Yang Kai's safety. Before the battle started, Yang Kai approached Mi Jinglun and chatted with him privately, planning for various scenarios, including the current situation he was in. Mi Jinglun naturally knew why Yang Kai decided to feign weakness, even to the extent of letting Mo Nai live. Revealing his true strength to Mo Nai was not advantageous at this moment. It was far more important for the humans to deal with the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. Yang Kai decided to conceal his ability and only strike at the critical moment against the Black Ink giant spirit gods. After a few more moments of watching, Mi Jinglun withdrew his gaze and said to himself, "We've met our objective." The officers around him immediately focused and waited for the order to be given. The next moment, Mi Jinglun declared, "Pass down the order, all armies are to retreat and regroup at Pyongyang Pass." "Yes, sir." The messages were immediately sent to all the armies. At the same time, Pyongyang Pass, which had been outside the battlefield, also moved and pressed forward in the direction of the no-return pass as all its artifacts came to life. Mi Jinglun then flew up and rushed towards the battlefield. As a 9th Order Master, He should have already taken to the battlefield to kill the enemy, however, he had to remain behind to direct the army's movements. Now that the battle was coming to an end, there was not much more for him to do. The human army only needed to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner according to the original plan, so Mi Jingluan could finally put down the heavy burden of command and go to the battlefield to act as a lone Ninth Order master. At the same time as Pure Yang Pass began moving on the battlefield inside the No Return Pass, Yang Kai muttered, "It's about time." Pure Yang Pass heading to the battlefield was a signal for the retreat of the human race army, and Yang Kai knew it well. Although he had been fighting alone, he was still taking advantage of the momentum of the human army. At that moment, Yang Kai's extremely fierce attacks suddenly slowed down and he held a stoic expression. Across from him, Emonayi was drenched in cold sweat as he felt like he just escaped from the gates of death. He did not expect Yang Kai's explosive assault to last so long and had almost not survived the onslaught. His body was covered with wounds now, and even though they were not life-threatening, it made him look quite disheveled. There had also already been several rounds of pseudo-royal lords who rotated in and out of the battlefield. He was secretly relieved that Yang Kai stopped his attacks at this point, otherwise, once he was killed, the pseudo-royal lords would have to face Yang Kai on their own. Once that happened, the high-rank Black Ink nests would suffer heavy losses, which would make the entire war situation untenable. Emonayi, Yang Kai said after he adjusted his breathing, "Let me show you something." Emonayi kept his cool and remained silent, while he continued his attacks with the three pseudo-royal lords in a pincer move. "Your heaven-sealing earth-locking array." As Yang Kai spoke, the space-time river once again coiled around the Azure Dragon spear. He then thrust his spear into the void, causing an eruption of space principles that shattered the local space. "It's useless against me now," Yang Kai declared. With the spear's thrust and the diffusion of space principles, there was a sound of something shattering, and immediately afterwards, the space around the No Return Pass began to crack in a spiderweb pattern. Martial Peak, Chapter 5880, The Opposite? The Black Ink clan had tried to use the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array several times to deal with Yang Kai, so naturally he was prepared for this. Even before he entered the No Return Pass alone, Yang Kai considered the possibility of this grand array being set up to trap him. However, Yang Kai was not worried about such trifles now. He would have been wary of a heaven-sealing earth-locking array 700 years ago as, at that time, if the local space he was in was really isolated, he would be in a lot of trouble. Unless he killed all the Black Ink clansmen inside and broke open the array, it would be impossible for him to use instantaneous movement to escape. But he was not the same as back then. In the Universe Furnace, he had broken through to the Ninth Order Master and his strength had dramatically increased after his retreat over the past 20 years. In addition, Yang Kai refined and devoured various Dao strengths in the Infinite River in the Universe Furnace world. It was also there that he realized his own space-time river was actually the condensed manifestation of all his Dao strengths. With the power of the space-time river, Yang Kai could easily break through the heaven-sealing earth-locking array arranged by the Black Ink clan, ruining their plans. Another point was that this array was only made by some Black Ink disciples with mediocre attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays at best. Thus, the array they produced was not too effective. If it had been the great grandmaster of the human race that devised and set up an array to use against Yang Kai, it would have been more troublesome, but the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array was still easy to break free from. From the start of the battle today, Yang Kai could have broken the array at any moment he chose to. What he said about, "Let's see how many of your masters can I kill before I fall," before the fighting started was simply meant to mislead Emonayi. Emonayi was absolutely shocked the moment the heaven-sealing earth-locking array was shattered. He did not know much about spirit arrays, so he did not expect this one, which he had such high hopes for, to not affect Yang Kai at all. As such, he and the three pseudo-royal lords who had teamed up with him launched a desperate attack. This seemed to be a worsening situation, and it was obviously unwise to continue after knowing that it was impossible to contain Yang Kai. However, considering that Yang Kai was also feigning weakness, There was no reason why Mo Na Yi would choose not to take advantage of him when he seemed to be suffering backlash from some kind of sacrificial secret technique. Murderous thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai suppressed his urge to kill Mo Na Yi here and now. Instead, he just summoned a bit of strength to block Mo Na Yi's blow, making it appear as if the two of them were now evenly matched. The three pseudo-royal lords in their formation also attacked from the side, but Yang Kai simply thrust his spear out to force them back. A single thrust was enough to block these three. After all, Yang Kai was stronger than the other Ninth Order Masters and Royal Lords by a large margin. Even though he was busy fending off Mo Na Yi, the power of this spear could not be underestimated by the three pseudo-royal lords. However, as Yang Kai swung his spear, the leader of the three pseudo-royal lords actually raised his hand to block the blow. The moment contact was made, the pseudo-royal lord's aura changed subtly. Yang Kai could not help but be stunned for a moment and quickly cursed in his heart. Even though he had been careful enough, he did not expect to fall for Mo Na Yi's tricks in the end. He had to admit that Mo Na Yi was a cunning and highly intelligent foe. The main reason for this admiration was that Yang Kai had realized that the pseudo-royal lord, who was leading the charge towards him, was not a pseudo-royal lord. He was a true royal lord. This caught him off guard. However, Yang Kai was ready for such surprises. When he came to the no-return pass more than 20 years ago, Yang Kai realized that new royal lords would soon be born in the Black Ink clan, and over the past 20 or so years, the humans managed to gain 2 new Ninth Order Masters, so how could the Black Ink clan lag behind? It was not certain a new royal lord had risen, but there was still a good chance at least one had appeared. When Mo Na Yi answered Yang Kai's probing question previously, it was difficult for him to conclude anything. However, he still held the mindset that he would rather believe that there was at least one more. With such a mindset, Yang Kai was constantly on guard against any unknown royal lord who might be lurking and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He subconsciously felt that if a new royal lord appeared in the Black Ink clan, he would be hiding somewhere, looking for an opening to attack him. However, Mo Na Yi chose to hide the new royal lord in plain sight, among a group of pseudo-royal lords. There were not many differences in terms of the auras of a royal lord and a pseudo-royal lord. What set the two apart was that a pseudo-royal lord could not control their strength completely. As a result, a pseudo-royal lord could only exert about 70 to 80% of their full strength, despite possessing the foundation of an actual royal lord. It was like two identical wells of water, but the lengths of rope used to draw up water were different. Since one rope was shorter, it could not access the well's entire water supply. This was the difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord. This meant that as long as a true royal lord simply released his own aura wildly, it was basically impossible to differentiate him from a pseudo-royal lord. Even if he was in a fight, as long as he intentionally held back part of his strength, he would not reveal any flaws. So, it was only when he started to attack that Yang Kai realized that among these three pseudo-royal lords, there was a true royal lord. This was what Yang Kai did not expect. He had been distracted, monitoring the movement all around him, lest a royal lord suddenly popped out of nowhere. However, he never anticipated that a true royal lord was actually lurking right next to him this whole time. This arrangement was extremely clever and was definitely Mo Na Yi's idea. According to Mo Na Yi's instructions, 3 pseudo-royal lords would join him in suppressing Yang Kai, and so far, several batches of pseudo-royal lords had rotated in and out of this battle. After establishing a kind of routine, even if Yang Kai was that astute, he would gradually become blind to such a possibility. Of course, Yang Kai was doing something similar in trying to conceal his abilities by feigning weakness. Consciously having to hold back was actually an additional burden on him, which left him somewhat distracted. There was no point in blaming himself at this point though. The 2 royal lords were close at hand, with one of them in the midst of a violent attack. In Yang Kai's current, weakened state, it was impossible to dodge the incoming blow. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Yang Kai as he weighed between continuing with the deception or revealing his true strength, counterattacking, and taking Mo Na Yi and the new royal lord by surprise. In the end, though, he restrained his murderous intent. The next moment, the new royal lord's fist found its way through Yang Kai's guard and struck his chest. This punch was so powerful that it almost caved Yang Kai's chest in, and a mouthful of fresh golden blood spurted out, turning into a thick mist of blood. Yang Kai swung his fist back to repel his new foe before sweeping at him with his spear, forcing the new royal lord to dodge out of the way. Mo Na Yi was surprised that the heaven-sealing earth-locking array was broken by Yang Kai, but his original plan still worked out, which made up for the embarrassment. While Yang Kai was fighting with Dialuo, he raised his hand and black ink strength broke through the void, aiming at the back of the former's head. If this blow landed, it would be disastrous for Yang Kai. Mo Na Yi appeared exuberant and eagerly awaited what was to come. However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai unexpectedly swung his Azure Dragon Spear behind his head and blocked the fierce blow precisely. Mo Na Yi immediately realized what was happening and yelled, "Don't let him get away." As he shouted, he used his aura to shake the void, and the nearby Black Ink Masters did the same. However, when Mo Na Yi and Dialuo pounced towards Yang Kai again, the latter's figure faded away. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array, there was no way to limit Yang Kai's instantaneous movement. Even Mo Na Yi's aura could only interfere slightly with it. As a result of the interference, Yang Kai showed up not far away and failed to completely escape from the no-return pass. At this moment, he was in a terrible state with his chest sunken considerably and his body covered in blood. His aura was so diminished that it seemed like he might die at any moment. However, Mo Na Yi knew Yang Kai very well. To a divine dragon, recovering from even such serious injuries was not an issue. The only way to ensure Yang Kai was dead was to kill him on the spot. Moreover, as soon as he saw Yang Kai's current location, which was close to the territory gate, he realized what his nemesis was planning. At this moment, Yang Kai had only two options to flee. One was to break through the Black Ink clan's defense line and escape towards the human race army. As long as the humans sent some masters to assist him, he could ensure his own safety. He was able to sneak into the no-return pass silently with the help of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, but now that so many masters from the Black Ink clan were locked onto him, he could not escape using the same tactic. As such, it was difficult for him to sneak his way out of the no-return pass. If he tried to fight his way out now, though, Mo Na Yi would surely notice something was off and reassess his strength. Thus, he had only one option left, which was to escape via the territory gate which led to the barren territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 5881, Decision. Yang Kai's original intention was to use the human army to create chaos in and around the no-return pass, engaging as many masters from the Black Ink clan as possible so he could find a chance to slip through the territory gate into the barren territory. That was why he snuck into the no-return pass alone when the opportunity presented itself. Otherwise, he could have continued to wander the battlefield and kill with impunity. Yang Kai's mere presence terrified most of the Black Ink clan, including the pseudo-royal lords. The biggest reason for doing this was it was a strategy that he had discussed with Mi Jinglun before the army began the battle. Ada and Aer remained in the barren territory. These two giant spirit gods were strong, but not very smart. So, it was better to have a human direct and guide them, especially during the critical moments. Yang Kai was naturally the best candidate for this role. The two giant spirit gods considered him a friend and he was strong enough to move alone to the barren territory and remain there to guard it. Furthermore, just because Yang Kai was in the barren territory did not mean that he could not participate in the battle. He was so strong that as long as he was in the barren territory, the Black Ink clan would have to divert some energy to guard against him attacking the no-return pass from the territory gate. The Black Ink clan would not be as worried had it been any other Ninth Order masters remaining behind the territory gate. Yang Kai intended to escape to the barren territory all along, but he did not expect the process to be so turbulent to the point he was forced to make such a bitter choice. Mo Na Yi had also anticipated Yang Kai possibly escaping through the territory gate, but he had thought the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array would be enough to stop the latter. Previously, Mo Na Yi had quite some confidence in the heaven-sealing earth-locking array, but to his disappointment, he now realized that this array could no longer trap Yang Kai. So, the moment Yang Kai reappeared, Mo Na Yi and Dialuo led a large group of pseudo-royal lords over. Before they even arrived, powerful secret techniques were sent out like a storm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face paled. Throughout this battle, he had been concealing his ability by feigning weakness. However, he was now really wounded and facing a deadly threat. The pseudo-royal lords who were responsible for guarding the no-return pass were all mobilized. In total, there were now nearly 30 top masters attacking Yang Kai, 2 of whom were true royal lords. With adversaries of such strength and numbers, even he could not resist them head-on. In his haste, Yang Kai could only hastily summon his space-time river and dive inside to shield himself as he fled towards the territory gate. Hung long long. Explosions rang out as waves surged, causing the space-time river to tumble and the Tao strengths to shake. Space rippled and cracked near the territory gate as Yang Kai disappeared while those chasing after him came to a halt. Mo Na Yi, the leader of the group, ground his teeth and snarled. He's still alive after all that. Although he had not been able to catch Yang Kai off guard and even landed a heavy final blow, he was absolutely certain that Yang Kai was still alive. He also knew that Yang Kai had already escaped into the barren territory through the territory gate to join up with the 2 giant spirit gods. As he spoke, a strong sense of frustration rose in his heart. According to his plans, as long as nothing untoward happened, Yang Kai had less than a 30% chance of escaping from the no-return pass. However, the most critical 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array did not work as it should. Now, not only was his plan a failure, he had shown his trump card. Dia Luo's identity had been exposed, and the Black Ink clan had no more royal lords. Thus, it would now be all but impossible to kill Yang Kai. Thinking back on all the years he had been fighting with Yang Kai, Mo Na Yi realized he previously had 2 good chances to kill this plague but always failed at the last moment. No one could be sure if he was unlucky or if Yang Kai's fortune was just that much better to always allow him to survive. Dia Luo comforted, "Don't blame yourself. Although we couldn't kill him this time, he is definitely severely injured and won't be able to cause any troubles anytime soon. Additionally, now is not the time to think about him. We should consider the overall situation." As a royal lord, Dia Luo did not have many dealings with Yang Kai. More specifically, he had not suffered many losses at his hands. Thus, he did not have Mo Na Yi's obsession with killing Yang Kai. However, right now, the Black Ink clan had more problems than just a wounded but still alive Yang Kai. Mo Na Yi forced himself to calm down, nodded, and said, "You're right." When he was fighting with Yang Kai, he did not have the time or the capacity to think of the situation on the battlefield. However, he immediately noticed something unusual as he observed the fights. The human race army was withdrawing, while pure Yang Pass, which had kept its distance all this time, was actually advancing. It seemed to be using the power of its various arrays and artifacts to provide cover for the retreating humans. This was a planned withdrawal which was executed in an orderly and disciplined fashion. A moment later, Mo Na Yi understood why the humans chose to withdraw their forces despite having the advantage. It was true that the humans had controlled the flow of the battle this entire time and gained many advantages thus far, resulting in a lot of casualties among the Black Ink clan, including numerous pseudo-royal lords. However, the human warships also sustained a lot of damage and many of their masters had fallen. If the humans continued to fight, their casualties would only rise as more and more of their warships were destroyed. By choosing to withdraw at this point, they could preserve their own strength. Mo Na Yi would also make this choice if he was in such a situation. To put it bluntly, the Black Ink clan was now a caged beast and there was no need for the humans to fight them to the death. As long as there were a few more battles like this one, when Black Ink clan's strength was worn down enough, the humans could launch a decisive final attack and wipe them out. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Mo Na Yi coldly snorted as he saw through the human race's intention. This kind of hit-and-run tactic was despicable and clearly Mi Jingluan's plot, so he swiftly shouted, "Pass down the order, attack the humans at all costs. Have all the pseudo-royal lords in the no-return pass join the offensive." The pseudo-royal lords were shocked by Mo Na Yi's boldness. The no-return pass was the foundation of the Black Ink clan as all the high-rank Black Ink nests were here. The pseudo-royal lords who stayed behind were tasked exclusively with guarding these Black Ink nests. If they left, the entire no-return pass would be unguarded and extremely vulnerable. If at this moment any human race master managed to sneak through, it would definitely cause terrible damage to the Black Ink clan. However, the only one who could really achieve this was already badly injured and had escaped into the barren territory. Thus, he would not have the strength to cause trouble again. As for the others, there was no need to worry about them accomplishing what that anomaly could do. Although this order seemed to be a rash decision by Mo Na Yi, it was actually well considered. After giving this order, Mo Na Yi and Dia Luo took the lead and rushed towards the battlefield, followed by several dozen pseudo-royal lords. Somewhere on the battlefield, Mi Jingluan, who had just started killing the enemies, keenly noticed this and sighed. That guy is really difficult to deal with. When an army was withdrawing from the battlefield, it was most fearful of such a situation. Now, the humans were bound to incur even more losses. Thankfully, the advantage that the humans had gained this time was significant. Even though the Black Ink clan had responded in the worst way possible, the humans were still able to withstand the onslaught. Just as the battle was about to end, the fights suddenly became more intense than before. The orderly withdrawal of the human race army was interrupted by the Black Ink clan army doggedly chasing after them, with masters of both sides clashing in the void. Comparing the two sides, the humans were undoubtedly better organized. The 12 armies coordinated with each other as single units while Black Ink clan was much more chaotically and haphazardly arranged. Many of the Black Ink clan soldiers that gave chase could not interfere with the humans meaningfully as they did not coordinate properly and were basically trampling over each other, trying to get ahead. However, there was still some impact on the withdrawal of the army. The sudden attacks resulted in numerous losses among the humans. Many damaged warships were destroyed and the cultivators on board were crushed. Seeing the situation deteriorating, one of the purifying Black Ink battleships actually turned around and dove into a close-quarters battle, its weapons firing madly as it plowed its way through the enemy lines. Arriving at the heart of the enemy's charge, the giant warship suddenly glowed brilliantly before exploding into a great sun made of pure white light, illuminating the entire void. The great sun enveloped a massive area and wounded or killed all the surrounding Black Ink clansmen, creating an opening for the rest of the human forces to escape. The scene was magnificent and the battle-weary soldiers cheered from all corners of the battlefield. This was how far the humans were willing to go, how far they could go when they had something to protect. The 3,000 worlds was their home, and although it was now an empty shell due to the Black Ink clan's wanton plunder, it was still their homeland and none of it would be ceded. If they wanted to protect their home, they had to uproot the Black Ink clan once and for all. The two mighty armies continued to clash with the humans fighting hard as they retreated. The Black Ink clan continued their pursuit for 5 million kilometers before finally stopping. The relentless and tenacious pursuit of the humans frustrated Mi Jingluan and he was tempted to order an immediate counteroffensive. However, considering that most of the warships were damaged and the effects of the purifying Black Ink pills was wearing out, he had no choice but to give up on this risky idea. The soldiers were very reliant on their warships for protection. For so many years, the human warships were the key to them taking on the numerically superior enemy and prevailing. Most of the losses in the later part of the battle were due to the destroyed warships, leaving the soldiers without extra protection. It was only when the pursuing Black Ink clan army retreated like an outgoing tide that this battle finally ended. Martial Peak, Chapter 5882, The Simple Giant Spirit Gods. The human race army regrouped at their temporary camp 3 days away from the no-return pass. After this battle, the humans would be unable to launch another full assault on the no-return pass within a short time. The wounded soldiers needed time to heal, not to mention that the logistics were also unable to keep up with the intense consumption. A large number of damaged warships needed to be repaired, evil purging divine spears needed to be replenished, and the purifying Black Ink pills had to be refined. All of this required a lot of resources, so although there were currently 3 million third-order and below cultivators mining supplies in the vast Black Ink battlefield, it would always take some time to accumulate enough. A conservative estimate was that for the next 2 to 3 years, they would not have the ability to attack the no-return pass again. The Black Ink clan, even though they had found out that the humans had set up camp just days away, did not dare to harbor any aggressive thoughts. When the entire human race army withdrew, the Black Ink clan could still chase after them in order to thin their numbers. However, now that they had settled down and regrouped, it was not wise to disturb them again. Thus, although the humans were not far from the no-return pass, the two sides coexisted for a long period without much conflict. 1 month after the battle, at a certain place in the barren territory, Ada and Aer sat facing each other, looking down helplessly at the space in front of them. In their field of vision, a figure covered in blood was sleeping quietly. The blood had already congealed and stained the clothes. The figure slept on his side, suspended in the void as if there was an invisible bed underneath. Such a figure was small as an ant when compared with the towering giant spirit gods. This figure was none other than Yang Kai, who entered this place from the no-return pass. At the last moment, he used the power of his space-time river to block the fierce attacks of the 2 royal lords and dozens of pseudo-royal lords. The impacts were so violent that his own Dao strengths were severely impacted and his vitality plunged to the point he became delirious. He passed out soon after entering the barren territory. He would not have been able to sleep so peacefully for so long if not for Ada and Aer watching over him. With their protection, Yang Kai felt safe enough to recuperate in peace. However, his condition caused the 2 giant spirit gods to worry about him. After staring at the tiny figure in front of him for a long time, Ada suddenly wailed, "Dead!" Ada had said this so many times that Aer was so frustrated, but he still patiently explained, "Not dead." Asleep, Ada suddenly remarked, "Oh, ate till he was full." He had always maintained a routine of napping when he was full and looking for food when he woke up. Therefore, he expected that all the living creatures should be the same as him. Since Yang Kai was asleep, he must have eaten enough and was now taking a nap. When this topic was brought up, Ada reached out, rubbed his belly and grumbled, "I'm hungry." Aer also instinctively echoed, "N." The 2 giant spirit gods looked at each other gloomily. At that moment, the sleeping Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and sat up slowly. He appeared dazed, drowsy, and stiff for a while before yawning. He stretched his back and mumbled, "That was a good nap." It had been ages since he was able to sleep so comfortably. Since his strength became so much stronger, he almost did not need to sleep normally to recover his energy. Now, he took advantage of his wounds and the protection of the giant spirit gods to sleep peacefully and allow his body to heal. Waking up, he immediately felt mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. His revitalized energy coursed through his veins and he could not wait to barge into the no-return pass and beat those 2 bastards to a pulp, but then, a huge face suddenly filled his entire vision and thundered, "Are you hungry?" The void shook under the thunderous but clearly concerned voice. Yang Kai was nearly blown away by the force of the wind that resulted from the giant spirit god's breath, but he quickly stabilized himself, looked up at the humongous bald head, and knew immediately that it was Ada. Yang Kai chuckled, raised his hand, and waved his hand. "You're talking about yourself, right? Back up a little bit, I haven't forgotten what I promised you the last time." When he left the barren territory some 20 years ago, he instructed Ada and Aer to guard the territory gate and smash anyone who dared to cross the territory gate. He promised them that if they did that, he would bring them food the next time he came. The 2 giant spirit gods had done a good job over the years, and it was because of their deterrence that the Black Ink giant spirit gods of the Black Ink clan did not dare to join in the battle a month ago. Yang Kai naturally had to fulfill his promise to them. Yang Kai raised his hand and flipped it over, and an orb appeared on his palm. He said childishly, "Look at this. Do you know what it is?" Ada and Aer's eyes were immediately attracted by the orb. They could smell the delicious fragrance that emanated from the orb and knew that this was their food. However, what puzzled them was that this food was not quite the same as what they would eat previously. So, even though their stomachs were rumbling, they resisted the urge to feast. Yang Kai laughed at the look of the 2 giant spirit gods before throwing out the world bead from his hand without further delay. The little world bead flew into the void, and as it fell, space principles flared, allowing the tiny sphere to rapidly expand. Just a few moments later, it became a complete universe world. The volume of this universe world was just as big as the star boundary. However, Its surface was full of large pits and there were a number of dark tunnels leading to its interior. These were obviously traces left behind by the mining of resources. The valuable resources had all been extracted from this universe world, and since world principles was collapsed, it was considered as a dead universe world, which suited giant spirit gods' appetite. Now that the 3,000 worlds had basically been hollowed out, it was not easy to find such a universe world. However, since Yang Kai promised Ada and Air to bring them good food, he had to keep to his word. Fortunately, in the 3,000 worlds, there was still Myriad monsters territory, which was the great territory adjacent to High Heaven territory. Myriad monsters territory and High Heaven territory had become the last two pure lands of the human race. Yang Kai found this universe world in Myriad monsters territory, refined it into a world bead, and brought it to this place before restoring it to its original size using his space secret techniques. Such tasks were easily done by Yang Kai nowadays. After seeing the delicious universe world, the two giant spirit gods immediately jumped up and down in joy and ran over to it. The giant spirit gods' bodies were massive, even when compared to such a universe world. So, they each sat on opposite ends and began reaching out to grab large chunks of it and shoving them into their mouths before crunching it with their massive teeth. This was the first time Yang Kai watched the giant spirit gods eating in such close proximity, and even though he had seen many things in his life, this was still an amazing sight to behold. It had been very puzzling to him that the giant spirit gods only eat this kind of dead universe world. How could such a huge body with terrifying strength be nourished by this? The universe was indeed filled with profound mysteries that were difficult to understand. The two giant spirit gods were eating with one hand and grabbing with the other, both smiling happily at Yang Kai. When Ada realized that Yang Kai was staring at them, he handed over a universe fragment and said, "Friend, let's all eat together." Yang Kai froze for a moment, then realized what he meant by friend. Ada had always called him Little One, or even Little Ant, but since he had brought them such good food, he now became their friend. Since Ada offered so generously, Yang Kai took the universe fragment into his small universe, fearing that it would upset him if he refused. Ada saw this and smiled from ear to ear. It was a pity that there were so few giant spirit gods now. If there were more than 2, perhaps 8 or 10, they could have easily retaken the no-return pass. All Yang Kai would need to do is lead a squad of them to get the job done. Casting such fanciful thoughts aside, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the territory gate. Through the void turbulence, Yang Kai could still vaguely see the situation in the no-return pass. After the last battle, the no-return pass was obviously more closely guarded, especially the area around the territory gate. A powerful figure stood openly, clearly telling Yang Kai that if he dared to venture across, he would be immediately beaten. Yang Kai coldly snorted, took off his blood-stained clothes, summoned some water from his small universe, and washed himself. He then changed into a new set of robes. Although he had been in a deep sleep, he was extremely sensitive to the passage of time and knew clearly that it was only 1 month since the last battle. He estimated that the Black Ink clan lost at least 20 pseudo-royal lords with even more seriously wounded. It was very troublesome for such masters to heal, so it would be a long time before they could fully recover. However, the humans also needed to recuperate and accumulate supplies for the next battle. Everything took time. Therefore, although Yang Kai could not get in touch with Mi Jingluan, according to what they had planned, the next attack on the no-return pass would be at least 2 years later. 2 years was neither long nor short. It was just enough time for Yang Kai to deal with some things. He had an idea in mind, and it was time to act. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5883, Out of Control Small Stone Race. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, looking at Ada and Air. The universe world had been completely devoured by the two giant spiritual gods in just a short time. When they noticed Yang Kai looking at them, they immediately looked at him eagerly. Obviously, the two had not had their fill yet. Yang Kai immediately stated, "Wait here, I'll go find you something to eat now." Just like before, keep a close eye on this place. If anyone dares to come out from the other side of the door, beat them to death. The two giant spiritual gods nodded their acknowledgement. Yang Kai had used his actions to prove that he wasn't someone who goes back on his word. Compared to the promise he made last time, this time, Ada and Aer naturally looked forward to it with great expectations. After confirming that the two giant spiritual gods understood his intentions, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and rushed towards the territory gate connected to the shattered heaven. A moment later, he arrived at the territory gate and entered. The injuries Yang Kai had sustained in the battle a month ago weren't light, but they weren't too serious either. After a month of sleep, his physical body had basically fully recovered. The instability in his Dao strengths wasn't something that could be so easily resolved, but as long as he didn't overexert his Dao strength, it wouldn't affect him much. The current human race could be said to have mobilized all of their forces to war. Disregarding the many great territories that had already become empty shells, even High Heaven territory and Myriad Monsters territory only had a few old, weak, and disabled people left behind, as well as some rising stars who had yet to fully mature. They had been born too late, so no matter how outstanding their aptitude was, they had yet to reach the open heaven realm. As such, they weren't even qualified to join the logistics team to gather resources. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai's goal for returning to the 3,000 worlds from the shattered heaven was naturally not High Heaven territory or Myriad Monsters territory. His destination was elsewhere. Traversing through many great territories at his leisure, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination after nearly 3 months. Chaotic Dead Territory. In fact, when the upper echelons of the human race decided to attack the no-return pass, Yang Kai had wanted to make a trip to Chaotic Dead Territory first. In the past, he had brought Zhang Ruoxi here to cultivate with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. So many years had already gone by, even he had no idea what the results would be. Because of her Heaven's Order bloodline, Zhang Ruoxi was not affected by the Open Heaven Realm method's shackles. Even though she had initially broken through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, she still had a chance of reaching the 9th Order all on her own. As proof, she had smoothly made it to the 8th Order many years ago. Of course, the amount of time that passed shouldn't have been enough for her to reach the 9th Order. Be that as it may, what Yang Kai valued was not her cultivation, but her amazing ability to control the small stone race. Zhang Ruoxi was able to fully control them. Those from this race had intelligence that was even inferior to the giant spiritual gods. It was horribly low, so low that they only acted based on their instincts. Basically, no one could completely control them. However, the small stone race raised by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had become a special variation. These small stone race members were divided into 2 types, the Great Sun Small Stone Race and the Great Moon Small Stone Race. Because they had grown up absorbing the pure power of Yang and Yin, respectively, they could almost be regarded as living, mobile yellow and blue crystals. All the divine spirits with the Great Sun and Great Moon marks were capable of controlling these small stone race members that had been reared using this special method. At critical moments, they could even extract the Yin and Yang energy from their bodies and fuse them into purifying light. Yang Kai had used this method many times to kill masters from the Black Ink clan. Compared to Yang Kai and the other divine spirits who used the Great Sun and Great Moon marks to control them though, Zhang Ruoxi completely relied on the suppression of her bloodline to do the same, and was actually able to exert a vastly superior level of control akin to moving her arms and legs. She had no need for the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. She was even able to have small stone race members form higher order 9 palaces formations. Yang Kai had witnessed her do this up until a 4th order 9 palaces formation comprised of over 6,000 small stone race soldiers. Even for the human race, forming a 9 palaces formation was not an easy task, especially at higher orders. Hardly anyone could even form the 8 trigrams formation, while no one had ever witnessed a 9 palaces formation of 8th order masters. However, in previous battles, 8 8th order masters had successfully formed the 8 trigrams formation and used it to kill pseudo-royal lords. Of course, during such battles, it was inevitable that some if not all of the 8th order masters involved would die from the backlash of using such a battle formation, while those who managed to survive had their foundations severely damaged. Even so, Given that it had such might, all Eighth Order masters wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives so long as they could kill a pseudo-royal lord from the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, successfully forming this battle formation was not always possible, even if the masters attempting it were willing to make such a sacrifice. If an 8 trigrams formation formed by 8th Order masters could kill a pseudo-royal lord, then what about the 9 palaces formation? It was probably strong enough to kill a royal lord. Unfortunately, no 8th Order masters could achieve this. By comparison, Zhang Ruoxi's ability was simply shocking. It could be said that even if she was only an 8th Order master, the role she could play on the battlefield would not be inferior to any 9th Order master. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was unable to find any free time after returning from the edge of the universe, so he was unable to visit chaotic dead territory until now. Yang Kai was quite looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi's growth. If everything went smoothly, he was prepared to take her to the battlefield where she could finally show her marvelous ability. This way, it would be easier for the human race to retake the no-return pass and they would suffer lesser casualties. On top of that, he also wanted to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for some more yellow and blue crystals. The human race's current supplies were severely depleted, but the pure Yin and Yang element materials were indispensable to the war effort. After passing through the territory gate, Yang Kai stepped into chaotic dead territory after a very long time, but the next moment, he was slightly taken aback. The sight before him was different from the last time he had come to chaotic dead territory. This time, the very first thing he saw was 2 armies of innumerable small stone race members locked in a heated confrontation in the void. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the size of these 2 small stone race armies was not small, each totaling at least 1 million members. What surprised Yang Kai wasn't their numbers though. The small stone race was found in a remote universe world in Myriad monsters territory. Their living habits were quite similar to that of ants, with an ant queen-like existence in each colony. As long as they had enough resources, they could constantly reproduce, so in terms of numbers, each small stone race colony could easily reach an astonishing size. Yang Kai was also rearing a large number of small stone race members in his small universe, but he always prevented the reproduction of these small stone race from getting out of control. Otherwise, the entire void world would become a small stone race world in no time. At that point, there would be no place for the human race to stand. Strictly speaking, the conflict between 2 million strong armies was just a small-scale battle for the small stone race. What surprised Yang Kai was the fact that these 2 sides were fighting each other at all. It was true that when Yang Kai handed over the small stone race to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, it was to allow them to use this method to determine who was the elder sibling. It could be said that the reason for the Great Sun Small Stone Race and the Great Moon Small Stone Race's existence was to fight each other. But that was only the initial situation. Since the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds, the 2 supreme masters of chaotic dead territory had stopped playing such silly games and instead focused on raising more small stone race soldiers to give their little brother, Yang Kai, to assist in the war. Yang Kai had looted yellow crystals, blue crystals, and even the small stone race armies from them several times. Although these 2 complained a lot about his open banditry, they had never let Yang Kai return empty-handed. Every time Yang Kai came to ask for their help, he would always reap a bountiful harvest. The relationship between Yang Kai and the 2 of them was similar to that of a prodigal son who indulges in debauchery and parents who painstakingly accumulates their family's wealth. Every time they built up a little savings, Yang Kai would come over and take it away before squandering it all. But they were willing to do so because they also didn't want to see the Black Ink clan rule the universe. Despite their astonishing strength and ability, they were unable to provide direct assistance in this war between the human race and Black Ink clan, where one side was destined to be completely annihilated. The small stone race was the only thing they could offer in terms of combat power. Thus, the small stone races in chaotic dead territory had stopped fighting each other a long time ago. The last 2 times Yang Kai had come here, he had not seen any scenes of conflict, so the scene in front of him was quite shocking. There weren't any powerful masters among the 2 small stone race armies, but the battlefield was extremely fierce. Yin and Yang were opposites to begin with, and once the small stone race, which naturally fought amongst themselves, was bestowed with the yin and yang elements. This kind of opposition became particularly prominent. On the battlefield, the two branches of the small stone race clashed with each other, fighting without any semblance of order. One by one, small stone race members were blown to smithereens. Although no blood was spilled and all the battles were fought on instinct, the intensity of the war was not inferior to any Yang Kai had witnessed before. Yang Kai quietly observed for a moment before restraining his impulse to intervene. Relying on the great sun and great moon marks bestowed by burning light and serene glimmer, Yang Kai could easily separate these two small stone race armies, but because he didn't know what Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's intentions were, he decided to let things be for now. If these two supreme beings of the chaotic dead territory had some kind of special purpose for this battle, Yang Kai's interference might disrupt their plans. Bypassing these two warring armies, Yang Kai flew deeper into chaotic dead territory. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Along the way, he saw many battlefields of varying size, each of which had a large number of small stone race soldiers locked in combat. The first battlefield he encountered wasn't very large and there weren't many powerful members, but on the largest battlefield he actually witnessed close to 10 million small stone race soldiers fighting with each other, with many colossal members that were equivalent to the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This made Yang Kai immediately realize that something had gone wrong. Martial Peak, Chapter 5884, Yin-Yang Rebellion. The entire chaotic dead territory seemed to have been drawn into the battle between two small stone races. Every once in a while, Yang Kai would run into a battle either in progress or already over. Something is obviously wrong. Even when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were keen on using the small stone race to determine who was the elder sibling, they had never expanded the scale of the battle to this extent. This kind of scale could no longer be called a game, but a true war. The number participating in this conflict was no less than the combined total of the human race and Black Ink clan. What's more, it had only been about 1,000 years since he last came here, so how could there be so many of them in the chaotic dead territory? Of course, theoretically speaking, it wouldn't be surprising for the small stone race to reach this population in 1,000 years with their outstanding reproductive ability as long as there were no restrictions and there were ample resources. Except, this was Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's territory. They did not have any need to let the small stone race reproduce to this number. Most of these small stone race members were subpar. Their physique was extremely weak, making them even weaker than the Black Ink clan cannon fodder whose only role was to send themselves to their deaths to spread Black Ink strength. In terms of a contest, it was better to nurture more small stone race masters rather than spend energy to produce many insignificant small stone race soldiers. The scene here gave Yang Kai a sense of chaos, as if a massive number of small stone race members had lost control, turning chaotic dead territory's name into a reality. When this thought appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, the small stone race shouldn't have gone out of control with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan here, but everything he had seen indicated otherwise. As he continued heading deeper into chaotic dead territory, he saw more and more small stone race members fighting each other. At one point, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared ahead with a look of surprise. Having reached his current cultivation, there weren't many things that could surprise him. Even if he were to face the Black Ink giant spirit god right now, he would still remain perfectly calm, but the sight before him gave him a strange feeling. He felt as if something had erupted in the depths of the void. 3 breaths later, a dazzling spot of light appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This point of light was undoubtedly far away, but because it was so bright, Yang Kai could see it clearly even from where he stood. When it first appeared, this speck of light was only the size of a needle tip, but it spread out at an indescribable speed. At the same time, extremely powerful energy fluctuations came with it. Yang Kai could faintly hear a clear bird cry like that of a phoenix. The sounds of birds' cries became clearer and clearer, and multiplied every moment. Soon, the dazzling light filled Yang Kai's vision. When the light dissipated, what Yang Kai saw and heard left him dumbfounded. Much to his surprise, countless strange existences of varying sizes had appeared in the void, resembling phoenix, but a little different from those from the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai immediately recognized these strange existences. He had seen these things the first time he came to chaotic dead territory with Ada. They weren't living creatures, but rather masses of pure Yin and Yang energies, the manifestation of the burning light and serene glimmer's power. The orange-yellow creatures were the manifestation of energy leaking from burning light, while the blue-colored ones were the serene glimmer's power. Yin and Yang were inherently opposites. When Yang Kai first came to the chaotic dead territory, these unique existences of different colors were fighting against each other just like the small stone race. The confrontation of these two pure opposing energies gave birth to large amounts of yellow and blue crystals, which allowed Yang Kai to reap great benefits. According to Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, they could not properly control their own strength once it was unleashed. So, from the day they were born, their powers had been constantly clashing with each other, and this was what Yang Kai was seeing right now. It was also because of this that the two supreme masters of the chaotic dead territory were unable to leave this place and help the human race. Once they left the chaotic dead territory and entered another great territory, that great territory would become a part of the chaotic dead territory. Back then, Yang Kai had thought that if one day the human race really couldn't hold on any longer, he would ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to descend the mountain and wreak havoc. No matter how much these two destroyed, it would still be better than allowing the Black Ink clan to corrupt everything. Of course, the situation had not yet reached such a critical level. As existences whose strength wasn't inferior to that of a giant spirit god, it was quite strange that these two couldn't control their own strength. It wasn't until Yang Kai visited the divine spirit ancestral land and witnessed its complete history that this mystery was finally solved. It turned out the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer were incomplete existences. They had been separated from the primordial light, so although they had great strength, they were unable to perfectly control it as they were lacking certain pieces of their foundation. Even the Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan who Yang Kai interacted with were not their true forms, just avatars composed of their energy. From another point of view, they could be considered as manifestations of energy that they could control, so when Yang Kai came into contact with them, there was no danger. Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline was also incomplete. After the primordial light separated Yin and Yang from itself, it arrived at the divine spirit ancestral land where it dispersed itself and gave rise to many divine spirits. The final pure essence of the primordial light was what eventually became the Heaven's Order bloodline. This was also the reason why the Heaven's Order bloodline was able to restrain all divine spirits and even allow Zhang Ruoxi to easily control the small stone race. Yang Kai had noticed this point, which was why he had brought Zhang Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory to meet Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to cultivate. However, the clash between the Yin and Yang energies of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer had reappeared for some unknown reason now. If nothing unexpected happened, these manifestations that looked like phoenixes were destined to battle each other to the death before transforming into yellow and blue crystals. However, the existence of the small stone race interfered with this end result. Yang Kai clearly saw that on a nearby battlefield, two small stone race armies happened to be engaged in a fierce battle, but the moment the Yin and Yang energies manifested, they all abandoned their respective opponents and pounced towards the Yin and Yang creatures. The small stone race had been raised by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan using their own strength, so the Yin and Yang energies naturally had a fatal attraction to them. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary small stone race clansman was very small, only reaching an adult human's thigh in height, but they seemed to grow bigger and bigger as their strength increased. Be that as it may, they were still no bigger than ordinary humans before Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Land began feeding them with their pure Yin and Yang energies. In the blink of an eye, the countless manifestations of Yin and Yang energies were surrounded by the small stone race, and even more small stone race members continued rushing over from afar to devour them. This scene resembled a swarm of ants covering a sweet and delicious meat bun. This was just the scenes Yang Kai could see, but considering how massive the pulse of light from before was, similar scenes must be happening all over the chaotic dead territory, out of Yang Kai's sight. Although the manifestations of Yin and Yang energies were essentially pieces of the burning light and serene glimmer and took the form of various monster beasts and creatures, they were not alive. As such, even though they were being devoured by countless small stone race members, they didn't utter a single wail or even struggle to break free, because the small stone race members that were devouring them were just like them in terms of Yin and Yang attributes. The Great Sun small stone race devoured the Yang energy creatures, while the Great Moon small stone race devoured those made of Yin energy. Yang Kai clearly saw a small stone race member in a certain location, who was originally equivalent to a peak 7th order master, suddenly started radiating a yellow halo after devouring a large amount of Yang energy. Immediately after, its body, which was already larger than the other small stone race members, began growing rapidly as its aura reached something equivalent to an 8th order master. All the small stone race members who were ingesting Yin and Yang energies saw varying degrees of improvement. Yang Kai finally understood how this chaotic dead territory had so many small stone race members now. To the small stone race, the energy dispersing from burning light and serene glimmer was a great blessing. With such a massive amount of energy to use as food, the small stone race's reproduction was naturally smooth, and after many years of accumulation, it wasn't surprising for them to have reached such a massive number. The source of all this seemed to be deep in the distant void. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction where the explosion of light originated from. If he wasn't mistaken, the burning light and serene glimmer were there, because their energy was dispersing from that direction. What happened in the chaotic dead territory over the past 1,000 years? What are Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan up to? What about Ruoshi? Suppressing the many doubts in his heart, Yang Kai took a step forward and manipulated space principles, dashing off towards the distant void to investigate. With a clear goal in mind, Yang Kai sped up and arrived at his destination after an incense stick worth of time. When he saw what was happening from afar, a furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow. To his confusion, a giant oval-shaped object that looked like a condensed mist was occupying a vast amount of space. At first glance, it gave the impression of an egg. Through the thick fog, Yang Kai vaguely saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Zhang Ruoshi, whom he had sent to this place many years ago. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi seemed to be sleeping in this egg, her small figure curled up into a ball. The fog made it impossible for Yang Kai to see her expression, but judging by her sleeping posture, it seemed like she was resting peacefully. What is this? Yang Kai frowned. Zhang Ruoshi was here, but what about Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan? Looking around carefully, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped. The mist that had condensed into the shape of an egg was obviously filled with extremely rich and terrifying Yin and Yang energies. Also, two other blurry figures could be vaguely seen drifting through the mist. The Yin and Yang energies that were basically poles apart actually seemed to be merging together in this strange place. Yang Kai's brow slightly rose as he faintly understood what was going on, but this only made him happier rather than shocked. If he was right about what was happening, then the benefits Zhang Ruoshi would obtain this time would not be small. The burning light and serene glimmer were in complete existence, while Zhang Ruoshi's Heaven's Order bloodline was also incomplete, but her bloodline was the primary component of the primordial light which, in theory, should allow the opposing pure Yin and Yang energies to achieve a balance. Thinking of this, the strange scene in front of him could be explained. Just as Yang Kai was about to get closer to investigate, a sudden change occurred. A figure suddenly rushed out from the fog and charged straight at Yang Kai. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5885, Strange Small Stone Race Member. Because he was worried about Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, and Zhang Ruoshi, Yang Kai's complete attention was on the strange egg-shaped object after arriving here, so he had failed to notice anything else out of the ordinary. Moreover, he really hadn't expected to be ambushed in this place. More importantly, the ambusher's aura was exactly the same as the mist, making it the perfect camouflage. It wasn't until the other party was charging at him that Yang Kai finally noticed. The ambusher was extremely fast and was already before him by the time he blinked. When Yang Kai finally caught sight of the figure, he couldn't help but look surprised. The one rushing at him was none other than a small stone race member, who was slightly larger than an ordinary human. At first glance, it gave the impression of someone wearing a set of stone armor. This is? Along the way, Yang Kai had seen hundreds of millions of small stone race members, but none of them had paid him any attention. However, after coming here, this one suddenly attacked him. Yang Kai had no idea how he had offended it. The other party's attack was quite simple. After all, this was a race with low sentience. All it did was charge over and throw a punch at Yang Kai once it arrived in front of him. Yang Kai casually raised his hand to block. The strength of the small stone race was directly related to their size. The bigger they were, the stronger their strength. The small stone race members that were as strong as 8th Order Master were all 1,000 meters tall and could only be considered giants. Under normal circumstances, such a small stone race member that was just slightly larger than the human could not be any stronger than the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai could easily block an attack from such a being with his current cultivation. However, Yang Kai realized how horribly wrong he was the next moment. Much to his astonishment, this punch actually made him stagger back, and the palm he used to block it was actually tingling slightly. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed that something was wrong at the moment of contact and hurriedly increased his strength, this single punch would have sent him flying. Before he could figure out what was going on, the small stone race member threw another punch at him at incredible speed. What the hell? Yang Kai was truly shocked and swiftly blocked the attack before fighting back. The shock in Yang Kai's heart was indescribable. This strange small stone race member before him was completely different from those he knew. Just from the strength and speed of its punches, this small stone race member was not inferior to an ordinary 9th Order Master. Is this guy really from the small stone race? Although Yang Kai didn't know why this small stone race member in front of him had undergone such a strange mutation, he was certain it was absolutely not an ordinary one. All this time, the strongest small stone race members cultivated by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were only equivalent to 8th Order Masters. In the past, Yang Kai had thought that if Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could cultivate small stone race members equivalent to 9th Order Masters, it would be a great help to the human race. However, this was just a fantasy. It was already Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's limit to cultivate small stone race soldiers to the level of an 8th Order Master. Wishing to cultivate one that was equal to a 9th Order Master was simply a fool's dream. In the past, Yang Kai had asked them about this matter, and the answer he received was that all of the small stone race members were nurtured by either pure Yang or Yin energy. The Great Sun small stone race was created by Big Brother Huang, while the Great Moon small stone race was created by Big Sister Lan. As Yang Kai was intimately aware now, solitary Yin or Yang cannot give birth to true life. These two small stone race armies that had been cultivated using only one type of energy had an innate flaw, so it was impossible for them to grow to the level of a 9th Order Master, no matter how much energy they absorbed. In order to solve this problem, their energies needed to be converged and condensed in a kind of yin-yang harmony. Only then would there be a slight possibility to go further. After having not come to the chaotic dead territory in so many years, Yang Kai had not only seen hundreds of millions of small stone race members rampaging out of control, but a 9th Order small stone race master also attacked him. Truly, life was unpredictable. Be that as it may, the appearance of this small stone race master in front of him undoubtedly proved that the small stone race could in fact produce existences comparable to 9th Order Masters. How did this happen? Yang Kai couldn't help but think of the strange mist he had seen as a vague guess popped up in his mind. Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline was derived from the core essence of the primordial light, which was the harmonizing factor for the pure Yin and Yang energies of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Yin and Yang were intertwining inside the mist, fulfilling the conditions required for the birth of a 9th Order small stone race. This discovery greatly excited Yang Kai. The small stone race had given birth to something equivalent to a 9th Order Master, which would definitely be of great help to the human race. It was the right choice to make a trip to chaotic dead territory. The mutant small stone race master continued its onslaught against Yang Kai owing to its limited intelligence, while Yang Kai couldn't retaliate against it, putting him in a bit of an awkward situation. Fortunately, that is all it is. Yang Kai softly muttered. Because the small stone race's intelligence was low, it only knew how to punch instinctively. So, even though it had strength and speed comparable to a ninth order master, its combat capabilities were much inferior, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to deal with it. Just as this thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the small stone race master who had been chasing him all this time suddenly stopped, and did something that greatly stunned him. It raised its two hands and spread its arms, its palms facing each other as if it was holding a giant, invisible ball. The next moment, the color of its eyes suddenly changed, one becoming yellow, the other blue. Their colors weren't constant either and were instead rapidly changing. At any given moment, the color of its eyes flickered back and forth. Seeing this change, Yang Kai's heart jumped as he instinctively felt something wrong. By the looks of it, this strange small stone race master had another unknown ability. Just as expected, following the actions of this small stone race master, extremely rich Yin and Yang energies emerged in the space between its palms. The two forces rapidly circled around each other before merging together like a spinning top, rapidly expanding and transforming into the size of a wash basin in the blink of an eye. As the two energies rotated, the yellow and blue colors also began to blend and change. Not far away, Yang Kai stopped and observed, sensing the fluctuations from the ball of energy formed by the fusion of Yin and Yang, quickly deducing the power of this move. This kind of attack was definitely not inferior to a full power strike from a ninth order master. From the moment the small stone race master halted and began using this mysterious technique, less than a breath of time had passed. Once the Yin-Yang ball was fully formed, the small stone race master hurled it straight towards Yang Kai. The recoil from this move even pushed the small stone race master a few steps back. Yang Kai raised his brow. This power was even greater than he had expected. Nonetheless, the way it used this secret technique was far too crude. Although this attack was exceptionally strong, it couldn't hit him. Yang Kai simply sidestepped and easily dodged the incoming projectile. Be that as it may, the small stone race master clearly didn't intend to stop. After stabilizing its footing, it repeated its actions. As such, the small stone race master fired several Yin-Yang balls one after another while Yang Kai continued dodging them casually. Is that the only attack it knows? Yang Kai muttered in his heart. After waiting for a while and confirming that the small stone race master had no new tricks, he decided to end this. He didn't want to kill this small stone race master. No matter how it was born, it should be closely related to Zhang Ruoxi, Big Brother Huang, and Big Sister Lan. Furthermore, this small stone race master would be of great help to the human race. It would be a pity to kill a helper as strong as a ninth order master. Yang Kai wanted to subdue it. In order to command a race with such low sentience like the small stone race, the fastest and most convenient way was to activate the great sun and moon marks. Immediately, Yang Kai stretched his hands towards it, directing the power of the great sun and moon marks towards the small stone race master. Unfortunately, the infallible control method actually had no effect this time. The small stone race master who was attacking Yang Kai with Yin-Yang balls was dazed for a moment but then resumed attacking immediately after. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The great sun and moon marks had always been a foolproof way to command the small stone race. In front of these two marks, even the 8th order small stone race members had always been extremely obedient. This method seemed to have lost all effectiveness with this 9th order small stone race master. This was the first time such a thing had happened. But after giving it a thought, Yang Kai vaguely understood what was going on. The former small stone race soldiers had all been cultivated by either Big Brother Huang or Big Sister Lan, so their marks naturally had a suppressive effect. However, this 9th order one not only had Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's energies, but also Zhang Ruoxi's ability to harmonize them. It had already become a brand new kind of power, so the great sun and moon marks' effects were almost negligible. Although he had come to such a conclusion, Yang Kai was not willing to just give up and tried to activate the power of his marks several more times, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon this plan. Damn it. It wasn't easy for a 9th order small stone race master to appear, yet it refused to listen to his orders. Yang Kai wanted to bring it to the battlefield to use as a surprise trump card against the Black Ink clan. Apart from anything else, if such a small stone race master didn't care about its life or death, it wouldn't be a problem for it to battle a royal lord for a short time. Of course, because its attacks were simple and its intelligence was low, it wouldn't end well for it if it were to fight for too long. While many thoughts were flashing across Yang Kai's mind, the small stone race powerhouse seemed to have used up too much of its energy as the yellow and blue color in its eyes gradually became dimmer after sending out so many Yin-Yang balls. Immediately, it turned around and flew towards the direction it had come from. This situation was very much like going back to find food after a fight, not caring if Yang Kai would do anything to it. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry about the intelligence of this being. Although it had extreme strength, if it was let loose on the battlefield without any method to control it, it would likely cause just as much disturbance to the human side as the Black Ink clans. Oh well, Yang Kai relaxed. There was only one such small stone race master, so even if he couldn't subdue it, he wasn't too distressed either. But this joy only lasted for 3 breaths before Yang Kai looked in the direction of the returning small stone race powerhouse as 2 more identical small stone race masters emerged from the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 5886, Stand Aside. In the void, half a day later, Yang Kai was using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal his aura and figure, staring at the egg-shaped mist from afar with a frustrated look on his face. Originally, he did not regret the fact that he could not subdue the 9th Order small stone race master, believing that there was just one such anomaly. He could do nothing about it, but since there was only one, he had no choice but to accept it. However, Yang Kai later discovered that there was more than one of them. After half a day of probing and dragging things out, Yang Kai was certain that there were no less than 5 such masters. As for how many of them there were exactly, he couldn't say for sure, because every time these 9th Order small stone race masters emerged from the mist and attacked him, they would return to the mist once they had exhausted themselves too much. And after returning, they would completely disappear like water merging into the sea. This was also the reason why Yang Kai hadn't seen the others before, as their existence was too difficult to detect. At the very least, there were 5 of them, perhaps even more. Yang Kai stared at the mist with naked greed and frustration, so much so that both drool and tears almost trickled down his face. If he could successfully subdue this force, it would be of enormous help to the human race in conquering the no-return pass, but right now, all he could do was stare from afar. He basically didn't have the strength or means to subdue these masters. The great sun and moon marks were unable to control these 9th Order small stone race masters. Left with no alternative, Yang Kai tried to force one of them into his small universe to suppress it. Unfortunately, it was impossible to communicate with them as their level of intelligence was too low. Even when Yang Kai managed to take one in and suppress it, it kept resisting, draining Yang Kai's energy and strength. If he brought them to the battlefield in their current state, it might even cause some damage to the human race. Helpless, Yang Kai could only release the one he suppressed. Even when he was unable to subdue these creatures though, Yang Kai was unwilling to just leave like this, feeling extremely depressed. According to his estimations, since they were created because Zhang Ruoshi had harmonized both Yin and Yang energies, only Zhang Ruoshi could command them. Furthermore, judging by their behavior, they seemed to be protecting Zhang Ruoshi, because as long as Yang Kai didn't approach the mist, he was completely safe. However, once he got too close, they would immediately attack. This made it obvious they were guarding this place. Yang Kai didn't know what Zhang Ruoshi, Big Brother Huang, and Big Sister Lan had done over the past 1,000 years, but by the looks of it, they seemed to be in the middle of something incredible. The birth of these 9th Order small stone race masters was simply unimaginable before. After quietly observing for a long time, Yang Kai had no choice but to quash his greed. Some things in this world couldn't be forced. What was certain now was that Zhang Ruoshi herself was safe, and she was using her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's Yin and Yang energies. Although he didn't know how long this process would last, once she succeeded, she might be able to step into the 9th Order open heaven realm. At that time, the power she would control would definitely surpass all 9th Order masters. What was that energy turmoil though? Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed some time ago. The Yang and Yin energies seemed to have gone out of control and exploded out into the chaotic dead territory, causing a large amount of Yin and Yang manifestations to appear, which were then subsequently devoured by the small stone race. Judging by the large population and the body sizes of the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, this was not the first time this loss of control had occurred. It must have happened many times before. At the same time, because Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were in a state where their energies were still harmonizing, the small stone race soldiers in the chaotic dead territory no longer had any restrictions and had reverted back to their original nature, instinctually devouring resources, breeding new clansmen, then fighting to the death. This was the reason why Yang Kai saw so many small stone race members fighting in the chaotic dead territory. If the Yin and Yang energies exploded with such frequency, perhaps I should observe it for a while. I don't think it will take too long. Having come to a decision, Yang Kai decided to spend a year observing the situation here in order to obtain more information. Time ticked by bit while Yang Kai remained hidden all this while, observing the situation around Zhang Ruoxi. Just as he had expected, the frequency at which the energies went out of control was indeed very high. He didn't even need to wait for an entire year. In just 3 months, the originally stable fog suddenly started fluctuating wildly. Right then, Zhang Ruoxi, who seemed to be peacefully sleeping in the middle of the fog, unconsciously let out a groan. Judging by her voice, she seemed to be enduring incredible pain. At the same time, the Yin and Yang energies that were constantly flowing and fusing in the mist also became unstable. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling light began to spread outward with the fog egg as the center. A moment later, just like what Yang Kai had seen 3 months ago, the entire chaotic dead territory was filled with the manifestations of Yin and Yang energy, causing countless small stone race members to flock towards them. After personally witnessing this scene, Yang Kai finally understood the cause behind it. The Yin and Yang energies had rampaged out of control simply because Zhang Ruoxi was too weak. Of course, her current cultivation in the 8th order could in no way be considered weak in general terms, but compared to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, she was still a slightly bigger ant at best. Even though she possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline, it was still difficult for her to fully control the power of beings that were born at the creation of the universe. So, when she tried to harmonize the primordial Yin and Yang energies, some situations would occur that were difficult to control. Once such a situation occurred, she would lose control of the Yin and Yang energies, which would then disperse into the surroundings, resulting in the massive increase of the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory. Fortunately, the Heaven's Order bloodline was truly amazing, especially when it came to harmonizing Yang and Yin. Every time the energies went out of control, they would be stabilized once more in short order. After observing the loss of control of the energies from a close distance, Yang Kai was finally able to determine the exact number of 9th Order small stone race masters. When the energies went out of control, the 9th Order small stone race masters who were hidden in the fog also became visible, at which point Yang Kai counted 8 of them. How many 9th Order masters did the human race have attacking the no-return pass? Including Shi Zhuang and Tang Tao, who had recently broken through in the last 20 years, there were only 10 of them in total, but there were actually 8 9th Order small stone race masters. If Yang Kai could somehow drag these 8 small stone race masters to the battlefield, who knows how many lives they could save? Wiping the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai ruthlessly squashed his greedy thoughts again before turning around and flying towards the depths of the void. He had come here intending to bring Zhang Ruoxi out so that she could play some role on the battlefield, but by the looks of it, this plan would not work. At the very least, it would be impossible for her to emerge until she had successfully harmonized the Yang and Yin energies. Until then, Yang Kai could not take these 9th Order small stone race masters to the battlefield either, he could only look at them from afar. Since that was the case, Yang Kai decided to take some regular small stone race soldiers, especially the 8th Order ones. This was the main reason he had come here. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye after activating his space principles, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby battlefield. At this moment, as the Yin and Yang energies had erupted not too long ago and a group of small stone ray soldiers happened to have surrounded a manifestation of Yang energy and were constantly devouring it. Yang Kai teleported over, opened his small universe, and activated the great sun and moon marks, shouting, "Stand aside." He didn't care if the small stone race understood or not, he just wanted to vent his frustrations. The great sun and moon marks might have no effect on the ninth order ones, but it was always successful in commanding these ordinary small stone race soldiers. With a single command, the small stone race members stepped aside, revealing the Yang energy manifestation they had surrounded. The manifestation originally bore a resemblance with Big Brother Huang's true form, albeit much smaller in size, but after being eaten by the small stone race members, it now looked like a Phoenix clan member with broken wings. Yang Kai didn't mind and directly took it into his small universe and suppressed it. Immediately after, he rushed to the next location. After so many years of constant war, the human race's demand for yellow and blue crystals had become extremely high. Yang Kai had originally wanted to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more yellow and blue crystals, but now that he couldn't, he could only use this method to collect some. As such, he had to act quickly. Otherwise, the omnipresent small stone race would soon devour all of the dissipated Yin and Yang energies. For a time, Yang Kai's figure shuttled back and forth through the void, borrowing the power of the great sun and moon marks to force all of the small stone race to retreat and obediently hand over their food to him. Even if Yang Kai was fast though, he had no choice but to stop after an incense stick worth of time, because apart from the Yin and Yang energies he had taken into his small universe, the rest of the dispersed energies had been devoured clean by the small stone race. Many small stone race members had become stronger, even breaking through their own limits. Standing still, Yang Kai examined his harvest. Inside his small universe, the Yang and Yin energies suppressed by him had already transformed into pieces of yellow and blue crystals. Some were as small as a fist while others were as large as a house. His harvest was not small, but it was definitely not much. The main reason was that Yang Kai was a bit slow as he had to carefully observe Zhang Ruoxi's situation first, which gave the small stone race ample time to devour most of the dispersed Yin and Yang energies. Yang Kai naturally would not be satisfied with such a small harvest, so he immediately began traversing through the void. At the same time, he opened a portal to his small universe and kept it open all the while. In any case, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his own strength leaking with the World Tree clone protecting his small universe. This would have been quite a risky move for any other Open Heaven Realm Master, as every bit of energy leaking out of the portal was a result of arduous and time-consuming cultivation. The loss of every bit of energy would make one a bit weaker. Yang Kai also left the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands constantly active. Everywhere he went, he would collect all the suitable small stone ray soldiers he could find into his small universe, just like how the autumn wind would sweep away the fallen leaves. The selection criteria was simple: all those comparable to human race third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were taken. All the small stone race members who didn't even have such strength would be useless, even if Yang Kai collected them. If he were to let them out on the battlefield, he would just be sending them to their deaths, so he might as well let them continue to grow stronger here instead. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5887, Popping His Head Out? In just a short month, Yang Kai had taken in more than a couple 100 million small stone ray soldiers into his small universe. Such a terrifying number put even Yang Kai's small universe under a great deal of pressure. Although he could still take in more, after carefully weighing the pros and cons, he decided to temporarily put aside this unrestrained method of collecting small stone ray soldiers and instead focus on taking in the elites. As such, he continued to wander through the chaotic Dead Territory's various battlefields for the next 2 months, specifically looking for the 8th Order ones. He might not be able to subdue Zhang Ruoxi's 9th Order small stone race masters, but with the help of the great sun and moon marks, it wasn't a problem to subdue some 8th Order ones. Right now, the 8th Order ones in the chaotic Dead Territory were in quite a large number, and with the constant dispersion of the Yang and Yin energy, this number would only continue to increase. As such, Yang Kai's actions didn't have much of an impact on the population of the small stone race. All he needed to do was grasp the balance between the two sides. While he was subduing a certain number of Great Sun Small Stone Race, he also needed to subdue an equal number of Great Moon Small Stone Race members. This way, he wouldn't break the balance in the chaotic dead territory, which would naturally prevent a situation where one side completely suppressed the other and would eventually wipe it out. 3 months after the last energy burst, a dazzling light once again appeared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction, followed by the dispersal of Yin and Yang energies in all directions, filling the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai was well prepared this time. He immediately began competing with the small stone race armies for the manifestations of Yang and Yin energies. As such, his harvest was much greater than last time. When the energy went out of control, he would collect the manifestations, and after the energy stabilized, he would search for the 8th Order small stone race members. Only after more than a year did Yang Kai finally leave the chaotic dead territory. The small stone race members he had subdued were enough, and he had also collected a large amount of yellow and blue crystals, enough to sustain the human race for 1,000 years. Although there was still some time left, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. According to his and Mi Jingluan's plan, after the human race's first attack on the no-return pass, they would launch their second attack 2 years later regardless of the previous results. However, sometimes plans couldn't keep up with sudden changes in the status quo and accidents might occur, causing the second battle to be brought forward ahead of schedule. As such, he had to return to the barren territory as soon as possible. The return trip was uneventful, and Yang Kai returned to the barren territory after 3 months. Yang Kai had taken 3 months to reach the chaotic dead territory as well, because he wasn't in a hurry, and he was injured as well. He was using the journey to slowly recover from his wounds, so he hadn't used his full strength. Yang Kai didn't stop for even a moment on his way back, but the reason why he had spent the same amount of time was because his top speed had fallen. He had taken in too many small stone race into his small universe, which made it difficult for him to circulate his strength. To put it simply, the small universe's burden had affected his strength, lowering his speed. The moment Yang Kai returned to the barren territory, he immediately looked in the direction of the territory gate. He could vaguely see the magnificent no-return pass, but there seemed to be no sign of a battle. Yang Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief after confirming this. However, just to be safe, he still entered the territory gate and poked his head out to take a closer look at the no-return pass. As far as the eye could see, the entire no-return pass was in an extremely tense state, with soldiers flinching up at the slightest sound. The dense black ink strength was like a thick layer of dark clouds that covered the sky. Compared to the last battle, the current no-return pass had obviously undergone some changes in its defensive arrangements. With the help of the damaged Great Passes, the Black Ink Clan's perimeter had shrunk, and a large number of artifacts had been placed on these damaged Great Passes. The entire no-return pass was filled with a sense of danger. By the looks of it, the last battle had clearly made the Black Ink Clan aware of their own disadvantages. Although occupying the no-return pass gave them the defender's advantage, correspondingly, it made them a fixed target. The human race's strategy of using universe worlds to attack them was a perfect example of how their fixed position could be taken advantage of. As such, even though the Black Ink Clan's forces were still strong, they had still shrunk their defensive perimeter, greatly increasing their defensive strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the human race to obtain similar results after the Black Ink Clan had made such changes. In the last battle, the Black Ink Clan was caught off guard when the universe worlds came flying at them. Hundreds of universe worlds had various spirit arrays arranged on them, so the damage from this assault was immense. Once the Black Ink Clan's defensive line was broken, the human race army wrought havoc by flooding in through these breaches. With the current deployment of the Black Ink Clan, even if the human race used their previous tactics of launching universe worlds, they wouldn't be able to easily breach the defensive line. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. Although he knew that taking back the no-return pass would not be an easy task, he found that it was even more difficult to deal with than he had expected after seeing that the Black Ink Clan had gathered all of their forces. Just as he was thinking of continuing to observe, more than a dozen fearsome auras suddenly appeared in his vicinity as numerous secret techniques came flying towards him from all directions. Yang Kai hastily withdrew his head. The commotion here quickly attracted Emonaye's attention and he instantly rushed out, arriving near the territory gate. He took a glance around before coldly asking, "What is it?" One of the pseudo-royal lords who was stationed here for a long time replied, "Yang Kai's head just popped out." Yang Kai was currently in the barren territory with the two giant spirit gods, so how could Emonaye not be on guard against him? Therefore, he had arranged more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords to monitor the territory gate after the last great battle, in case Yang Kai suddenly attacked. According to his understanding of Yang Kai, he knew that this bastard wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. When Yang Kai had not recently appeared, much to his surprise, Emonaye guessed that Yang Kai was probably healing himself. His head popped out? Hearing the pseudo-royal lord's explanation, Emonaye furrowed his brow. "It's like this," the pseudo-royal lord explained as he made a gesture like a turtle stretching its head. Emonaye's face twitched as he watched the pseudo-royal lord imitate Yang Kai. Well, this could certainly be described as his head popping out. The pseudo-royal lord continued, "I guess he wanted to investigate the situation here and had no intention of actually coming over." "I also don't think he would dare to," Emonaye coldly snorted before exhorting, "Be careful, if Yang Kai dares to pop out his head again, knock him back." Emonaye didn't say anything about killing Yang Kai, because that was impossible. Last time, Yang Kai had still managed to escape in that kind of situation, so how could this menace give the Black Ink clan another chance to kill him? Yes. The pseudo-royal lords nodded. Emonaye clenched his fists and lightly coughed before turning around and returning to his Black Ink nest. He had also suffered some minor injuries in the last battle. His wounds weren't serious, at least not to the point where he needed to enter a Black Ink nest to recover, but he knew in his heart that as long as the battle continued, his injuries would continue to accumulate. Sooner or later, they would develop to the point where he needed to enter a deep slumber to heal, and once that happened, the Black Ink clan would not be far from defeat. The fact that the Black Ink clan needed to enter Black Ink nests to recover from serious injuries had always been the greatest flaw of their entire race. The human race, who long ago figured this out, never let such opportunities slip by. After so many years of war, the human race had used this flaw to stir up trouble more than once. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, they had a clear and absolute advantage on the 12 frontline battlefields, but they had never been able to defeat the human race army. The main reason was because the humans fought back doggedly, putting their lives on the line to trade injuries with the enemy, forcing many Black Ink clan masters back to their Black Ink nests to slumber. When the humans were injured, they could quickly recover with the help of secret techniques or pills, but what about the Black Ink clan? Once their injuries accumulated to a certain degree, they would either be killed or forced to return to the no-return pass to recuperate. As such, their advantage in numbers was greatly diminished. Hundreds of years ago, even though the Eighth Order masters knew that they were no match for the pseudo-royal lords, they would still go all out to injure their opponents even at the risk of death. Thanks to the sacrifice of many Eighth Order masters, at least a quarter of all pseudo-royal lords were constantly stuck in the no-return pass recuperating. Inside a certain Black Ink nest, a look of sadness appeared on Emonaye's face. Originally, the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, but now they had fallen to such a state. In the entire Black Ink clan, perhaps no other Black Ink clansman could clearly see the turning point of this battle besides him. Even you might have no idea. In fact, back when the Black Ink clan was forced by Yang Kai to withdraw all their claws and fangs and retreat to the no-return pass, Emonaye had already anticipated this day. Prior to this, the Black Ink clan held the initiative in terms of overall strength, so all of Emonaye's plans and arrangements were extremely reliable. It could be said that as long as there were no unexpected accidents, the Black Ink clan had a 70% chance of winning the war. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, after the appearance of the Universe Furnace, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for some 600 years, suddenly returned and disrupted everything. Under his domineering intimidation, Emonaye had no choice but to recall all of the pseudo-royal lords and territory lords who had been fighting on the front lines. The abandoned Black Ink clan armies were naturally wiped out by the humans, causing the Black Ink clan to suffer further heavy losses. Even that was still fine though, but the key was that the Black Ink clan had no place to go other than retreating to the no-return pass and guarding it. As such, the human race was able to gather all of its forces and no longer need to split up like before. All they needed to do was focus their attacks on the no-return pass while not having to worry about any other fronts. The true turning point of the war between the human race and Black Ink clan was when Yang Kai, who had disappeared for hundreds of years, suddenly reappeared. After his appearance, the human race and Black Ink clan's defensive and offensive positions had switched. Without Yang Kai's coercion, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable situation. If there was no Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have dozens more pseudo-royal lords today. If there was no Yang Kai, the innate territory lords who had snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction would have all been able to safely arrive at the no-return pass. At that time, the Black Ink clan's strength would have definitely soared, and the human race would not have been their opponent. Unfortunately, all that was only if Yang Kai didn't exist. Over the years, Yang Kai had slowly shaved pieces of flesh bit by bit from the body of a fat cow that was the Black Ink clan like a skilled butcher. Even now, the Black Ink clan still looked powerful, but in reality, they were not far from their doom. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5888, New Cultivation Method. As shrewd and intelligent as Emonayi was, how could he not see that it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to win this battle? Sooner or later, the human race would overwhelm the Black Ink clan army and capture the no-return pass. The only fate awaiting the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass was to be completely wiped out. Even if he knew this though, what was he supposed to do? It was impossible for him to escape. Furthermore, the human race would have to pay a big price to capture the no-return pass. The humans still had a bigger target after taking down the no-return pass. If he could cripple the human race army using the power of the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass, even if the humans won this battle, they would still lose the war. As long as the Black Ink clan could unify all under the heavens and allow Mo to rule supreme, it did not matter if all the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass were sacrificed. The human race had already revealed all of their cards, but the strength the Black Ink clan had shown until now was still just the tip of the iceberg. This war that concerned the survival of the two races would ultimately end in the defeat of the human race. Emonayi firmly believed this. At the same time, the space-time river stretched across the void in the barren territory. Wind and clouds were surging on the surface of the river as Dao strengths undulated. Inside the long river, Yang Kai was pushing the time Dao strength to its utmost limit, deriving its endless mysteries. He had borrowed the strength of the star boundary and the Myriad monsters world for the last 20 years to cultivate, which allowed his strength to soar, but he still had room for improvement. According to his own classification of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he was currently only in the mid-stage. Now, there was no longer a suitable universe world to rely on to cultivate. If he wanted to simply rely on the accumulation of time to increase his strength, even with Yang Kai's cultivation speed and his small universe's innate advantages, 2,000 years would likely be the minimum he needed to reach the peak of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. If he could reach the peak, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone even if he was up against a Black Ink giant spirit god. But under the current circumstances, what he lacked the most was time. According to the Supreme Headquarters plan, they needed to conquer the no-return pass within 20 years before they continued their crusade to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, quelling the Black Ink clan disaster once and for all. With Yang Kai's current foundation, even if he cultivated this entire time, he probably wouldn't make any noticeable progress. Fortunately, time wasn't something immutable, especially in front of someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the grand Daos of time and space. The time flow of his small universe was 10 times faster than the outside world, so a year in the outside world was 10 years in his small universe. Long ago, Yang Kai chanced upon several temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon which allowed him to cultivate for the equivalent of 4,000 years in just a few hundred years in the outside world, breaking through to the Eighth Order in one fell swoop. His attainments in many of his grand Daos had also improved during that time. With all these kinds of personal experiences, it naturally gave birth to some ideas in Yang Kai's head. But of course, just having ideas was useless. He needed to have the ability to turn them into reality to receive any benefits. Fortunately, with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time, he was already equipped with this ability. He had once built 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace that were related to the 3 primary Grand Taos he cultivated, respectively Space, Time, and Spear Tao sealed worlds. Not to mention, the Space and Spear Tao sealed worlds, the Time Tao sealed world had a similar effect to his small universe. Cultivators who entered it to gain experience would experience a faster flow of time compared to the outside world, but the ratio wasn't as exaggerated. It was only about 1 to 4. Even so, the soldiers still flocked to this place, as only 1 year passed on the outside while one cultivated for 4 years in the Time Tao sealed world. It was equivalent to increasing the efficiency of their cultivation by 4 times. Therefore, among these 3 sealed worlds, the Time Tao sealed world was the most popular because even if one wasn't proficient in the Tao of Time, they could still use this sealed world to cultivate, while a few who were proficient in the Tao of Time could comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Time and improve the mastery of their own Grand Tao. Originally, the 3 sealed worlds Yang Kai had left behind were for the disciples of the Void Tao Temple to cultivate their Grand Taos, but there were no restrictions on entry. Once too many soldiers wanted to enter the Time Tao sealed world though, which severely affected the disciples who had truly cultivated the Tao of Time, some rules were put in place. Head manager Hua had no choice but to report this matter to the Supreme Headquarters, after which, the Supreme Headquarters issued an order that one needed a certain amount of military merits to enter the Time Tao sealed world. Even so, that did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Kai was always on the move and it was hard to get a hold on him, Mi Jinglun would have asked him to build more Time Tao sealed worlds. It could be said that Yang Kai had been able to create a sealed world inside of which the flow of time different from the outside world a long time ago, and now that he had reached the 9th order, with his mastery over the Tao of Time had reached an even higher level, he was naturally more proficient in such matters. In fact, when Yang Kai had escaped from the universe furnace and was on his way back from the edge of the universe, he had already started working on this. Yang Kai had not just been hurrying along during his 600-year journey, he had also realized that time was not on his side. No matter how quickly his strength increased, it was unable to keep up with the progress of the war. If he wanted to completely solve this problem, he had to find a way to gain more time. After 600 years of painstaking research and many improvements, he had developed a certain method to do exactly that. At this moment, the Tao strengths in the space-time river stretched across the void were astir under Yang Kai's control. Soon, Yang Kai had stripped away thousands of Tao strengths, leaving behind only the last Tao strength of time. This was not difficult for the current Yang Kai. Although his mastery of the Tao of Time had yet to break through to the highest 9th level, he had reached the very peak of the 8th level. With this, the space-time river transformed into a temporal river. It was exactly the same as the temporal rivers he had seen in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon all those years ago, but its effects were even more amazing. Using his full strength, Yang Kai was able to create a flow of time that was 30 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, while 1 year passed in the outside world, 30 would go by inside the temporal river. Back when he was cultivating in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai would have to search for new temporal rivers after exhausting the Time Tao essence in his previous temporal river. But now that the temporal river was created using his own Tao strength, it would be much more convenient and faster than before. As long as Yang Kai was willing, he could use this temporal river and enter a state of cultivation at any moment. Of course, cultivating like this and continuously using his Time Tao strength was quite taxing on him, but compared to his gains, this was a minor concern. With the problem of time resolved, Yang Kai now had another problem, which was resources. This kind of cultivation required an enormous amount of resources, and Yang Kai didn't have many on hand. He had plenty of yellow and blue crystals, but he lacked 5 elements materials. As such, compared to his previous worry about the human race declaring war early, Yang Kai was now more than happy to see the human race go to war sooner. While he was cultivating in the temporal river, Ada and Aer were eating a dead universe world. This universe world had been given to them by Yang Kai after he returned from Myriad monsters' territory. Giant spirit gods fell asleep after they were full, so Yang Kai did not dare to feed them too much at once. As such, although Yang Kai still had a lot of world beads on hand, he didn't plan on taking them all out at once. In the long temporal river, a large number of materials were refined by Yang Kai as time passed by, building up the foundation of his small universe and allowing him to slowly expand his heritage. After an unknown period, Yang Kai suddenly felt a shockwave and immediately ended his cultivation, exiting the temporal river. The shockwave was an agreement between him and the two giant spirit gods. He had asked them to inform him right away if something happened at the no-return pass. After all, he was deep in meditative cultivation inside a distorted space-time, so his ability to sense outside movements was quite restricted. At this moment he jumped out of the river and shot a glance towards the no-return pass. As expected, he noticed that the situation there wasn't quite right. A large number of Black Ink clansmen had been mobilized to form a defensive line, as if they were preparing for a war. The war has finally resumed. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. The supplies he had on hand had almost been exhausted, and if the human race did not start fighting soon, he would ultimately have to end his cultivation anyway. At this moment, seeing the no-return pass Black Ink clan's response, Yang Kai knew that the human race army was on the move. However, because they were separated by a territory gate, he couldn't clearly see the exact situation of the no-return pass, let alone what was happening further away with the human army. However, he was both bold and talented. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at the territory gate using instantaneous movement and, just like last time, popped his head out and looked into the distance. Although he was knocked back by the pseudo-royal lords who were standing guard nearby the next moment, he was still able to catch a glimpse of the human race army approaching from the distant void. Yang Kai immediately rubbed his palms together. In the battle 2 years ago, the human race had gained the upper hand and killed countless enemies. After 2 years, the human race would be able to obtain a significant advantage in the second attack as well. Of course, the most important thing was that he was no longer the same person he was 2 years ago. He had only cultivated for a short time and his strength had not changed much, but he was no longer fighting alone. He now had many helpers. This battle will definitely shock the Black Ink clan. Contrary to Yang Kai's itch for action, Emonayi had an extremely solemn look on his face. The human race army was approaching, and there was also Yang Kai and the two giant spirit gods eyeing them from the barren territory. The two giant spirit gods could basically be ignored for the moment as neither side would easily deploy their strongest forces before the final confrontation began. Both sides had a tacit understanding about this. However, Yang Kai was different. Emonayi was certain that this bastard wouldn't be willing to sit still and would definitely kill his way out of the barren territory and stir up trouble. How annoying! We need to restrain him. Once this guy steps onto the battlefield, all of the pseudo-royal lords of the Black Ink clan would be in danger. Thinking so, Emonayi called out, "Dia Luo." Standing beside him, the new royal lord shot a glance at him. "What instructions does Sir Emonayi have?" "I need you to block Yang Kai. Don't let him come to the no-return pass," Emonayi concisely stated. Dia Luo's expression slightly changed as he hesitated. "If it was just me, I'm afraid the pseudo-royal lords guarding the territory gate will cooperate with you," Emonayi interrupted. "Are you confident?" Dia Luo was silent for a moment before quickly replying, "I will do my best." Martial Peak, Chapter 5889. The Second Battle. From this answer, it was clear that Dia Luo didn't have much confidence. Emonayi was well aware of this as well. In fact, even Emonayi did not have confidence even if he personally took action. Unfortunately, since the situation had come to this, what more could he say? Actually, ever since the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array had lost its effect on Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan no longer had the ability to deal with him at all. This was also the reason why Emonayi knew that the Black Ink clan in the no-return pass would definitely be defeated. A powerful Ninth Order master, who could appear and disappear like a ghost and couldn't be killed or even contained, brought too much pressure to the Black Ink clan. Sighing, he could only say, "Do your best." Assisted by a dozen pseudo-royal lords, even if Dia Luo could not stop Yang Kai from entering the no-return pass, it shouldn't be a problem to keep him busy. As long as they could restrain him somewhat, the other pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield would be able to use their full strength and not have to worry about sneak attacks. This was also an acceptable outcome. After instructing Dia Luo, Emonai turned his head towards the depths of the void and coldly snorted, "This move again." Similar to what had happened 2 years ago, the human race army was attacking from left and right, while in the center, massive universe worlds could be seen flying over from a distance. The human race's strategy of using universe worlds to attack was too dirty and despicable, but it was an undeniable fact that although this strategy was simple, it was extremely effective. In the last battle, the human race had used this tactic to tear apart the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter and open multiple gaps in their lines. After tasting the benefits, the human race was obviously going to use the same tactic again. The Black Ink clan had taken precautions this time, however, contracting their defensive line quite a bit compared to last time. As a result, the defensive forces in all directions had become more solid and compact, making it impossible for the humans to easily break through again. The human race obviously understood this point as well. Over the past 2 years, a number of human scouts had been constantly appearing at the periphery of the no-return pass, spying on the no-return pass. As such, the Black Ink clan's deployment and arrangements were no secret to the humans. Since the human race was employing the universe world attack strategy once again, they must have something to rely on. As the first universe world approached, Emonai quickly discovered that something was wrong. This was because he only saw one universe world shooting towards them. It wasn't like last time when many came flying over together, overwhelming the Black Ink clan forces in the area where they would strike. But what could one universe world do? Although seeing a universe world come shooting at them was extremely oppressive, a single pseudo-royal lord could easily destroy it with a single blow. After taking a closer look though, Emonai suddenly realized that there was indeed more than one universe world. In other words, he could only see one universe world, but there were definitely more universe worlds hidden behind the first one. If all the universe worlds were lined up, shooting towards the no-return pass one after another, it would be possible to create the illusion of there being just one. It's a single-point attack. Emonai immediately understood the human race's strategy. This time, they were clearly aiming at just one spot in the Black Ink clan's defensive line. The Black Ink clan's defenses were undoubtedly more condensed than last time, but if the humans focused all their attacks in just one place, even the strongest of defensive lines would be broken. Emonai's heart was gripped with a chill as he secretly cursed the slyness of the human race. He quickly redeployed his troops and powerhouse from both sides of the defensive line to the center, preparing to face the incoming universe worlds. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The flow of time seemed to have significantly slowed down. While countless Black Ink clansmen were waiting anxiously, the universe worlds flying over from the depths of the void finally arrived. Emonai's arrangements had the desired effect. Thanks to deploying a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan to the location where the universe worlds were going to strike, the first universe world was blown to smithereens before it could even get close. Just as Emonai had expected, a second universe world was revealed right after the first was destroyed. The second universe world was also destroyed by the endless secret techniques, followed by the third. Then, nothing. Emonai was dumbfounded as he stared at the empty void littered with universe fragments, unable to understand how there were just 3 universe worlds. Why weren't there any more universe worlds shooting over now? The next moment, his expression drastically changed as his black blood turned cold and goosebumps rose all over his body. He suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the human race army on the left, just in time to see it smoothly change its formation as it sailed forward. The vast number of warships parted to the sides, revealing the void behind them which had previously been concealed by the massive fleet. Much to Emonai's horror, numerous universe worlds were rapidly shooting over from that direction. He could already see at least a dozen of them, but there were obviously more, most of them hidden from his sight. It was hard to tell exactly how many universe worlds there were. Emonai then turned to look at the human race army on the right, only to see a situation that was identical to the one on the left. He had fallen into a trap. Mo Nai instantly understood what had happened. The human race had deliberately arranged a few universe worlds in a straight line to mislead him into deploying more troops to reinforce the center of their defense line. However, once he did this, he would fall into the human race's trap. The 3 universe worlds in the center were just a distraction, while the real killing blow was hidden behind the human race's left and right armies. At this moment, the human race's 2 armies had already closed to firing range of the no-return pass, and the universe world's assault was about to arrive. Even if Mo Nai understood the human race's schemes at this moment, there was nothing he could do to stop them. All he could do now was issue orders at the fastest speed possible and send back the forces he had deployed from the left and right sides. Immediately, numerous powerhouses shuttled back and forth across the no-return pass, seemingly in complete chaos. Of course, the oncoming universe worlds didn't wait for the Black Ink clan to get back into position. Massive shockwaves swept through the left and right side of the no-return pass as the artifacts hummed and countless secret techniques burst out from the no-return pass, blowing many universe worlds to pieces. If the Black Ink clan had the same arrangements as 2 years ago, this kind of attack would have been enough to completely tear apart the defense perimeter on both their flanks. Once that happened, the human race army would have driven straight through the breach and caught them off guard. As long as they could gain an absolute advantage on any of the fronts, the human race would then be able to continuously expand their advantage. The last battle had gone exactly like this. However, the new deployment of the Black Ink clan's defenses had a certain effect. Even though Mo Nai had made some mistakes in his initial response this time, at least he had some experience in dealing with the universe world attacks. So by the time all the universe worlds were destroyed, the Black Ink clan's defensive line was still holding. The Black Ink clan did not need much time to stabilize their defensive line back again, a cup of tea's worth of time at most. After that, they would still be impregnable. Nonetheless, how could the human race give the Black Ink clan such an opportunity? Time was a critical factor that affected victory and defeat in war, and clearly, the human race had calculated the timing of their every move from the very start. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the left and right armies to make way for the universe worlds at just the right moment. While the Black Ink clan was still trying to reorganize their defense line, the human race's left and right armies had already arrived. In a flash, a fierce battle broke out. On the human race side, divisions were used as a unit, gathering large fleets of warships that shuttled through the void as one, bombarding huge swaths of the no-return pass. Lives fading away could be felt from all over the battlefield. The masters of both sides charged across the battlefield, killing each other with fierce determination. Xiang Shan still went looking for Mou to continue their unfinished battle. Ouyang Lai also clamored for Mo Nai to come out and die, but he didn't obtain any results. This time, Mo Nai didn't participate in the battle at all, instead just standing at the center of the no-return pass, observing the entirety of the battlefield. The Black Ink clan still had a large number of pseudo-royal lords, but in such a grand battlefield, having one more royal lord wouldn't change anything, so it didn't matter if he actively fought or not. By the looks of it, the Black Ink clan was at a disadvantage because they had suffered more casualties than the human race, but it wasn't a big problem. With the current strength of the Black Ink clan, they still had the ability to defend themselves. Mo Nai also believed that the human race didn't have any intention of taking down the no-return pass in this battle. Their strategic intentions were clear at a glance. They would continue to grind down the Black Ink clan's forces until they were confident they could wipe them out. However, Mo Nai still felt a little uneasy. He knew where this uneasiness came from. Yang Kai. The battle at the no-return pass had already started, so Yang Kai in the barren territory would certainly not be willing to be left out. Although Mo Nai had arranged for Dia Luo and a dozen pseudo-royal lords to restrain Yang Kai, no one could say for sure how effective they would be. Once Dia Luo and the others were unable to stop Yang Kai from entering the battlefield, the overall strength of the many pseudo-royal lords would instantly drop by at least 30% because each of them would have to reserve that much strength and focus to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attacks. Under such dire circumstances, that would be a huge blow to the Black Ink clan. As such, Mo Na-yi was prepared to personally stop Yang Kai, which was one of the reasons why he had not participated in the battle. While the flames of war had enveloped the entire no-return pass, Yang Kai was also palming his fists in the barren territory. Through the barren territory's territory gate, Yang Kai could vaguely see the various strategies employed by the human race and knew that this was definitely Mi Jingluan's handiwork. Because even he came to the same conclusion as Mo Na-yi when he saw just a single universe world shooting towards the no-return pass, that it wasn't just a single universe world, but a line of them aiming to break through the Black Ink Clan's defensive line. But who could have ever known that the universe world's surprise attack from the center was just a decoy and the real killing blow was hidden behind the two armies? This method of deception was truly masterful. War, in the eyes of some people, was nothing more than a barbaric slaughter, but in the eyes of others, it was an intricate form of art. Yang Kai sighed with relief in his heart. The human race had Mi Jinglun, allowing them to reduce the number of losses they suffered in many previous battles. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped towards the territory gate. It was time for him to act. Martial Peak, Chapter 5890. Now it's my turn. A dozen pseudo-royal lords with Dia Luo in the lead stood near the no-return pass territory gate leading to the barren territory. When they saw Yang Kai's blurry figure through the territory gate, they knew that this guy was not willing to be left out and was about to come through, looking for trouble. This was already within their expectations. The next moment, all the masters from the Black Ink Clan started gathering their strength, preparing to attack. A ripple appeared in the territory gate as a head suddenly emerged from the opposite side, revealing the face much hated by all the Black Ink clansmen. Attack! Dia Luo shouted before taking the lead and launching secret techniques towards the territory gate the next moment, the dozen pseudo-royal lords following suit right after. Yang Kai had obviously anticipated this scene, so he simply stretched out his head before immediately withdrawing it. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to do such a thing. An ordinary cultivator, even if they were a ninth-order master, the moment he or she stepped into a territory gate, would immediately pass through it and arrive on the opposite side. Only those who were proficient in the Tao of space could voluntarily interrupt this process, allowing them to advance or retreat at will. As such, when the group of masters from the Black Ink Clan had their attacks reach the territory gate, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. One after another, the attacks fell into the territory gate and traveled to the barren territory. However, the attacks had become weak after moving through the folded space of the territory gate, and Yang Kai was easily able to block them with a wave of his hand. Immediately after, he stuck his head out of the territory gate and smiled at the nearby Dia Luo, so fierce. The response he received was the same as before, more merciless attacks. Naturally, Yang Kai just quickly withdrew. Hence, such scenes repeated 7 or 8 times in a row in the next 10 breaths, making Dia Luo and the others feel both ridiculous and helpless, enraging them. The veins on Dia Luo's forehead were about to burst. Although he knew that the chances of failure were high when he accepted the mission to prevent Yang Kai from stepping into the no-return pass, as long as Yang Kai could withstand one round of attacks, it would not be that hard for him to force his way out of the territory gate with his strength, and the Black Ink Clan would not be able to stop him. Worse, Yang Kai had the qualifications to do so. He was a divine dragon with thick skin and strong flesh, so an attack that was strong enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary ninth-order master would basically be unable to mortally wound him. At most, he would suffer some minor injuries. As long as Yang Kai broke into the no-return pass, the Black Ink Clan would not be able to restrain him with their current means and strength. Dia Luo had to at least inflict enough injuries on Yang Kai before he could break into the no-return pass. If he could do that, he would barely be able to give an explanation to Mo Na-yi. As the defending party, it should not have been difficult to accomplish this. However, he never imagined that Yang Kai could actually come up with such a shameless plan. Every time he revealed his head, the masters from the Black Ink Clan would attack him with all their might, because if they didn't do so, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't really leap out of the territory gate. Unfortunately, once they attacked, Yang Kai would just retreat to the barren territory and easily neutralize their attacks. Dia Luo was disgusted by Yang Kai's tactics. The Black Ink clan should have been the ones with the initiative in this kind of confrontation, but after Yang Kai started doing this, the Black Ink clan had basically turned into his puppets. If Yang Kai wanted them to attack, they would attack. If he wanted them to stop, they would stop. Damn it. Even so, I can't stop him. Dia Luo lamented in his heart. Although he and the other pseudo-royal lords could use this method to temporarily block Yang Kai, they couldn't use it indefinitely as they were exhausting their energy every time they launched an attack. In fact, they had used up a great deal of their strength in just a few rounds of attacks. Although it was a brief confrontation, it felt as if they had been engaging other human race masters for several days. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. Facing the killing star, Yang Kai, if they didn't have enough strength to protect themselves, they might be caught off guard once he saw an opening. With this thought in mind, Dia Luo raised his hand slightly and made a gesture, whereupon the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords immediately moved towards him. Soon, Yang Kai's head emerged from the territory gate again. There was no attack this time, so he wasn't in a hurry to withdraw and gazed at the nearby Dia Luo, grinning, not attacking again? Dia Luo remained silent, staring dead straight at Yang Kai and secretly circulating his strength. Since you're not planning on attacking, I'm coming, okay? Yang Kai said as he took a step out of the territory gate. I'm really coming over. Yang Kai stated again with a teasing look on his face, as if he was playing some kind of interesting game. Dia Luo still didn't take any action while the pseudo-royal lords too remained silent. Good, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and walked out of the territory gate before taking a long, deep breath. Clearly, he was in the void and there was nothing he could smell, but he still wore an intoxicated look on his face, as if he had arrived at a wonderful place that he could only dream about. Attack! Dia Luo really couldn't bear it any longer. Knowing that it was the best chance to strike, he took the lead and charged straight towards Yang Kai with the dozen pseudo-royal lords in tow. The next moment, powerful secret techniques rained down on Yang Kai one after another, instantly engulfing his figure and tearing it to shreds. Be that as it may, no joy could be found on Dia Luo's face, because he could tell at a glance that it was just an afterimage. His powerful divine sense swept out like a tide as he kept emitting his aura, locking onto Yang Kai's erratic movements. While at it, he also led the dozen pseudo-royal lords to chase after their target. The pseudo-royal lords' auras had also locked onto Yang Kai's figure and were constantly shelling the nearby space in order to prevent him from suddenly using his space secret techniques to escape. Everything that was happening here did not escape from Emona Ye's eyes, but after observing for a while and confirming that Dia Luo had Yang Kai pinned down, he finally relaxed a little. In truth, he had no choice but to let Dia Luo be in charge of dealing with Yang Kai. If possible, he would rather personally deal with Yang Kai, but the Black Ink clan army needed someone to coordinate it, so it was really out of his hands. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Emona Ye would not make a move, as it would just make him waste his strength. Although he had been a little worried about this matter, by the looks of it, Dia Luo was doing a pretty good job. Although there was nothing they could do to stop Yang Kai from stepping into the no-return pass, a momentary hiccup was nothing. As long as they could successfully restrain Yang Kai, tasking Dia Luo with this would be meaningful. After the last battle, Emona Ye had a rough estimate of Yang Kai's true strength. He knew that a newly promoted royal lord like Dia Luo was definitely not his opponent, but with a dozen pseudo-royal lords supporting him, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape from their blockade. In fact, if Yang Kai wasn't careful enough, he might even get seriously injured. After watching for a while longer, Yang Kai's situation became more and more difficult. He was unable to use his instantaneous movement, and as the no-return pass was Black Ink clan's home ground, he didn't just need to deal with Dia Luo and the dozen pseudo-royal lords. There were also many other pseudo-royal lords stationed near the high-rank Black Ink nests, charged with blocking the fallout from the battle to protect the Black Ink nests. Although they wouldn't participate in the pursuit, if Yang Kai passed by them, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't mind attacking him once or twice. Yang Kai, who was getting attacked from every direction, had no choice but to flee like a rat. He was in such a tight spot that he had already summoned his space-time river and had it circling around him like a dragon. Many of the attacks landed on the river, causing it to rock and tremble. When this scene entered Dia Luo's eyes, he was a little bewildered. Logically speaking, Yang Kai shouldn't be so weak. He was even mentally prepared for a bitter battle, but after Yang Kai was surrounded by so many masters, all Yang Kai could do was take the beating. He rarely had the strength to fight back. Have his injuries not yet healed? Considering the severe wounds Yang Kai had suffered at the last moment in the battle 2 years ago, it was understandable if his injuries hadn't healed. In fact, Yang Kai's poor performance was not because of his injuries. After 2 years of recuperation, whether it was the damage to his physical body or the instability in his Dao strengths, he had already completely recovered. There were multiple reasons why this was happening. First, Yang Kai needed to conceal his true strength. Second, the number of small stone ray soldiers he had taken into his small universe in the chaotic dead territory was simply too great, with them numbering more than 100 million. Even with his small universe's foundation, this many small stone ray soldiers had become a burden. In other words, he was dealing with all these masters while carrying this burden. This made it hard for him to smoothly circulate his world force, which prevented him from displaying his full strength. Lastly, he was also making some arrangements, diverting some of his attention to deliver a great gift to the Black Ink clan. And at this moment his preparations were almost complete. The next moment, Dia Luo was shocked, because Yang Kai, who had been fleeing all this time, suddenly switched his strategy. The space-time river that had been hovering around him suddenly swept out and covered a vast area of the void. Everyone within the range of the space-time river, including Yang Kai, Dia Luo, and the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords, became isolated. At the same time, Yang Kai changed directions and charged straight towards the Black Ink clan masters. "Be careful!" a pseudo-royal lord shouted. As the distance between them rapidly shortened, Yang Kai stretched out his hands towards the Black Ink clan masters instead of taking out his Azure Dragon Spear. The next moment, the marks on the back of his hands started glowing. Alarm bells immediately started ringing in Dia Luo's heart, faintly feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. Although he had no idea what to expect, Yang Kai's abnormal actions were definitely part of some sinister plot. Without wasting any more time mulling over it, he simply shouted, "Attack!" He immediately charged at Yang Kai, leading the dozen pseudo-royal lords in a brutal, all-out assault. "You bastards have had your fun attacking me for so long. Now, it's my turn." Yang Kai roared as suddenly, the space-time river which had enveloped a vast stretch of void suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared in front of all the Black Ink clansmen in the No-Return Pass. After the space-time river disappeared, an enormous number of stone man-like creatures appeared where the waters had originally been. Martial Peak, Chapter 5891, Light will eventually expel darkness. The small stone race were all born with sharp and distinct edges. They appeared simple and stupid, as if they could not harm even a fly. Nonetheless, the moment they appeared, all the Black Ink clansmen at the No-Return Pass who saw this felt their scalps go numb. After fighting the human race for so many years, how could the Black Ink clan not recognize these strange creatures? The human race had used these creatures to fight against the Black Ink clan on many battlefields, and had often achieved good results. When these strange creatures appeared, one of the pseudo-royal lords immediately shouted, "Small stone race." His voice was trembling because he had never seen so many small stone ray soldiers in one place. The size of the space-time river was extremely large, and using its cover, Yang Kai had summoned 2 million small stone ray soldiers. Although Yang Kai had actually summoned an even larger number of small stone race in the past, the strength of this small stone race group was far beyond any he had ever brought out before. During his journey to the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai had carefully selected each small stone race soldier, with even the weakest of them being equivalent to a third-order master. When 2 million such small stone race soldiers suddenly appeared, the momentum they released was so great that even a royal lord like Dia Luo was horrified. Worse yet, with the 2 glows on the back of Yang Kai's hands, Dia Luo immediately understood what was about to happen. His pupils instantly shrank as he screamed, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to break through the encirclement and flee. However, how could he get away? The 2 million small stone ray soldiers were deployed evenly by the space-time river, tightly blockading this part of the void. Furthermore, Yang Kai went a step further and froze the local space using his space principles. In a flash, every Black Ink clan powerhouse felt a great resistance around them, hindering their movements. Of course, this kind of resistance was not enough to immobilize them for long. If they had just 3 breaths of time, they would be able to escape from the small stone race army's encirclement. However, while 3 breaths was normally just a blink of the eye to such masters, in this instance, 3 breaths was an eternity which separated life and death, making it impossible to cross. Light will eventually expel darkness, Yang Kai declared in a low voice, clenching his fists. As he did so, intense yellow and blue glows suddenly emerged from the bodies of the 2 million small stone ray soldiers, filling the void in the blink of an eye. The yellow and blue lights converged and fused together, blooming into a dazzling white light. The pure white glow was not eye-catching at first, but in an instant, it started rapidly expanding like a great sun which had exploded. Time seemed to freeze inside the no-return pass, but a moment later, shrill cries broke the despairing silence. Shrouded in the white light, every Black Ink clansman, whether it was Dialuo, the pseudo-royal lords, or even the lowly Black Ink serfs, were howling in pain. Even the distant Black Ink clansmen who were bathed in this white light were shrieking in horror. Purifying light had always been the greatest nemesis of Black Ink strength, and the Black Ink clan's power was basically entirely derived from Black Ink strength. When the Black Ink clansmen were exposed to the purifying light, the pain they felt was no different from an ordinary human's thrown into a boiling pot of oil. This kind of torture was simply unbearable. While the pure white light was blooming, Yang Kai didn't remain idle. His figure shuttled through the battlefield like he was walking in his backyard, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and each time he flickered, a powerful aura would disappear. After 10 breaths, the pure white light finally faded away. At this moment, the originally chaotic battlefield had been cleared away. In the void, Yang Kai stood alone, holding a hideous head in his hand. The cut on the head was uneven. It didn't appear to have been made by a sharp weapon, but rather looked like it had been torn apart with his bare hands. Jet black blood was still gushing out from the neck. More importantly, the head was very much alive. It was grimacing in pain, and a trace of confusion could be seen in its eyes, as if it was still a little dazed about its current state. Regardless, this trace of life was destined to disappear soon. On the battlefield, several other mutilated corpses were lifelessly floating about, all of them belonging to powerful pseudo-royal lords. The surviving pseudo-royal lords looked completely terrified, their eyes filled with horror. The reason they were able to survive was not because they were stronger than their dead comrades, but because they were luckier. Yang Kai simply didn't have time to kill them. Originally, the entire no-return pass was filled with a massive amount of Black Ink strength, giving the impression as if it was shrouded in one enormous Black Ink cloud. But at this moment, in this environment in which every nook and corner was filled with Black Ink strength, there was now a spherical zone where the Black Ink strength was completely purified. On this battlefield, although Yang Kai was alone, he was like an army of thousands, putting enormous pressure on the entire Black Ink clan. Standing right across him was Dialuo, his face filled with fear. Mo Na Yi, who was supposed to be commanding the Black Ink clan army, was also standing beside him, staring at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. "Are you all right?" While Mo Na Yi was asking this, his eyes remained completely fixed on Yang Kai. As soon as Yang Kai activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands, Mo Na Yi realized what was about to happen and immediately rushed over to help. Fortunately, he had reacted fast enough, otherwise, it would not have ended well for Dialuo. After the purifying light burst, Yang Kai casually took the lives of several pseudo-royal lords before directly attacking Dialuo. Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to eliminate a royal lord. Under the cover of the purifying light, Yang Kai was confident that he could accomplish it without anyone's notice. However, Mo Na Yi had come to interfere at the critical moment. This forced Yang Kai to fall back for the time being. It was still understandable to kill Dialuo by borrowing the intense purifying light, but if he were to eliminate even Mo Na Yi, who had come to rescue the former, it would surely raise flags, which would cause the black ink giant spirit gods to become vigilant. As such, he could only kill 2 more pseudo-royal lords to vent his anger. Nonetheless, the current situation was still acceptable. Dia Luo had been enveloped by the purifying light, which had affected his strength. Furthermore, he was a newly promoted royal lord, so his foundation was probably unstable now. Unless the Black Ink clan used some kind of sacrificial secret technique to restore his strength, he wouldn't be much more useful than a pseudo-royal lord on the battlefield in the future. Half of the dozen pseudo-royal lords who had besieged Yang Kai had died, while the remaining half had their foundations severely damaged, causing their strength to plummet. Trading 2 million small stone race soldiers for the life of half a dozen pseudo-royal lords was an acceptable price. After staring at Emo Na Yi for a moment, Yang Kai coldly snorted before tossing the severed head away and taking a step forward, heading towards the no-return pass. Yang Kai's speed wasn't fast, but Emo Na Yi didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. He did not even issue an order to stop him. He couldn't determine how many small stone race soldiers Yang Kai had left, and until he did, it would be unwise to continue provoking him. But the main reason was that the Black Ink clan no longer had the ability to restrain Yang Kai. Originally, they could still rely on Dia Luo, but now that the latter was injured, confronting Yang Kai would be tantamount to suicide. From the start, Emo Na Yi didn't want to have any kind of confrontation with Yang Kai. So, since he wanted to leave, all he could do was let him go. Thus, while the 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, Yang Kai leisurely made his way from the back of the Black Ink clan's defensive line to the battlefield without any hindrance. Immediately after, a scene appeared that sent all the Black Ink clan soldiers into despair. A portal to Yang Kai's small universe suddenly opened up as an endless small stone race army rushed out. This time, Yang Kai didn't use the great sun and moon marks to control their movements at all. Under the stimulation of Black Ink strength, the small stone race soldiers immediately charged towards the Black Ink clan army the moment they came out of Yang Kai's small universe, without any fear of death. Attacked by the small stone race army, the Black Ink clan's defense line, which was originally quite sturdy, immediately saw countless casualties. Not long after, Yang Kai strolled along the defensive line, which resulted in small stone race armies appearing on every front. They didn't cooperate with the human race, each and every small stone race soldier simply acting like a killing tool without any sentience, attacking anyone or anything with Black Ink strength. Inside the no-return pass, Emo Na Yi watched the entire debacle from a distance, gloom and despair gripping his heart. Under the current circumstances, it was just a matter of time until the human race conquered the no-return pass. Only death and destruction was waiting for the Black Ink clansmen here. Be that as it may, Emo Na Yi had never been one to sit back and just wait for death. Even if he couldn't defend the no-return pass, he had to try his best to weaken the human race army so that they wouldn't have the strength to continue their crusade to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Emo Na Yi originally had some confidence that he could achieve this goal, but after witnessing such a huge small stone race army appear on the battlefield, this confidence was completely shattered. These small stone race soldiers basically blanketed the entire battlefield, and they could not be stopped. Their population size was several times greater than the humans, so using them as cover, the humans would definitely suffer fewer casualties. Under these circumstances, it would be extremely hard for the Black Ink clan to destroy or even critically damage the human race army. Emo Na Yi couldn't figure out where Yang Kai had obtained so many small stone race soldiers. In fact, Emo Na Yi had done some research on these strange beings known as the small stone race, so he knew about their characteristics. The only thing he didn't understand was their origins. From some Black Ink disciples, he came to learn that the small stone race was a special race brought out by Yang Kai. But where did Yang Kai get them from? Everything in the universe had a source. After suffering countless casualties over the thousands of years of war, the small stone race had gradually faded from the Black Ink clan site. So, Emo Na Yi had never expected Yang Kai to bring so many small stone race soldiers to the battlefield before today, catching them off guard. It's Yang Kai again. Every single turning point in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is connected to him. Emo Na Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Had he known that Yang Kai had such a card up his sleeve, he would have insisted on keeping him here even if he had to sacrifice more pseudo-royal lords. But when he gave it another thought, Mo realized that nothing was going to change even if he somehow pinned Yang Kai down here. Sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers, Yang Kai had managed to kill a few pseudo-royal lords and injure Dialuo. Even if they managed to pin him down, the Black Ink clan would have to mentally prepare themselves for even heavier losses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5892, Handover. What Mo couldn't figure out was why Yang Kai didn't use this method in the battle 2 years ago and instead chose to use it today. It was simply unreasonable. It would be even more unreasonable to say that Yang Kai had used some kind of method unknown to the Black Ink clan in the past 2 years to produce so many small stone race members. Although he really wanted to find out the reason, Mo didn't have the time to do so. As over 100 million small stone race soldiers joined the battlefield, the Black Ink clan's originally stable line of defense began to collapse. A large number of the Black Ink clan soldiers fighting at the forefront fell, affecting the lives of even the masters behind them. Mo could only focus on the battle in front of him, issuing a stream of orders one after another, trying to kill as many enemies as possible while resisting the attacks of the human race and small stone race. At the same time, he also didn't forget to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. After Yang Kai had made his way to the battlefield, his presence had restrained all the pseudo-royal lords who had been fighting outside. The human race's tactic to deal with these pseudo-royal lords was basically to confront them using battle formations formed by 8th Order masters. Although the human race had many 8th Order masters, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, when 3 pseudo-royal lords assumed a simple 3 fortunes formation, they were easily able to restrain the several battle formations formed by 5 8th Order masters. Although the human race could still use more 8th Order masters, using any more of them would just make it even harder for them to effectively coordinate with each other. It would defeat the purpose and put them in jeopardy. As such, most of the battles between the top combatants of the 2 races were evenly matched. Only a small number of pseudo-royal lords could disrupt the balance, while it took far more 8th Order masters to compensate. However, when Yang Kai disappeared after rushing out of the no-return pass and releasing a massive number of small stone race soldiers, the situation abruptly changed. All the pseudo-royal lords who had stepped on the battlefield immediately fell into a disadvantageous position as they were now highly distracted, stretching their divine senses to the limit to monitor their surroundings, guarding against any sneak attacks. It wasn't until a pseudo-royal lord saw Yang Kai's figure appear at Pure Yang Pass that they all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai hadn't launched a sneak attack and had instead gone to Pure Yang Pass, which was undoubtedly good news for the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. Be that as it may, they couldn't figure out why Yang Kai had gone to Pure Yang Pass at this time. Just like the last battle, Pure Yang Pass, the only great pass occupied by the human race, was located away from the battlefield, acting as a coordination center to control the overall situation. Mi Jinglun was standing on the city wall with a feather fan in his hand, like a weak scholar, quietly observing the battlefield and issuing precise orders. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared beside him. Mi Jinglun shot a glance at him and asked, "Did you go to the chaotic dead territory?" The small stone race in the hands of the humans had almost been completely exhausted after all these years of war. Since Yang Kai could suddenly summon an army of 100 million small stone race soldiers to participate in the siege of the No-Return Pass, it was obvious that he had been to chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai nodded. "Isn't this too wasteful?" Mi Jinglun asked, feeling a bit distressed. Since Yang Kai bestowed a large number of small stone race members to the various armies of the human race, these strange creatures had made great contributions in many battles. In many small-scale battles, the human race had been able to win with their smaller numbers because of the small stone race's fearlessness. Years of war had depleted the small stone race, and deprived the human race of this huge support. Mi Jingluan's heart ached when he witnessed Yang Kai throw so many of the small stone race members into the battlefield in one go. It had to be known that all these small stone race soldiers that were deployed on the battlefield could never be recovered, because they would fight until their bodies were crushed to pieces. Only when a humans used a beast-taming technique or an artifact refining technique to refine them would they be able to command these creatures with low intelligence. If the human race was like a huge family, then Yang Kai would definitely be the prodigal black sheep. His extravagance made Mi Jingluan, who was in charge of the daily budget, feel a great deal of pain. Yang Kai grinned at him. "Don't worry, I've collected a lot this time." "A lot?" Mi Jingluan raised his brow. "A lot." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. Even if he had released 100 million small stone race soldiers, he still had about 3 times as many left in his small universe. Mi Jingluan was relieved after hearing this. "Senior brother, please open a portal to your small universe," Yang Kai requested. Mi Jingluan naturally knew what he wanted to do and immediately opened the portal. The next moment, Yang Kai also opened a portal to his small universe. The two portals quickly overlapped, as if they were about to merge into one. Soon after, an enormous number of small stone race soldiers were transferred into Mi Jingluan's small universe. Slowly, Mi Jingluan's expression changed. Although he had some inkling from Yang Kai's answer that he had indeed brought back a lot of small stone race members, he had never expected this number to be so exaggerated. A moment later, Mi Jingluan raised his hand and stated, "Enough. I can't take it anymore." After all, his small universe's foundation was not as strong as Yang Kai's. He had almost reached its limit after accepting 100 million or so small stone race soldiers. At this moment, the circulation of his world force was strained so much that if he were to fight the Black Ink clan in this state, even a territory lord could take his life. "How many more?" Mi Jingluan asked. "About twice as many as I gave you." Mi Jingluan was rendered speechless, wondering if Yang Kai had completely raided the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer's treasury this time. Otherwise, how could he have obtained so many small stone race members? Helpless, he could only send out a command, "Call Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang back." A messenger immediately sent out the message. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai happened to be facing 3 pseudo-royal lords in a 3 fortunes formation. He was fighting to his heart's content, but after receiving the message, he was shocked and quickly withdrew from the battle, rushing towards Pure Yang Pass. Although the pseudo-royal lords wanted to stop him, how could they? They might gain an upper hand while fighting Ouyang Lai together, but if the latter wanted to escape, they were completely powerless to stop him. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Wei Junyang did the same. The two had no idea what had happened, but since Mi Jingluan had called them back during such a battle, it was obviously no small matter. The two arrived at Pure Yang Pass one after the other. When Mi Jingluan briefly explained everything, they finally understood why they were recalled. The small stone race soldiers couldn't just be let out in the open. The only option they had was to temporarily suppress them inside a Ninth Order Master's small universe. After this battle was over, they would then be refined and used by the human race's soldiers. Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang didn't delay things any further. Just like Mi Jingluan, each opened a portal to their small universes before Yang Kai transferred the small stone race to them. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking refreshed. His small universe had been under pressure ever since he left the chaotic dead territory, which finally disappeared until now. Of course, he had also kept a few small stone race masters for his own use, but he could easily afford to keep them without affecting himself. On the other hand, Mi Jingluan and the other two looked strained, as if they had eaten too much. Even their auras were unstably fluctuating. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but complain, "Please inform me in advance next time something like this happens." He was halfway through his fight with the pseudo-royal lords and was unhappy to be recalled just for something like this. Worse, after this, he could not participate in the following battle. Yang Kai grinned, "Just bear with it." While they were speaking, a figure flew out from the depths of Pure Yang Pass and landed in front of everyone, handing a large number of space rings to Mi Jingluan. "Supreme Commander Mi, all the supplies are in here." Mi Jingluan gestured casually to Yang Kai, "Give them to him." The man then handed the space rings to Yang Kai, who took them and swept them with his divine sense before nodding his acknowledgement. Quite efficient. The human race's supplies had almost been depleted after the last battle, so obviously, these resources had been mined over the past 2 years. The humans had scattered nearly 3 million soldiers throughout the black ink battlefield to mine resources, and with the universe temples as transfer points, their efficiency was naturally quite high. Of course, using the universe world assault tactic in this battle had also consumed a lot of resources. Otherwise, there would have been more. There were 2 reasons Yang Kai came to me Jingluan from the no-return pass. Firstly, he wanted to hand over the small stone race army, and secondly, he wanted to ask me Jingluan for some supplies, as well as hand over the yellow and blue crystals he had looted from the chaotic dead territory. After silently calculating for a moment, Yang Kai stated, the next battle should still be fought after 2 years, yes? The supplies in his hands were enough for him to last 2 years. If the human race launched a war after his supplies had depleted, he would be able to ask for them once again. This way, his cultivation would not be delayed and he could quickly reach the peak of the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. In the next war, the human race would have the assistance of a large number of small stone race soldiers, so the situation would definitely be different. Indeed. Mi Jingluan nodded his agreement. The human race would also need some time to recuperate after such a large battle. On top of that, mining supplies would also require time. An interval of 2 years was the absolute minimum. How are the Void Guard doing? Yang Kai asked again. According to the previous arrangements, the Void Guard led by Li Wu would be setting up space arrays leading to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction in advance in preparation for the future crusade. They were ordered to send a report every time they set up a new space array, so that the Supreme Headquarters had a good grasp of their situation. The Void was a dangerous place, especially the vast late ancient era battlefield, which was fraught with many unknown dangers. So, it was necessary to send reports back in a timely manner. Everything is going smoothly, Mi Jingluan replied. They have already laid out 8 space arrays. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. It had only been 2 years since Li Wu and the others had set out while the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was extremely far from here. Even if they went all out, it would take Li Wu and the others several years to reach the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. On top of that, they also had to stop and arrange space arrays while circumventing unknown dangers along the way. It would take them a while to complete this task. Yang Kai reckoned that they had only covered about 30% of the total distance at most. I'll go and fight, everyone take care. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He simply cupped his fists towards Mi Jingluan and the others before taking a step forward and disappearing from their sight.